So in this session, what we'll be looking through is we will go through the basics of Python. Okay, I think many of you may be familiar with the language, but even then we should know what are the basics, what are the things in it, and how do we use it. As we all know, it is very popular nowadays. Not only nowadays, actually, it has been popular from very long. But the thing was, it was not able to capture like what it is called the usage scenario, like where to use it. It is a very good language, but where to use it? So slowly what has come is we have small applications, like we have embedded systems. We have, again, we have a lot of applications where we need faster output, isn't it? And nowadays we have data science, machine learning, all those things. In so many things, this Python is used, isn't it? I'm not saying it is having like 100% use in all places, but it is having a lot of uses nowadays, right? Okay, so what we will go to we are going to see now is so in today's session we'll not see too much things, but basic introduction about the language, when it how it is used, how it is compiled, it is interpreted, it is an interpreted language or a compiled language. All those things we'll see. How to run the code. Hmm? What are the things we should be careful, we should be alert or aware while writing the code, what mistakes we should avoid, all those things we'll see. Okay, so now this Python, as we know, it has a, how does the Python symbol look like? Is it a Python? Python is a Python logo is a snake kind of thing. It looks like two snakes, right? Okay. So this Python is a language. It is a complete programming language. Okay. It is not like HTML. HTML is not known as a programming language. It is a markup language. Okay. So this Python was introduced very long ago. Like it had its starting in the language started in 1980s, but slowly it took a lot of time to become a full-fledged language. Earlier it had some basic syntax and all, but slowly, like 1990, 1991, it took full form. It came to form at early 90s. Okay. Okay. Then it was started used by people. Okay. Now, who invented this thing? This was invented by a Dutch programmer. Dutch programmer named Guido van Rossum. Okay. He was the person who Guido van, or we can directly write Python and we will get here. So I'm getting a lot of noise. Okay. So it was created by Guido van Rossum. He was a Dutch scientist. Okay, fine. So let us not go into much of its history. So what happens? Why is Python so different from other languages? Sorry. Okay, it is having very simple syntax. Anything else? People say that it is very fast, it is very easy to learn, it is very having less syntax. Okay, but how much of that is true? We have to know all those things. Okay, okay, fine. If we say it is a very fast programming language, it processes very fast, I don't think that is true. Okay, if I write speed comparison of programming languages in Google. Okay, if I go to some, lot of people have done some research, but in this, what I can see is we have C++ as the fastest languages that we have today. Okay, where does this image is not very good, but if you see slowly, you will get here Java, you'll get JavaScript, you'll get JavaScript, NodeJS, Bun, and all those. Then comes Python. So we cannot say that it is a very fast language or something. Okay, okay, it it is a good language, but we cannot say that it is a very fast language. We cannot compare it with C++ or Java. Okay, it is not very fast, but why is it good then? So there comes a term called interpreted language. What is the meaning of interpreted? What is the opposite of interpreted language? We have something called compiled language. There are different languages, programming languages. We have C, C++, Java. These are all compiled languages. What is the meaning of compilation? They are certain, these are certain programming languages which cannot be understood by our machine. Okay, what we need to do is we have to first convert the code into machine understandable code. That's what books say. But what is the meaning of that? That is written in some other language. We have to translate that code into a language which our system will understand. Only then it can run the code, isn't it? So in that aspect, Python is different from other compiled languages. Nowadays we have a lot of interpreted language. Okay, I'm not saying Python is the only interpreted language, but how is it different from the conventional languages? The most common languages what people use are C, C++, Java, JavaScript, isn't it? These are the most commonly used. C Sharp is there. Okay, so these are all compiled languages. Now let us understand what is the difference between this compiled and interpreted language. Compiled languages need to be compiled. That means we need a compiler that will translate the code into some binary code or something which will be understood by our system. Okay, but what happens in interpreted language? We don't have a compiler. So overall, that program or the running environment will be less. When we need a compiler, it is like I have a what it is called. I have a phone with an adapter, with a charger. I have a laptop with a charger, isn't it? Because why my laptop I cannot connect directly to our plug plug port, because that is 240 volts and that is AC, alternating current. I cannot directly connect it to that. My laptop needs a 12-volt DC current, direct current, isn't it? So I'm having some separate thing which is translating that current in that voltage into this voltage and giving to me. So it is a heavy package. But if my laptop can directly run on that power, then I don't need that, right? So that is how compiled language and interpreted language will have. Compiled languages need a compiler alongside whatever we write. Whatever we write, we need a compiler to compile it and then we run it. First we compile, then run. But interpreted language directly can be done. Okay. Okay. Now let us take a small example where we will understand this. I got it. What I have. I hope you got what I said. But what is the meaning? What is happening in that compilation? And why? How some systems are directly able to run the code? So let us take a small example. Let's say we have seen in some movies, right? They have some, even in Telugu movies it is there, even in English movies it is there. They go for some what it is called, they find some old piece of paper where some about they have some clue about some treasure, somewhere some gold is there, and there some, in some very old language it is written. Can we understand what is that? No. But they keep on, what they try to do is they keep on trying to solve the problem whatever is there, and then they try to do something. isn't it? So let's say I have got something like this, okay, somewhere, and it is written in some very old language, which I can't understand. See, there are two possibilities. It can be written in a very old language, or maybe it is letters, but I am not able to understand what these letters mean. G, R, B, R, X, O, L, N, 5. How do I understand? What is the meaning of that? That means it is a secret code or something, isn't it? So in this scenario, what do? I have two options. First option. First option, what I will do is I'll bring a person who knows this language. I will bring a person who knows this language. And what he will do is he will say, okay, wait for some time. Let me write this whole thing in English because I can understand English. No? That person can understand English as well as this language. So what he will do, he will come, he will translate all the things into English on a piece of paper, and then he will give me that paper. But I have to wait for some time because he needs to crack the whole thing, right? He has to translate the whole thing, and then he will write everything, and then he will give me the paper. Now what I will do, I will use this paper. All the English instructions are written, step 1, step 2. Now I will do whatever the instructions are there, right? This is one way. This is known as compilation. Here what is happening, the person is asking me to wait for some time. He is doing all the translation, then he is giving. This is one possibility. Next possibility, what I can do is that person, he knows this language. What he will do is he will not write whole things and tell me. What he will do, first instruction, he will translate into English and he will tell me, and I will execute it. I will do the work. He will say, okay, first go to JNTU signal. First instruction is go to JNTU signal. So I will go there. Then what he will do? He will translate the second line of the instruction. Second line is also written in some other language. Again, second line he will translate to English, and then he will tell me. So here what is happening? Here, line by line, translation and execution is happening, right? This is known as interpretation. This is not compilation. In compilation, what happens is the entire code is compiled to a understandable language. Then we run the code. Okay. So C, C++, Java, C Sharp, these all work in compilation process, not in interpretation. So interpretation process, what happens? It is little bit fast. Let us see. The slow fast we will come to know now. Okay, what is the difference? Now, what is happening in the compiled language? First, the code is compiled to a understandable language, right? In this process, what is happening? I told in the beginning that that person told me, please wait. So I have to wait for some time. After that, I will work very fast. After that, everything will be in English. So I'll work very fast. But I have to wait for some time for the compilation phase to end, right? So these compiled languages will have a very long compilation time, but execution time will be very fast because execution in the execution time, I got the instructions in English. So I know what to do. I'll do very fast. If I'm fast, I'll do it very fast. No? So how will I define if I'm fast? It all depends on the processor. If the processor is fast, execution will be fast. But compilation, to it will be done by compiler. It doesn't care what is your processor or something, right? So it will take some, but it will take some time in the compilation. Execution will be fast. What about interpreted language? I don't need to wait. There is no compilation phase. First thing, I don't need to wait, but he will say one line in English and then I will do it. Again, he will say another line in English. Again, I will do it. So this execution process itself will become long. It will be very slow. Execution will be slow as compared to compiled languages. Because in compiled languages, I directly have the translated code at some point. I have to wait in the beginning, but I will have it at some point, isn't it? So at that point, I will run very fast. So both languages are having their pros and cons. Okay, we cannot say this is good, this is bad. Okay, but if the interpretation, if somehow, if we can do one line translation fast, then somehow you can say that interpreted language may be faster than compiled language, but not always. Okay, so this way Python will be working. Even JavaScript was working like that up to some years. But nowadays there are something called JIT compiler, just in time compiler. So nowadays we have changed the definition of JavaScript. JavaScript is a compiled language. It is also compiled in the browser. It is called just in time. It is like interpretation, but it is compiled. Okay. So this way JavaScript language is different. So let us now come back to Python. So these are the difference between compiled language and the interpreted. So slow, fast, these things will be there. Okay. Now we can move on to our Python installation. Now what we need to do, we have to install Python. When we install Python, what will happen? Actually, we are not installing Python. Python is a language which I will type. Okay. We are actually installing the interpreter, that machine. That person, I need that person, na? As I told you, that who will translate the language. So that interpreter I have to install. Once I install it, whatever I write, it will line by line, it will translate and run the code. Okay. Now let us see how can we install this. So one way is you directly go to Python official website, and then you will get something like docs.python.org. If I go here, oh, sorry, not docs. It is going to documentation. Python, only Python. So python.org. When I go to python.org, downloads, and this is the latest one, 3.12.1. Okay. Just download this. I have already downloaded it, so I will not download it again. Download it. After downloading, it is just a setup. You press on install, next, 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 over. Okay. Okay. Fine. But here, uh, just a small thing I want to tell you. When I install this, just okay. So I have already installed it, so that's why it is showing like that. Okay, fine. So that next will work. There is no problem. Okay, fine. So this is one of the way how you can install the Python interpreter. Another way, people even can go for some other things, like if I go to Microsoft Store. In Microsoft Store also, you will get the Python interpreter. Okay. They don't say it is an interpreter, but when I type this Python, if I write Python, what do I get here? I am getting Python 3.11, 3.10, 3.9, 3.7. So many are there. Which one do I want? 3.12. Okay. So these are all old interpreters. It's not like it will not work. It will definitely work, but it may not have the newest features. Okay. So what I'll go with Python 3.12. What is written here? The Python 3.12 interpreter and runtime. What is the meaning of runtime? It is the environment. It will be helping us to write the Python code. If I don't have the runtime, what will happen? If I install it, if I will not get some suggestions like something dot, after that it will not give us suggestions. Okay, so that's why we need the runtime as well as the interpreter. Okay? Please mute yourself. Okay, so once you install it, what will happen? You will be able to see when you type here Python, you will see something like this. Okay, and some more things, like if I show you in my apps, something like this one is coming because of the Microsoft Store. Okay, Microsoft Store will give you only one application, but when you install from python.org, you will have a folder like this, Python 3.12. For ignore these two things, these are old. These things I installed like 4 or 5 months ago. That's why those things are there. Now I showed you two ways, right? In the two ways you will get two things. First thing is this one for Microsoft Store, and this is the same thing. So here Actually, these both are same. There is no difference. The only thing is whatever I download from browser, that is a Python website, is having some extra things. What are those extra things? They are having a documentation as well. You can read the documentation there. But okay, documentation we can read from the website also, right? So ultimately both are having the interpreter. Okay, this interpreter you can either click and run, or you can, what it helps us, you can we have our command prompt in our system, isn't it? You can convert your command prompt into a Python shell. Okay, what this interpreter is doing, if I click on this interpreter, it is directly opening the Python shell. Here I can start typing Python. Okay, suppose you are not able to find out where this is, you can directly convert your default command prompt into, because here if I write 1 plus 2, it will not work, right? 1 plus 2 is not recognized. But if I write 1 plus 2 in the Python shell, it will give me 3, isn't it? So how different, in different ways we can use the Python interpreter. So here we are directly able to write the code, isn't it? Hmm? And here I have to convert this command prompt into Python shell. Now what do I do? Which Python version I uh, installed? 3.2. 3.12. So let me write Python 3.12. Okay. And press enter. It converted to Python shell. Now here CMD command prompt commands will not run. Okay. Here now I have converted the command prompt into Python shell. Okay. But don't you think this is a very long word? Python 3.12. If I type, let's say, if I type here Python 3.11, it will open 3.11 shell because that is also installed, isn't it? So why to do all these things? Can we make it shorter? We can go for something like only Python also. If I type Python, then also it works. But it is showing me old one. I have to see why that is happening, but it will work. Okay. Then if you think, no, this is also very long, I want more shorter syntax, what you can do? You can just run py, enough. Okay. So it saw three things. Python 3.12, that means Python version is also working. Only Python word is also working. Py is also working. Okay. So, sorry. Yes, it is also showing. Python 3.12 is giving us totally correct one only. Only Python is giving, as I told you already, I told you, Python is giving us the wrong version. I have to see why it is happening. But that Python command is also totally valid. Okay, I should not install so many versions in my system. Python, why do I need? When I install a language, I should have only one language. Okay, one version. So go with one. Okay, so this is how we can use the directly use our Python interpreter, or we can convert the CMD into this. Okay. Now here, what code we can run? Let me go to now the default Python interpreter that I have. Okay. The same thing will happen if I go for command prompt and convert it. Okay. Now here I can do basic mathematics. So it will work like a calculator. Okay. 20, 32 into 5, assuming 160. Okay, these are all fine. Then what else can be done? So these are very basic, what it is called, basic calculations. Let me do something like 4 by 2. Again, 4 by 2 is not giving me 2, it is giving a 2.0. What is this known as? This is known as a floating point number. Okay, so this division, whatever I am doing, 4/2, this is known as classical division. What it is known as? It is known as classical division. So classical division in Python will always give us a floating point number. Okay. So for that, I can go with this. This is known as floor division. FLOOR. Floor division. If I do this, I get only the integer part. not the decimal part. Okay. Okay. So like this, I can do basic mathematical calculations, or else I can go for advanced coding also. Let's say if I write here a if condition. Do you know an if condition in languages we have? So let's say if 2 less than 3. See the syntax? It is little bit different from other languages. 2 less than 3 and I press enter. What happened? We can see here 3 arrow marks were there. When I press enter here, that 3 marks instead of that 3 dots are coming. Why? Because it is expecting something from us. If 2 less than 3, then what to do? Okay. So I will write something like print something like hello. Okay. And what it is saying? Print is not working. Okay. Yes, indentation is needed. Now see. So after if I have to give an indentation by pressing tab. Okay. So here what is happening? Indentation is very much important. Indentation may not be important in other languages. Okay. In some languages, it is very, very important. Okay. Now I have to write print hello, and expected again. I didn't give the okay. Let me type it. Print hello. Okay. Fine. What happened? Maybe it is not printing the output. One more time, because so what happens is we need an indentation and also one line break. That is a extra enter I have to press in Python. Otherwise, how will Python know where the if condition is, if statement is ending? In our normal languages, C, C++, Java, JavaScript, we have curly braces. If will start from curly brace, end at curly brace. But here there is no curly brace. Here the syntaxes are so compressed, compact. It doesn't know where to end. So we have to end it. Okay. So these are just basic things what we can do in the compiler. Sorry, interpreter. Now, what is the problem with this interpreter? The code, whatever I am writing, is it getting saved somewhere? It is not getting saved. Whatever I am writing here, it is gone. So what should be done? We should write code where? Where should we write the code? We should write code in files, and we should run that file separately. Okay, not like this. If I write code like this is not saved anywhere, isn't it? So I have to create a file. Which file I have to run in the interpreter so that it will give us the output, and we can run that file at any time. Today I run the files. Tomorrow, if the file is saved, I can run it tomorrow also, isn't it? So we have to go something like that. Now here some more things I want to show you. Like we have 3. I wrote 3 and I write 6 plus. I want to bring that previous 3, not a new 3. Then what do? I can use a underscore. This underscore in Python stores the previous value. Okay. So 6 plus 3 is 9. I got 9. That underscore is storing the previous value. Let's say I have HE and I wrote underscore plus LLO. What will happen? Underscore contains previous value. So hello will be printed. Okay. So this is don't want to much work on this interpreter. I want to directly jump to files and I want to run it there. Okay, because this is not helping me in any way. This code is gone. After I close this, it will be gone, isn't it? Okay. Now when I close this, how do I close this? I can directly close it from here. That means my laptop is running. I am doing some work. I can directly press the close power button, press and hold. But is it the correct way? No. I should turn off all the things inside it. So what I can do here is, here a command is there, quit and parenthesis. Okay. Press enter. It will go. Okay. This quit is behaving like this in the interpreter. Suppose if I'm running the command prompt, what will happen here? Suppose using py, I converted the what it is called, command prompt to Python interpreter. Okay, I did some maths and then I want to quit now. So QUIT will actually quit from the Python interpreter, not from command prompt. Okay, so now it has come back to command prompt mode. Okay, now it is not in Python mode. Okay. Okay, now let us move on to what it is called creating files. Okay, so let us see now. So what do I do? So whatever we are doing in other languages, same thing we will do. Okay, fine. So let me take a folder. I'll take a folder here itself. Take a folder here. Let me write Python and I'll just what editor we are using till now? Have you used VS Code till now? Visual Studio Code? Not used. Okay. So what you can do is, see, to write the code we need an editor. Okay, to write any kind of programming language we need an editor. So there are a lot of editors in for Python. Okay, we have something called PyCharm. We have lot of editors are there. So if I search here, so these editors are known as IDE for Python. If I search like this, I have so many softwares where I can write code. It is not like I have to write only in these things. I can write in Notepad also. There is no problem. But these will give you additional features. This will tell you that you have missed indentation, you have missed next line. So those things, this will tell us. So you can start using all these things. So your wish, whatever you want to do. So in my system, I already have Visual Studio Code installed. So I will go with that. So how to do all those things? When if you want a PyCharm, you just go to you search PyCharm and go to that website and download it. Okay, it will give you PyCharm. If you want Visual Studio Code, you go to Visual Studio Code. It is Microsoft product. You download for Windows, install it, next, over. Small application, not a very big application. Okay. Once you download, it will look something like those are, it will look something like this. Okay. When you install the Visual Studio Code, it will look like this. Now, what I want to do is this Visual Studio Code is by default opening something. See, this is actually opening the C drive, but I don't want to run that C drive. I don't want to open the C drive in my Visual Studio Code. What do I want to run? What do I want to open? This folder, what I created. Inside this folder, I want to create new files using that Visual Studio Code, right? So what do? I open this folder and I go to the address bar. Okay, I type here CMD. What it will do? It will open the command prompt CMD and then I just type CODE space dot. Okay, CODE space dot. Code means Visual Studio Code and space dot. I press enter and it will open the Visual Studio Code for this folder. So it is opening it inside this folder. Inside this folder, did I create any files previously? No. So that's why nothing is shown. So let me create a file. That's it. And what will be the file name? Dot. It will have an extension like .py. Okay. So let me create it like one.py. Small name. Why do I suggest you to give smaller names? Because if it is a big name, while running, you have to type the whole name. Okay, that's why I will go with small names. If it is like a small topic like numbers, I'll give numbers.py, not a big name. Python practice numbers, I'll not write like that. It will be hard for me to run. Okay. Now I have written one.py. Immediately this symbol is coming, right? Python symbol is coming. Visual Studio Code is able to recognize that this is a Python file. Okay. Up to here, it is okay. Now I write some code. What do I write? I'll write the same code what I was writing there. 1 plus 2 I wrote. Then I print something like in the print I can print hello, something like this. Okay. Then okay, only I wrote like this. Now how do I run this file? You have to, we need again the interpreter, isn't it? So if I open the interpreter, what I have to do is when I open this interpreter like this py, what I have to do is I have to write the path of this file. Whole path I have to write. I have to write one command and then I have to write whole path and then I have to run it. But do I know the path of this file? So the path of this file may be different. This path is C users DHRIT OneDrive desktop Python /1.py. This is a long name, isn't it? Instead, what I will do is I will do something different. Just see. Instead of writing the full path every time, because whenever I'm opening that interpreter, it is actually opening in C drive. Why not I open the interpreter in this folder, isn't it? That terminal or that Python shell, if I open in this folder, I don't need to put the whole path. I just write only the file name, 1.py. That's it. Okay. So for that, I just press Control J and one terminal will open. Okay. This can be done from here also. Or where do I do that? Terminal, new terminal. Terminal option is there, new terminal. So new terminal, when I open it, this thing will come. Okay. Now this terminal, it is showing as CMD at the top, but all Python commands will work now. Okay. Again, this thing will work when you install through Microsoft Store. Okay. So I will recommend you to go through the Microsoft Store process. Okay. Or else you do both, then also there is no problem. Ultimately, it will override, isn't it? Both the versions are same, 3.12, 3.12, no problem. Okay. So here, what do? I just write py space and a file name. What is the file name? 1.py and press enter. I got hello. I didn't get 1 plus 2. Why? Because we didn't print it. 1 plus 2 I did, but I didn't print it, isn't it? That's why I'm not getting the output. So in this terminal, what you will get is you will get only the things that you print. In the interpreter, you are getting everything, right? 1 plus 2 also you are getting, 3 plus 5 also you are getting, underscore plus 5 also you are getting. Okay. And here that underscore will not work. Underscore will work only in the interpreter. Okay. Okay. Fine. Now now we can start working. We have the code editor with us. We have the output window also with us. The output window is known as a terminal, and this code editor is known as a IDE, for which we are using Visual Studio Code. Okay. Now we can write anything. So before writing, we need to know the grammar of this language. What do you mean by grammar? To speak in English, we need to know the grammar. What is first person, what is second person? In the same way, we need to know the grammar. That means the syntax, the words, what is to be used, when to use what, when not to use what, isn't it? Okay. So I'll say start from all those. So here what I'm doing, here I'm using this. These are called data. One is a data, two is also data. This hello is also data. Okay. This data we have to store somewhere. This data we store in something called variable. And these data are of different types. Some things are numbers, some things are within double quote, isn't it? These are letters. Something may be more different, isn't it? So data will be of different type, but whatever type it is, we have to store it in a variable. Okay, fine. So let us start with variables. What is a variable? A variable is called as an identifier. Okay, what do I write? Here in other languages, have you gone through any other language earlier? Anyone? Like C, C++ or something? Have you seen those languages? There they use some, before putting the variable, they use some keyword. They write something like int x equal to 10. Like they write a char C equal to hello or char C equal to A. They write something. So those things are not there in Python. Python is, as I said, it is a very less in syntax. Okay. So because of this less syntax, what happens is we are writing less, but that doesn't mean that less execution is happening. When I write this much of small thing inside the interpreter, it is doing a big thing only. Okay. For C, C++ to write one if else, to run one if else, whatever process they are following here also they will follow the same process. Only thing is the code is less so that users, it is more user friendly. Okay, it is having a very, what it is called, the learning curve is very good here. Okay, okay, so it is easy to learn. So let me now write. So here I directly use the variable name. So let's say uh, address is equal to Hyderabad. What did I do here? Address equal to Hyderabad. I am creating a variable called address. Its name is address. And in that address variable, I am storing some text. Okay. I'm not saying what is it called. I'm using the word text for the time being. That text I'm storing it in a variable called address. Okay. Then age, I can create an age. Age should store what? Should it store text? It should show some number like 35, right? 35 is an age. I'm storing it in age. Okay. So this left hand side is known as variable. The right hand side is the data. Now this data we have seen here, it is of different types. So this type of data is known as number, isn't it? So, and in what it is called, in other languages, they have something like int, float, something like that, integers and floating point integers. Here, there is nothing like that. It is there, but we don't show it. Inside it, it is definitely there. Int is there, float is there, but we don't even tell what is this age. I can write age equal to now something high also. It will not show me any error. Okay, we can store any data in that variable. Same variable, I'm storing high now. Okay, so this way what happens is this is a of type number, and this again, this and this are looking different, isn't it? They are either they are called text or strings. Okay, this text or strings we have to write within quotes. It may be single quote, it may be double quote. Both are totally correct. So let's say I put single quote like this. This is also totally correct. Okay, so we have seen numbers and strings. So let us not discuss too much today. We'll discuss only about numbers and strings. Okay, now let us see the numbers first. So let's say NUM is equal to 12, or let me take A as a variable, A equal to 10 and B equal to 20. Okay, we have variables, we have data, and data type is number. How do I know what is the data type of this? What I can do is I can print the data type, print type, and then I have to pass A. Okay, it will not directly tell me the data type, it will tell me what it is. See how it will come. So now I will run the file py1.py. I got class int. Always it will come in a bracket. This is angle bracket. These are known as angle bracket. In angle bracket, class word will be there. Then the data type will be there. It is of type int. So let's say if I make it a 10.45, what does it give us? Is it still giving us int? It is giving us float. Okay. Then let us see if I put instead of 10.45, if I write hello, what it will give us? It is giving str. Str means string. Okay, this way I can check the data type. Okay, fine. Okay, now let us come back to again numbers. So what I can do with these numbers? So these numbers are okay, but if I want to do some addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, we need operators. We need something called operators. So these are when we are doing mathematical operations, those are known as arithmetic operators. Okay, so let us do something like, let us write some lines. A plus B, what will this give us? A plus B is giving me 30. Then A minus B is giving me minus 10. 10 minus 20 is minus 10. Then how do you do multiplication? We put a star. Star is the multiplication operator. Okay. So this way we can do 10 into 20 is giving me 200. Then A divided by B. So in the beginning, we saw that when we do classical division, we get the answer as a floating point integer, a floating point number, not as a integer. So what I will get 10 by 20. If I do what I should get 0.5. Then if I do B by A, what I will get 2.0 because it is a float. Okay. Okay. Now when I do B by A, I don't want this decimal part. I already know that it is complete division will happen and I don't want the decimal part. Then what do I do? This is the classical division. I have to go for floor division. So what do I do? B double slash A. So let me write both of them. Okay. A double slash B and B double slash A. B double slash A. So what will the first one give us? A double slash B means 10 by 20 is 0.5. If I remove the 0.5, I'll get 0. And B double slash A should give us 20 by 10 is 2.0. I should get 2. So first answer should give us 0. Second answer should give us 2, right? Okay. Let us see. Are we getting what we want? Yes. 0 and 2. Fine. Okay. Then what is there? Plus, minus, multiplication, division. Then there is something called a percent operator, A percent B, or it is also known as modulus. What it will do? It will give us the remainder. When I divide A by B, what is the remainder? So let me close this. Okay. So when I divide A by B, what will happen? 10 divided by 20. 20 0 is 0. And then what will happen when I divide 10 by 20? What will be the remainder? 10. When I divide 10 by 20, 20 0 is 0 and remainder will be 10. So I'll get 10 in this case. Let us see. So I'm getting 10. Okay. If I do B modulus A, what do I get? B modulus A is 20 by 10 is giving us remainder as 0, right? Okay, fine. So these are the basic mathematical operations. We have also exponent, power, 2 to the power 3, 3 to the power 4, isn't it? So let us do something like that. So print, if I do A power B, it will be a very big number. So let us take a small number. 2 power is given using double star. Okay, 2 double star 3. This is known as the exponent operator. So it will give us 2 cube. 2 cube means 8. So when I run this code, I get 8. Okay. So these are the most basic. More operators are there, but these are the most things we will use. Even the power also we will not much use in our daily cases, right? We need the plus, minus, multiplication, this classical division, this floor division, and the remainder, that is the modulus. These are the most things we need, okay, in real-time scenarios. Other than that, we don't need much things. Okay. So this is all about the numbers and what we can do with the numbers. Okay. Now, let us say what I'm doing here, these numbers I'm taking from variables, isn't it? I'm directly setting the value in the variable. Let's say I don't want to use it like this. I want to take the uh, I want to take the values from the user. Okay, then what do I do? Okay, so for that, I have to go for something else. So let me do something. Let me create another file. Okay, 2.py, 2.py. Okay, now here, what I want to do is here I have to now, if I run the same code, it will run the old code, 1.py. I have to change it to 2.py, 2.py. Okay, now it will not give us anything because I have not written. Okay, now what is the thing is I want to ask the age from the person and I want to print it. Okay, so let us see. I have to, when I ask for the age, the person will give us the age. That age I have to store in some variable and then I print the value. Okay, so let us take a variable age is equal to, here I have to use a method or a thing called input. Input of, what do I write here? Input of enter your age. Enter your age. If I do like this and then print age, let us see what it will give us. Enter your age, it is asking me here. Can you see? So let me type here 50. It is printing 50. Okay. So I can give a colon and space here. Now see, there will be a space. Enter age 45 and it is printing the 45. Okay, fine. But what is happening here is that if I check the type of age, what I will get? I will get the type of this age as a 34 string, but I entered number. It is saying string. Why? Because this input, whenever we are taking some input from the user, this input function is converting that whatever we enter into a string. If I write hello, it is already a string, no problem, it will print hello. So let us see here. If I print hello, okay. So if I print hello and I get, so let me remove this type. So if I put like this and I print hello in the age, I'm getting hello. It is already a string, it is giving it me string. But when I put here a number 23, I'm getting 23. But from that output, I cannot say that it is a string or a number. But when I check the type, I can see that it is a, sorry, I didn't save this. So when I run this, I get a string. So how do we do that? We have to convert this, whatever string it has converted, this input, we have to again convert it back to a number. Okay. So for that, what I will do is I will use another function on this that is known as int. Int of input of enter your age. Enter your age will be, I will put number 23, let's say. That 23 will be converted to string by input. Then there is a string 23 that will be converted back to number by int. Okay, int of input of 23. Okay, so now if I first check the age, I will get whatever I put and then I will get the data type. Okay, let us see. So enter your age. I write 55. First I got 55 and next I got, it is of type int. Okay, this is how you have to convert. Now, if I press here, if I write here 45.56 and I press enter, what it is saying? Isn't it? It is not able to do all those things. Invalid return for int with base 10. Okay. So can I use float here? Now let us see. If you know that your value will come in decimals, you should use a float here. 34.56. I'm getting. It is of type float, not int. Okay. So here numbers are of two types. Int and float. Some more are there, like fraction, decimal data types are also there. But these are the most, what it is called, frequently we will use, isn't it? Int and float. Either numbers will be whole numbers or decimal numbers, isn't it? So these two are enough for us. Okay. So this way we can convert. So for age, I don't need a float, right? Age will always be int. Okay, fine. This way I can use it. But if you are asking for a price of the item will be 45.26, isn't it? 45 rupees 26 paisa, something like that. So for that we will use the float. Okay, then so this is all about numbers. And okay, so one more thing I want to use here. So here I am printing the age directly. I am typing 50 and printing it, but I don't want the output like that. I want the output in a different way. If I enter your age, I put 50, the answer, the output should be your age is 50. I want it like that. So what do I do? Here I write print your age is age. If I write like this, what will happen? I will get your age is age, not 50, because this age is considered as a string because it is inside double quote. So if I run this, I just get 34 and I write your age is age. Okay. So for that, we have a small thing that is known as interpolation. Here, if I write like this, I am telling that this is not a string. This is a variable value coming from some outside code. Okay. But still, this interpolation doesn't work. It is saying your age is curly brace age. Okay. So for that, we need to format this string. We have to tell Python that this is not a normal string. Please format this string and then use it. Please check where those curly braces are coming, and whenever curly brace is coming, please consider it as a value and then print the output. Don't directly print it. Okay. So for that, I have to format this. So there is a thing called, I have to put an F here. Now this whole thing is known as an F string or template string interpolation. It is known as, okay, template string interpolation. So when I put this F here, the Python will know now, okay, I should not print this directly. I have to first check wherever curly braces are coming, then I will print it. So now if I do this, what will happen? I get 34 and I write your age is 34. Okay. So I have to put an F and then I put age curly brace. Okay. Okay. So this is about all about numbers. In numbers, this is what we can do. Now let us move on to strings. Okay. I hope this is clear. All are clear. Okay. Fine. Try to practice some basic mathematical what it is called mathematical operations. You will be clear with that. Okay. Fine. Now let us move on to strings. So what do? I create one more file, strings.py. Okay. So what do I write here? Now we will work only on strings, no numbers, no more numbers. Okay. Let us not mix all those things. At last, we will try to mix, but not now. So I have first name is equal to Ravi. Last name is equal to Teja. Okay. Then if I print first name, I am getting first name. Okay. Let me put this at the top. Ah. So what do I write here? Instead of 2.py, strings.py. Okay. So I got Ravi. If I print last name, I get last name. But what do I want to do? I want to join them, isn't it? I have to join them. Strings, we already know what they are doing, but now we have to work on the string operations, isn't it? We have seen the number operations. Now we'll see the string operations. In how many ways what we can do with the strings. Okay. So let us start with basic joining of two words. So what do? Here, I can print something like, first thing, let's say I don't have these two variables. Initially, directly I can print like Ravi, and along with the Ravi, if I put another double quote, okay, this is one string, this is one string. Here I write Teja. What is happening here? I'm in the print, I'm putting two strings, one Ravi, one Teja. Both are in quotes. If I print like this, so let me remove these two lines or comment. Okay, I'll come to that comment. So let me save this. Let it be there because these two lines will not print anything, right? These are there. Let it be there. Okay. Now what do I get? I get Ravi Teja together. Okay. If I put a gap here, will it work? Let us see. No, it will not work. It will not consider that gap as a space. Okay, fine. So this putting two strings together is fine. This is not wrong, but this will not help us in what we want, right? Okay. So this way we can put two things. So what about two properties directly? Two variables. We have this first name and last name. Can I put it together like this? Will it work? It will not work. Okay, it is a giving syntax error, invalid syntax. Perhaps you forgot a comma. Okay, if I put a comma, it will work. Now it will work. But this is coming as two different things. Okay, it is not joining them. These are two different outputs. I am asking for two different things. That's why it is printing. By seeing the output, you may know, you may feel that it is working totally fine. No, it is actually two values. Okay, so Python cannot join two variables together, but it can join two strings which are placed together. Okay. Okay. Now, if I want to join two variables, what do I need to do? We need to do concatenation. Okay. So for concatenation, we have a operator, that is the plus operator. The plus operator, when we put on strings, when we put on numbers, it will do addition. When we put on strings, it will do concatenation. That means joining the two variables. Okay, two values. Now let us see what I am getting. I am getting Ravi Teja. But if I want to give a space in between, what do I do? I can do something like this. A space and then last name. It will do concatenation. First name is also a string. Second one is what? Empty quotes with a space. That is also a string. Last name is also a string. So this should give us the output. Yes, it is giving. Okay. Or else we can go with that F strings, what we saw. So if I go with F strings, I don't need all these two plus operators. So what I will do, I'll write F, then double quote. Oh, always remember, F is not inside double quote. F is always outside the double quote. F, and then curly brace, first name, space, last name. What will happen now? I'm getting Ravi Teja. If you want to add extra strings, like your full name is, your full name is, first name, last name. Now, this is a proper string. Okay. So if you want to include variables or values inside strings, always use this F string or text interpolation. Okay, fine. Now some more things are there in the strings. Concatenation we have seen. Now we can do some repetition. Let me show you what happens here. Now Python is such a crazy language. It gives us so many new things. I don't know where we may need it. Okay, for repeating strings to I don't need it, but in some scenarios we will need it. So let me write something like 4 into first name. What will happen? You know, the first name will be printed 4 times. That means RAVI, 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 RAVI. See this? Okay. If I write 4 into first name plus last name, what will happen? Or else 4 into f colon curly brace first name space curly brace last name. What will happen now? Raviteja. What did I do? 4 into, and then I use the formatted string, f string, where I put first name space last name. So this will give us something like this. What happened in the initially something happened? Okay. So there is no space in between. So what I can do? I can put a space here. Okay. Now I get something like this. This way you can repeat the things also. So I'm not saying that this you will use in strings. You may use it in some other things also. Let's say you want a password is there. Inside that password, you want to add a 4 zeros in between. So you don't need to concatenate 0, 0, 0, 0. You will concatenate 4 into 0. If you put a 4 into 0 inside one password, automatically 4 zeros will be added to that string, whole string. So these are the real case, real time scenarios. This is not a real time scenario. Why will I print my name 4, 5 times? The real scenario is we will add 0 zeros or XX. We have seen in our messages what is coming. Credit card number or account number is coming as XXX, isn't it? So what do I do? Except the last 4 digits. How many digits are left? 6. So 4 into 6 into X, I will concatenate with last 4 digits. Isn't it easier? To do the same thing in other languages, you have to do a lot of things. You have to run loops, this, that, lot of code you have to write. But in Python, just 4 into this, 5 into this, 6 into this is enough. Okay. So this is what we can do with strings. Some more things are there with strings, but today only up to here I want to show. One more thing, small new line. We can print a new line. What do we do for that? New line character is there. We put something like this. I think it should work. Let us see. So when I write like this, I get Raviteja. Okay, I don't want everything in one line. So what I'm doing, I'm putting the new line character. So that is also coming in 4 times, isn't it? So this is something like a loop actually. We are not writing a for loop or something, but ultimately that is happening. So this way you can bring it to the next line. Okay. So this is all for today's session. In the next session, we'll be seeing more things. Okay. What more things can we do with string indexing, string splicing, all those things we'll see. Okay. Okay. That's it for this session. So what did we learn till now? We were going through some numbers, some strings, isn't it? Okay, we saw some basic what we can do with numbers. Like in numbers, we don't have much options. What we do is we mostly like remove the decimal part, take the whole number, but let's say 3.56. If I use int, I can get the 3, remove the decimal, or else I can do some plus minus mathematical operations, isn't it? Other than that, I don't have much options. Okay. This is what we normally do with numbers. Nothing more than that. But when it comes to strings, we have a lot of things, isn't it? So I will not go into strings too much because we have to think about other data types as well. Okay. So after 2 or 3 classes, we'll again come back to string methods. There is something like when a string means what? It is letters. Let's say we have a name, Ravi Teja. What do I do? It is in small letters. I have to make it capital letter. I have to make it small letter, isn't it? So those things will come under string methods. Okay. Now we will try to have only a basic introduction of strings, and then later on we'll come back. Okay, when we learn the methods. Okay. So now we went up to here. That means this F we saw F string or the template literal, isn't it? Then we saw this repetition can be done using star. Hmm? Then we have seen this new line character, right? And we have seen concatenation as well using plus and also using this F. It becomes easy. We don't need to use those plus and all. Okay. No. So so that day I forgot one small thing. Like before going to string, let me discuss that now only. So when we write some code, uh, let me take a file. So 3.py. Okay. When I create some code, when I write some code, what is very important in any programming language is comments. What is the meaning of comments? We tell, whenever we are writing something, we tell that what we are doing in this line. Okay. Let's say I take a variable called num is equal to 0. Okay. Then I wrote uh, sum is equal to num plus 34. Okay. So what is the meaning of this line? This in this line we are, this is known as initializing. We are starting, we are initializing a variable called num with the value 0. We are initializing a variable with the value 0. So that part I can write as a comment. What I am lining in each line I can explain. Okay. So let me write like this. I will write initializing a variable with 0. But if I write like this is not a comment. This is taking, Python is taking this as an error. So for that, we have to put a hash here. When I put a hash, it becomes a comment. So every language will have their own comment syntax. Everywhere in some language, this hash may be some star. Here it is hash. Somewhere it may be less than symbol, greater than symbol, something like that. Okay. Somewhere it may be slash, anything. So in Python, the standard is hash. We have to always use hash. Now, this kind of comment is known as, so here what will I write? Hash adding 34 to num. Okay. This is the meaning of this line. So that meaning I am writing in the form of a comment. Okay. Now these kind of comments are known as single line comment because only one comment I am having. Let's say now I want to write something like more lines. Let's say I'll write next you can use the num wherever you want. This is one comment. Then I write another comment, but be careful not to change the value of num. I'm giving two instructions now in two different comments. Okay. So in this thing, we are using two single line comments. So this way, if I have a big paragraph, I have to write hash, 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 hash so many times, right? 10 lines means 10 hash I have to put. Instead of that, we can use a multi-line comment. Okay. How this can be done? Multi-line comment is done. We will not use hash. We will use quotes. We have what it is called double quotes or single quotes three times. And at the end again three times. Okay. This three times quotes is known as multi-line comment. Okay. One time quotes means it is a string. Two times is not valid. Three times is comment. So in this you can use single quote as well as double quote. See, instead of double quote, single quote, I'll write now double quote. This is also a comment, but this is a multi-line comment. This is a single line comment. This is the difference. Okay, fine. Now let us go back to our strings. So let me rename this file more or let me write strings more. Okay. So here we have seen how we are joining the strings and all those things. Now we will see something more. So let me take a string. Let's say city is equal to Hyderabad. City equal to Hyderabad. City is a variable where Hyderabad string is stored. Okay. Now this Hyderabad string uh, is having so many letters. Can you see? we are having so many letters. How many letters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 letters are there. Okay. Now these letters are having some position. What is there in the first position in the whole string? H is there, isn't it? Second position, Y is there. So we have some position in the string. Okay. So these positions are known as index in Python. They are known as index. So, and the index always start from 0. So first position means it is not 1, it is 0. After 0, 1. What is there at 1? Y. Okay. So this way we can have the index. So let me try to print something. Print. And how do I write that? That position is written as city of 0. What is there in city of 0? H. City of 1 is Y. Okay. So let me try to print this. Print city of 0. So save this and I write here py strings more dot py. Okay. What did I get? H. If I write here city of 2, what I will get? D. Okay. This way, if I want 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is again the last D. Okay. Okay. So this way we can know the we can know the letter or the character at a particular position. If I write here 6, I get B. Okay, fine. Because B is at position 6. So it will start from 0 and it will end at some last position. Now, so what is the last one? It is 8. If I put here 9, what will happen? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8 are there, 0 to 8. But if I put 9 and check, what do I get? We are getting index error. Okay. So this index, whatever I am trying to use, it is going out of range. String index out of range. Why it is going out of range? Because the range is 0 to 8 and I'm trying to access 9. It will give us error. Okay. So for that, we should always know what is the last position. If you don't know that, then it will be a big problem. We may get some errors. Okay. So how do we know? So for that, to know the last position, I must know how many letters are there. If there are 3 letters, then what is the last position? 2, because it will start from 0. 0, 1, 2. If there are 10 letters, then means 0 to 9. If there are 500, that means 0 to 499. So first we need to know the total number of characters in the string. So for that we have a method called length. Okay. So it is written as ILEN. LEN of whatever string. String is city. This will give us the number of characters in the string. So if let me do something like print len of city. If I save this and run, I'll get 9. 9 characters are there. That means what will be the last one? 9 minus last will be, last index will be 8. Total 9 are there. Total 9 are there. That means it is start from 0 to 9. If it is 500, it will be 0 to 499. So it is 0 to 8. So if I want to know the last character, I have to use -1 on this len. So let's say I want to print the last character. So len of city is giving me 9. So I have to write city of len of city -1. Is it correct? Len of city means what? 9. 9 minus 1 is what? 8. And I am doing city of 8. Are you getting it? Len of city is 9 9 minus 1 is 8. That 8 I am passing to square bracket. City of 8. City of 8 will give us D, last character. Okay. If I directly write ln of city, what will happen? Ln is 9. But city of 9 will give us index error because we cannot access that. It is going out of range. So ln of city minus 2. That means 9 minus 2 is 7. 7 means I will get A. Okay, I didn't save. Acha, still not saved. We got A. Okay, this is how we know the length, we know the position. This is how we have to calculate it. Okay, that's fine. Now, there are some things like, so let me now print all these things. I am able to print city of 2. I am getting the output. End it. So this way, it is going from 0 to 8. Fine, that is totally correct. But we also have negative indexes. These are all positive values I am using. 2, 3, 4. These are plus 2, plus 3, plus 4, right? I can use negative index as well. Minus 0, if I write. Minus 0 is same as plus 0. We'll get the same output. H. But what about minus 1? We'll get the last value starting from minus 1. That means minus 2 will give us A. Minus 5 will give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. R. We should get R. This way, Python will support positive as well as negative index. Okay, fine. Now, what more can be done with this indexes? So there is something called slicing. What is the meaning of slicing? Cutting. We can cut the string into different parts using this index. I say that please 0 index to 4 index, cut that part. Okay, if I do like that, I should get HYDE R, something like that, right? I want only HYD, then 0, 1, 2 I want, right? If I want only HYD, that means I have to tell Python that please cut from 0 to 2, 0, 1, 2, right? This thing is known as slicing. So these strings will support slicing as okay. Let us now see how to do that. So it is something like we use a square bracket like this and we write one number, that is the starting index from where I want to start, and I put a colon and then I put the ending index. So if I write here 0, 4, what should happen? And again, I have to write here, not like this, city of 0, 4. This is the correct. City of, we were writing city of 0, city of 1, city of 2, city of 3, right? But here I am writing city of 0, 4. That means cut the characters from 0 to 4. Okay, but there is a small problem here. What it does is it will not include the ending index. What is the ending index I am using? 4. So it will not include the 4. It will go up to 3. That means 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3. It will go like that. So let me save this and print this value. If I don't print, I will not get the output. So print city of 0, 4. So that means I should get 0, 1, 2, 3. HYDE. Right? I should get HYDE. So let me run this. What did I got? What did I get? HYDE. It is not including the 4 going up to 3. If I write here 0, 8, what will happen? HYDE RABA, because last one is 8 and it is not including the 8, isn't it? Last index is 8. Yeah. Now if I put a wrong index here, what will happen? 0, 9. 9 index is not there. Only 0 to 8 it is there. In the normal indexing, we saw that it was giving us error, isn't it? So what will happen here? Here we will not get any error. What it will do? It will, if that index is not there, it will not take it. Up to where whatever is there, that we will get. So if I write 0, 9, I'll get the whole string. Oh, I didn't save it. Okay. So just check this. So I got the whole thing. So if I write here 0, 100, there is no problem. It will go up to the length and then it will ignore. So here I will get again Hyderabad. Okay, I'm getting the full string. Okay, this is how it works. Now, let's say I want from D to A. Then what do I do? D to A. So starting position is starting is 2, 0, 1, 2. D is 2. H is 0, Y is 1, D is 2. So I'll write here 2 and up to how much I want? DER A, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is A, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is A, but 5 will not be included. I have to write 6 so that up to 5 I will get. Okay. If I write here 2, 5, what will happen? Starting from D, E, R, A. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is A, but 5 will not be included. So I'll get DER only. See here, I'll get DER only. But if I want DER A, I have to give one more index, index plus 1. So 2, 6. I got DER A. Okay, this way we can put. What about here some out of range values? -4. -4 means it will not start from before H. -4 means D, A, B, A. Okay. And going up to 6. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is B. That means A to B. But B again I am not including because it is 6. So it will give only A. Are you getting it? Only A I am getting. Okay. So this way -4 to 8. What is the meaning? -4 means D, A, B, A. It will start from A. And 8 means 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 means D will not be included. So A to ABA I will get. Oh, sorry. Save. I'll get ABA. Okay. This is how this slice works. But there are some more things in slice. Let's say I didn't give two values. I gave only one value. 2 colon only. What is the meaning? 2 means starting position is 0, 1, 2 D. When I not give any value, that means go up to last. Okay. 2 colon. Only 2 colon means D to D. It will give. Save this and run it. D to D. Hyderabad. If I write here 0 colon something, that means I will get full whole string. Okay. If I write here 7 colon nothing, I'll get AD. Okay, fine. In the same way, I can also remove the first value and give some second value. Let's say 5. That means start from the beginning. No value means start from the beginning. To 5, but not 5, up to 4. 0 to 4 means HYDE. I should get HYDE. Oh, what happened? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, yes. 4 means R. A is 5, right? Yeah. So this is how this slicing will work. Okay, these two things are there. Now let me write something. A small out of the box thing I want to show you. City of this comma 5 and 5 colon nothing. What is the meaning of these two lines? First meaning is from the starting to port position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It will not include the 5, right? Up to R. And what is the meaning of this thing? 5 colon this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From A to last, isn't it? So if I join these two things, I'll get the whole string. Can you see? So if I write here city of this plus this, city of colon 5 plus 5 colon, it will give us the whole string. You got the whole string. Okay. Here what is happening? We are not including the fifth index. It is going up to 4. But fifth is included by this part up to the end. So this way we are getting the whole string. Okay. Okay. This is how we can play with indexes. Okay. So this is about the slicing and indexing. Okay. Now let us see some more things. Like we know that we can access the values using this syntax, right? We can access the fifth index using city of this square bracket syntax. Okay. I am getting A. Okay, fine. So what happens is there's a concept that we cannot change the values. Let's say if I want to do something like city of 0. What is city of 0? Is H. If I write city of 0 is equal to T. If I write city of 0 equal to T, what will happen? I'm trying to change the 0 index value to T. Instead of HYDE, I want TYDE. If I try to do this, it will not do anything. Let us see. After doing this, print city. What will happen here? It will not change the city. What it is saying? str type error. str object does not support item assignment. Okay. The string object doesn't support item assignment. That means we cannot change the value of a character in the string. This is known as immutability. We cannot mutate. What is the meaning of mutate? We cannot change a string. We can replace a string, but we cannot change a string. If I want to change one letter in the string, I cannot do that. But what I can do is I can change the whole string into like this. I have to write something like this. I have to forcefully write it again. Only then I can get print city. If I do this, I will get here the new string. So this whole string needs to be replaced with a new string. Otherwise, there is no other option. Okay. This is known as immutability, string immutability. Okay, fine. Okay. Then, so this is all about string I want to tell you. Later on, we will come into the methods, like what else can be changed. We cannot change the first letter to T, that is fine, but I can make the first letter capital or else all capital or else all small letter. This can be done using methods. Okay. So something like ct dot lower. What will happen here? Or okay, already it is in lower. Ct dot upper. What will happen here? It is not working. Okay, we'll see that these things how to I think it will not change the original string. Hmm. See what is happening here. Ct dot upper, ct dot lower. This way some methods are there which will help us to change the. So it is not changing the original string, but it is doing it here. So these things I will discuss in string methods, not now. Okay, because we have some more important things to discuss. Then we'll go to number methods, string methods, and all those things. Okay. Now, so this is all about strings. Now let us go to another file. What I will do there is, okay, let it be here. So I'll create a new file. That means boolean.py. Okay. So we have seen numbers and string, but we have another data type that is known as boolean. What is the meaning of boolean? Have you heard the word boolean? Boolean means true or false, isn't it? But here they don't write So in Python, everything is short. Okay. For string, they don't write string. They write only str. Number, they write number. Fine. Again, for Boolean, they don't write boolean. They only write bool. Bool. Bool means Boolean. Okay. So let's say I have a variable called g is equal to true. But this true syntax is wrong. Can you see? It should be capital T. Sorry. It should be capital T. G is equal to true. Now, what I do here? Print type of G. Print a type of G. So I want the data type of G. What do I get here? I get here. What happened? Okay, I'm running the old file. So py boolean.py. Okay. So what did I get? Class bool. That means it is a boolean value. Okay. Type of G is boolean value. Now, this boolean value I am storing forcefully, like G equal to true. I am writing. I can write F is equal to false, isn't it? This way I can store the boolean value. Now, is this the only way that we get some true false value from something? There are many other ways where we can get the true false values. Okay. So let me write something. Let me have a variable. Less is equal to 2 less than 3. When I write like this, what happens? 2 less than 3. Or else, let me do one thing. I dot print type of G. If I write here print 4 less than 5. What is the meaning 4 less than 5? This line actually this what it is called? This is known as an expression. Okay, it is an expression. This expression, what it is telling us. So first we need to know what is an expression, what is the statement. Okay, two things are there. This whole line is known as a statement. Here G is an expression, true is an expression. So let me take that true is an expression and we are using this equal to. This equal to is known as an operator. It is known as an assignment operator. Using this assignment operator, what I am doing, I am putting this true value to G. And this value is an expression. Okay. So, and this whole thing line is known as a statement. So whatever code I am writing, let's say 10 lines are there. That means we have 10 statements. Each statement will have some expression. Operator may be there, may not be there. This line is having an expression 4 less than 5, but there is no assignment operator. Okay. And this whole line is a statement, print statement. This is the print statement is having an expression. Okay. Now, what is the meaning of expression? Expression is something which gives us some value. This expression, what value it is giving us? True. This expression is giving us false. In the same way, this expression is also giving us something. What is it? When I write like this, we are asking Python, is this true or false? 4 less than 5. Is it true or false? True. It is totally true, right? If I write here 5 greater than 90, is it true or false? False. So this way, this expression is telling us something true or false, isn't it? So this expression is known as a Boolean expression. This is also a Boolean expression. Let me have something like num is equal to 45. This 45 is giving us some value. This 45, that is a number, numeric expression. This is a Boolean expression. When I write sum is equal to 21 plus 21. What is this? This is an expression. Okay. This expression is giving us 42 as a value. So all expressions will always give us some value. Some expressions are ready-made, like this is readily giving us true. This is giving us readily false. This one is directly giving us 45, but this is not giving us directly 21 plus 21. It is giving us 42 actually. In the same way, 5 greater than 90 is also not ready-made. It is giving us false, 5 greater than 90. So what Python will do is it will try to get the value directly. If it is not able to get the value directly, it will evaluate. It will calculate the expression. Okay, whenever we write some expression, it will first calculate the expression. So when I write 21 plus 21, Python will first calculate 21 plus 21 is 42. Then it will give me the 42 value. Okay. The same way, this expression also evaluated. Okay. So these kind of expressions, Boolean expressions, can also give us Boolean value. So print 5 greater than 90. What it is giving us? It is giving us false. Okay. This way Python is able to evaluate. Okay. Now these Boolean expressions, we can use it in many ways. Okay. So if I write here directly print f of f, is this f a Boolean expression? Yes or no? Is it Boolean? What is f? What is f? Can you see the f somewhere in the whole code? Yes. So it is having false. That means this f is a Boolean expression. It is giving us Boolean value, na? So f is also a Boolean expression. So I can print and I get false. If I pass here g, this g is also a Boolean expression and I get true. If I write here num, this is not a Boolean expression. It is a numeric expression. So I get number. Okay. Okay. This way we can have something like this. Now these Boolean expressions, let's say I write here num greater than sum. What is the meaning? What is num? What is sum? 42. So what I am asking, is num greater than sum? 45 greater than 42. It is true. So this will definitely give us a Boolean value. It will not give any numbers in the output, isn't it? So let us see. What did I get? True. If I write here num less than sum, what do I get? 45 less than 42 is false. So this way we can get Boolean values. Okay. And these Boolean values will help us to check lot of things. It is helping us to check na, if num is greater than sum, then we will decide something. If num is smaller than sum, then we can decide to do something else. Okay. So these Boolean expressions will be used by us to create conditions. If num is greater than sum, then print hello. If num is less than sum, print hi. Okay. So in that thing, what we have to do, we have to use these kind of Boolean expression, because according to this Boolean expression, we have to do something, isn't it? There comes the topic called if else. So in the if else, what we need is we need Boolean expressions, and these Boolean expressions we use in if else as a condition. This is the condition. If num is less than sum, then do this. If num is greater than sum, do that. Okay. Okay. So now we will jump over to if else. So Boolean you understood, right? Okay. Let us now forward to if else. Let me create a file if else.py. Okay. So have you seen any if else earlier? We write something like in other languages, we put if and then we put parentheses and then we write some condition here like 1 less than 3. But Python is very simplified. We don't write so many things. Okay. So what do I write? I write if and then space and then the expression. What is the expression I want? 1 less than 2. And then I put a colon like this. And I press enter and see automatically it has come here. This is because I have installed the Python extension. Okay. If it is not coming, You have to press tab and create the space. Okay. If I don't put like this and I start writing x equal to 10, this is giving me error. Okay. So what I have to do, I have to put a space like this. Then I do something. Okay. Let me do something like print. If 1 is less than 2, I print hello. I'm putting string. Okay. Print hello. So is this working? Let us see. What do I write? Py if else dot py. Okay. I got the output hello. Okay. If 1, okay, if 55 less than 2, what is happening here? We are getting the expression as false. So if it is false, it will not execute this line, isn't it? If it is true, only then this line will be executed. So it all depends on this expression, this Boolean expression. If I put here 23, what will happen? Because we saw that 23 is not a Boolean expression. But if you see, when you run this code, we are getting the hello. What is happening? When I don't have the if and I directly want to print 23, 23 plus 45, or some number like only 21, what happens is we get the number. But when I put it in the if statement, this line is the if statement. When I put anything inside the if, it will first convert this into Boolean value. Okay. Now 23 is converted to true. But if I put here 0 and I run this code, I don't get anything because 0 is converted to false. Okay. So for that, we need to know something called truthy value and falsy value. That means true values and false values. Okay. So what do I do is I cannot show you directly here. I think, let me check. Is there a Boolean method? Is not there. Okay. Bool method is there. Let me check once. Print bool of 34. True. Print bool of 0. False. Okay. So using this thing, I can show you. So what is happening here? Whatever I'm passing in this bool is a method and it is taking a value. This value, it will first try to convert that value into Boolean value, whatever it is. Let's say if I write here 6 less than 7, it is already Boolean value. 6 less than 7 is true. So I'll get true in the output. But what happens if I put here 45? 45 is a true value. It is true value. Okay. So, and if I pass here minus 98, then also I get true. So all numbers except 0 are true. 0 is the only number which is false. Okay. So if I write here bool of 0, what do I get? I get false. Okay. So this way we have to know which values are true, which values are false. So that's why when I write here an if condition like this, what is happening? This 0 is treated as false. So whatever I write in the if statement, that will first be converted into Boolean value. Then it will do the remaining lines. Okay. So if I write here 77, this is always true. I'm getting hello. If I put here 0, minus 0, these are all falsy values. I don't get anything. Okay, fine. Now, what is this doing? If 2 less than 3, print hello. Okay, that means if 2 less than 3 is true, then print hello. But we don't have an else condition here, else statement here. If 2 is less than 3, then do this. If not, then we have to have one else also. So how do I write that? Here I press enter and I don't go to this indentation. I go back again and I write else. See, at this point, if I write x equal to 6, this is not correct. Okay, it is not giving us error, but it is not inside the if. That means, okay, if we want, so let's say print not A B C. Now, if I make this condition false, 5 less than 2, it is false. 5 less than 2 is false, but it is not printing hello, but it is printing the ABC. So when I write something without indentation, it will take it as outside the if, not inside the if. It will not treat it as it is inside the if. But if I put a tab here and now print, I will not get anything because the value is false, isn't it? If I write 5 less than 6, I get both the lines. Okay, hello and ABC. Okay, fine. Now let us see. I want one else condition now. So how do I write? I don't give the indentation. I come here because if I write else again, it will be wrong syntax. So I have to write here else again colon and press enter with indentation. I have to write print hi. What will happen now? Save it and run this. 5 less than 6 is true. That's why it is printing hello. If I write 5 less than 1, it is false. So it will not print this hello. It will come to the else part and it will print hi. So here you have to notice one thing very carefully. When I write here 5 less than 7, when the condition is true, it is always executing this line and it will never go to the else. If this part is true, it will never go to the else. So now we get only hello, not hi. When this value is false, it will never come to this line and it will go to else part. Okay. So it will print hi. So only one can happen. Both will never happen if you have written it properly. If your syntax is okay, if both are getting executed, if you are getting both, that means your syntax is wrong. That you have to keep in mind. Whenever you are getting both means something you have wrong, like indentation you have given wrong or something. Okay. Okay. Fine. This is about if else. And as you have seen, this indentation is important. Now, there is another thing called spacing. Now, whenever we are writing all these things, the next line, I should not write from here. Let's say x equal to 10. What it will think? It will think this is part of the else. In the else, they will do this line also, this line also. Okay. Either you start it from here, this is better. And the best way is to give a space here. Okay. If you give a space here, that is the best way whenever you are writing something. Okay. The space, if you put this space, even if you have some indentation, there is no problem. Okay. But if you don't have the space and you by mistake gave the indentation, suppose there is no space and you gave the indentation, it will take it as else. Let's say I will write here print okay. If I write here okay and 5 less than 1 is false, it will now print both the lines. Save this and run the code. I'm getting high and okay. But if I give a space here, it will think that the print okay is not part of the else. It will, how do I say? Okay, let me go to this thing. 5 less than 6. So what is happening here? Here, the print okay is treated as a part of the else. So 5 less than 6 means it is true. It will execute this line and it will not execute these two lines because these two are part of the else. Only hello is printed. But if I give a space here, it will print only hello. What happened? It is still taking it as else. Yes, it is still taking it as else. Hmm. So that means indentation is also very, very important. You should not put it anywhere. So this indentation is creating problem here. So what we have to do, what we have to keep in mind when we come out of an if or else, we have to first, it is better to remove the indentation and give a space. This space is recommended by Python. That is not told by me or some person. This extra line, extra enter I have pressed, right? This is recommended by Python only. Python organization. They themselves have told that please put a gap after else. And then start it from a new line and start it from here. Okay. This indentation again, it will create problem if I put indentation here. So we have to be very careful with spaces and indentations. Okay, fine. Now, now let us go to another scenario of if else. I will conclude the class with this. So here, let's say I will try to solve something from here. Let us go to edupoly.com or edupoly.in, wherever you want to go. You just click on the assignments. I hope that day I gave some assignments, right? Yeah. So here I'll go to the statement and loops. Okay. These are all JavaScript assignments, but same thing you can do with if Python also. Okay. Now let us see. I'll do something like, okay, I'll discuss this later on because these assignments we'll see in the next class. Okay. Here I want to give you a scenario actually. When we have something like, let's say a equal to 100 is there. Okay. If oh sorry, if a greater than 10, if a greater than 9, that means what? If a is greater than 9, that means it is a two-digit number, is it? If any number is greater than 9 means it is a two-digit number, right? Yes. Ha. But if anything is greater than 9 is a two-digit number, fine, but 100 is also greater than 9. Is it a two-digit number? No. So what do I do? If a greater than 9, okay, let me take it as a different thing. Uh, if a less than 9, if a is less than 9, that means what? It is a less than 10, sorry. If a less than 10, it is a single digit number. Okay, forget about negative values. Up to 0, it means it is single digit number. Okay, now I'll print here, print if a less than 10, print it is single digit. Okay, fine. If it is less than 10, then it is single digit. Else means what? When this will become false. When a is not less than 10, that means what? A is greater than 10. A is not less than 10 means what? Greater than 10. 100% sure. If a is greater than 10, then what do I print? If a is greater than 10, it may be two-digit number or three-digit also. So in the else again, I have to use conditions. Else, if a less than 100, it is two-digit number. A greater than 10 is false. Sorry, a less than 10 is false. So it is going to else, which is a greater than 10. And a greater than 10 but less than 100. That means it is two-digit number. Right? Then what other conditions we have? A less than 100 is two-digit number. Then again I can have if a less than 1000, it is three-digit number. Print it is three-digit number. Okay. Now let us see what I am getting in the output. I got it is 3-digit number because I have written here 100. If I write here 4, I get single digit. If I write here 45, I get it is going to two conditions. So I have to write here another else, and then I have to put one indentation here. Now I will get 2-digit number. What is happening here? If a is less than 10, I am printing it is single digit. If a is not less than 10, a is greater than 10, then again I have to check if a is less than 100, greater than 10 and less than 100, it is 2-digit number. No, it is not less than 100. Again, we have to check for if it is less than 1000, it is 3-digit number. This way we have to check. So this type of approach we are having in other languages. Okay, what we have here in Python is that we have a short syntax. Instead of this else if, how many times it is coming? 2 times. Instead of writing else if, we write something called elif, elif. Elif means else if. They have made it short, very peculiar. You will not find it in other languages. Okay, so what I will do here, okay, again, so unindent amount does not match previous indent. Okay, so this will come here. What happened? Let me check. So if, then else if is this, and then so this should come here. So this whole thing is okay, but expected expression. Okay, let me check what happened here. Is it able to print this? It is a 2-digit number. Okay, then so I have to again go for, will I write here? No, else if this. So we don't have else if chaining. That means if I write here else if a less than 1000, then I print it is a 3-digit number. Okay, fine. Now let us see. I'm getting 2-digit because it is 45. I write 345. I get 3-digit. This is how we have to write. Then if I have only 3, I get it is a single digit. Okay, this is how we have to use the if else. That chaining is okay, but it will become so big, right? When we write if else, again inside else, if we write if else, but this syntax is very small. When we have lot of conditions, then we can go like this. So this if is the parent of this else. So after if condition is failed, it will go to this else if. Again, if this condition fails, this will go to this one. So these two are actually inside this if, but we write in this way, in a compact form. Okay, fine. So that's it. That's it about conditions. We'll practice some examples in the next class, but try to go through these questions little bit. What can be done? We'll discuss these problems only in the next class. No need to worry. But you try on your own what is happening here, what should be the logic, but we'll discuss in our next class. This is our work. Okay, okay, so we'll complete the if else if, all kind of possibilities in the next class. Okay, what kind of conditions actually we are okay with if else we are getting, but these conditions will be different. What kind of condition we should write? Okay, that's it for this session. Okay. Okay, so till now what we have seen some operators, we have seen some operations, plus, minus, this, that, and we have even seen yesterday about the conditional statements, if else, isn't it? So today what we'll be doing is we'll not try to learn anything new. Whatever we know till now, are we able to do something out of that or not? Okay. So for that, what I've so for that, the only thing that will help us to know whether we have understood or not, that is the practice. Okay. So what I have selected is I have selected some of our JavaScript assignments. Okay. These are all JavaScript assignments, but same problem solving can be done using Python as well, isn't it? So I'll go with that. So before that, we need to be clear with operators, conditions, data types, and if else. Okay. So let me first see something like where were we? Let me go to our folder and then no, not this folder. This was our folder. Yes. So let us see the uh, operators once because other things are all okay. Maybe we are not familiar with all operators. So operators dot py. Okay. So what do I do here? Okay. Is my screen visible now? Hello. Okay, fine. So what I was saying is we need to know little bit more about operator. What kind of operators we have seen? We have seen only the plus minus and also less than we have seen, right? So if I write here print of 1 plus 2 and when I write py operators dot py, I'm able to get 3. The same way, if I write 1 less than 2, what should I get? 1 less than 2 is true. It is a Boolean expression. So I get here true. Okay. But we have seen till now only these kind of operators. But let us see more of this kind of things. Plus minus we are already familiar. We have seen plus minus multiplication division. Then we have seen what is it? Floor division, lot of division things we have seen. Okay. Then what about this thing? So print 1 less than or equal to 2. What is the meaning? Is 1 less than or equal to 2. It is also true, isn't it? So if I run this, I'll get true. If I write here 2 less than 2, what should I get? False. 2 less than 2 is totally false. But if I write here 2 less than or equal to 2, it will be true. Okay. These are all conditional operators. Okay. Uh, these are all actually comparison operators. Okay. Now what else is there? So in the same way, we have what we have is we have greater than or equal to 2. Okay, this will give us true. If I write only greater than, I get false because 2 is not greater than 2. Okay, then what about equal? I have a 2, I have another 2. I don't want to check all this less than, greater than, or not all those things. I want to check whether two numbers are exactly equal or not. I go with, I put 2 equal to. If I put 1 equal to, it will be assignment operator. We are trying to put something. So that will not give us the result what we want. So 3 double equal to 3. This is known as equality. Okay. When we do this equality comparison, what do we get? I get true. If I write here 3 equal to 6, what do I get? Sorry. 3 equal to 6. What do I get? False. Okay. And will this work? 3 equal to, this is a number, this is a string. Should this work? No, it is not equal. Okay, fine. So these kind of things are there. Okay, let me not remove that. Let me have another one. Okay. So this is one variety. This is one variety. Okay. Then what else we have? Then mhm, last statement. You want to see the output? Sorry. Ah, last statement will give us false. This one will give us true. Ah, okay. Then what is there? Then we need something else. So these are mostly about comparison. Okay, less than, greater than, this, that. Okay, then we should also have something like not equal to. How do I write not equal to? 3, is this operator supported? Not equal to 3. False. True. Okay, this is known as not equal to. Is 3 not equal to 4? Yes, 3 is not equal to 4. That's why I am getting true. And I write here 3 not equal to 3, I will get it false, because 3 is, if I 3 is equal to 3. 3 is not equal to 3. Like that. Okay. Then, so these are all, mostly these are the comparison operators we'll be using in our assignments. And we need arithmetic operator, that is 100% sure, plus, minus. So I'll write a comment here. Like, how do I write a comment? Using hash. So plus, then minus, then multiplication, then division. Again, this division will give us float division. When I do division using this, I'll get the answer in float. Okay. Then if I don't want the decimal part, I go for double slash. Okay, that is known as floor division. Then we have the percent. What is this percent? Modulus. It will give us the remainder when I divide a number with another number. Because these things were already discussed, I am not discussing again. Okay. Then we have seen also this double star. What this was doing? This was giving us the power or exponent. Okay. So these are all arithmetic operators. We have already seen all these things. Arithmetic operators. Okay, fine. Now we are mostly into these comparison operators. Now let us see something more is there. There is known as logical operator. Okay, let us see. It is written something like this. Print. So there are some logics that is known as AND logic and OR logic. Okay, what happens in AND logic and OR logic? Let us see. Okay, so just see here. AND logic, electronics, truth table. A simple one. Okay, they're showing us too much complex things. Let me show you. So what happens here? First, let us go to AND logic. What happens here? In this AND logic, we try to check whether the values that we are passing both are true or not. Sorry, not both. It may be 3, it may be 4, it may be 10 values also. Okay, I may use the AND logic. If I use the AND logic on n number of values, I want to check whether all the values are true or not. Okay, let's say I write 23, or else let me write something true and false. Okay, two values are there, true and false. Are both the values true? No, one of them is false. So this will give us false. Okay. Then if I go with true and true, what will happen? I am asking whether both all the values are true or not. What is happening here? It will give us true because both are true. Then what are the other possibilities? False and true. What it will give us? False because one of them is false. Okay. Then false and false. This will also give us false because both are, none of them are. So my question is if whether both are true or not, isn't it? So both are false. So I'll get a false in the output. This is how the AND logic works. Ah, okay. But what it is called, these kind of logics are there in electronics and all. Okay, they are dealing with ones and zeros. So 1 and 0 is giving us 0. Okay, then 1 and 1 is giving us 1. 0 and 1 is giving us 0. And 0 and 0 is giving us 0. Isn't it? The only question is, there is only one question in the AND logic. All of them are true or not. Okay. In electronics, this 1 is treated as true, 0 is treated as false. But here what we have is, in coding, anything except 0 is true. Okay. Anything except 0 is true. So if I write here 23 and 0, what I should get? 0, isn't it? So that kind of things we have to remember. Minus 45 and 0 will give us 0 because minus 45 is also treated as true. That is a truthy value. Okay. Okay. So this is what happens in electronics and this is what happens in coding. So in coding, this logic will behave little bit in a different manner. Let us see what happens. Okay. Now, so there are a lot of variations in JavaScript regarding this AND logic, but let us see what Python supports. Okay. Okay. So let us first try to print something. So print true and false. See, this AND is coming in pink color. Okay. It shows that it is a logical operator. Okay. Now let us print this value. I'm getting false. Then true and true should give us true. Fine. So these are all working fine. Let us go with ones and zeros. Print 1 and 0. I'll get to numbers first. So 1 and 0. Then 1 and 1. 1. Now, when I go to numbers, it will become little bit different. When I go to separate numbers, let me write a print 12 and 34. Are both of them true? Yes. So what I should get? What I will get, you know? Oh, sorry, I didn't save this. Okay. Now see what will happen. What did I get? 34. Okay, why did I get that? That is the question. So here, lot of things are there. Let me explain you. So in coding, this and one more operator or behaves in a different way. What they do is the basic checking. When I want to check whether both of them are true or not, what this Python or JavaScript or any language, what they try to do is, when I ask, are both of these true? What it is checking? First, it is checking the first number. Okay. First, it is checking the first number. Or not even first number, first value. Is the first value true? Yes. Only then it will go to check the second value. Okay. If the first value is false, let's say if I write here 0, it will not even check the second value. It will not go there, because if first value is false means what? The original question was, are both of them true? First value false means what? Directly false, na? No need to check. Already one of them is false. Then how can you say both are true? Isn't it? So at that point only, the system will stop and give you this value. What is this value? 0. It may not be 0. It may be some other falsy value also. So when I do this, what do I get? I get 0. Instead of 0, if I write false, what is happening? Is the first value true? No. So if the first value is falsy value, it will give us the first value always. Okay. So what is the first value here? Second value? 34. Don't say true. There is a problem. So first value is false, second value is 34. So when the Python interpreter gets to know that first value is a falsy value, it will directly give us the first value. It will not even check the second value. So what do I get here? Sorry. What do I get here? False. Now see. If the first value is a truthy value, if the first value is a truthy value, what Python will do? It will, then also it will not check the second value. What it will do? It will directly give the second value. Why? You know? Ha. So let me explain you that problem. What will happen now? When the first value is true the value, if the second value is true means what? Both are true. If the second value is false means what? And ultimate answer is false. So that's why it will give the second value. When the first value is true and second value is also true, that means both are true. Okay. But the checking goes step by step, right? First value is true. Okay. Then it goes to second value and directly returns that value. Okay, that is true. Then give that value. Okay, second value is false. Give that value. Okay. So now see here, when I write true and 34, I get 34, not true. I write here 99. I don't get true. I get 99. I write here 0. Is this so it will, I'm not saying Python will check the second value. It will directly give the second value if the first value is true. If the first value is true, we will always get the second value. If the first value is false, we'll always get the first value. Okay. So now this AND logic, let us try to see with different possibilities. Okay. Let me write some statements. Okay. Let me write true and false. So these are we have already seen. Let us check with numbers. 23 and 45. Okay. Then I have 0 and 45. Then I have 0 and 0. Then I have, sorry, 23 and 0. Then I have 23 and true. Then I have false and 45. Then I have 0 and true. Then I have false and 0. Did I use false and 0 earlier? No. Okay. False and 0. Okay, fine. These are the possibilities I want to check. So what will happen? 23 and 45. Is the first value true the value? Yes, it will directly give the second value. That's why I will get here 45. Okay. Here is the first value true or falsy? Falsy value. It will directly give the first value. What is the first value? 0. I'll get the 0. Here, is the first value true? No. So directly I'll get the first value, not the second value. Okay. So it will give me 0. Then here, is the first value true the value? Yes, it will directly give us the second value. What is the second value? 0. So we should not say that AND operator or operator will give us true or false in the output. No, it will not give us true false. It will give the respective value after checking. If the first value is true, it will give the second value, not true false. If the first value is false, it will give the first value, not false. Okay. Now here, what is happening? Is the first value true? Yes, directly it will give the second value. Second value is true. So only in this situation I can say that it will give us true. But actually, what is true? True is actually the second value. So here also we should say that it is giving us second value. Here, is the first value true? No, false. So I'll get the first value. What is first value? False. So this checking is a chaining actually. Okay. First value when I get true, it is directly giving the second value. Okay. So if the second value is true, answer will be true. Second value is false, answer will be false. Okay. Now here, is the first value true? No. That means I'll get the first value false means we'll get the first value. So I'll get 0. Here, is the first value true? False. Then what I will get? First value. What is the first value? False. Now let us check. Let me comment the remaining lines and check whether we are getting the correct output or not. Okay. So what did I get? First value 45. As we planned, that's exact we got. Then we got right, we had written 0. I got 0. Then we got 0, 0. True, false, 0, false. Exactly what we thought we got. Okay. So this is how you have to think about AND operators. Okay. You will not think in terms of true and false. You have to think in terms of the values. Okay. Serial, where it is. Okay. So this is how the AND operator works. Okay. Then we go to the next operator that is known as OR operator. Okay. Okay. Fine. So what this OR will do? This OR operator will check whether any one of them is true the value or not. Okay. So can I try this the same thing with OR? First, I'll not run the code. Okay. I will explain what is happening. Okay. So this OR operator, what it will do? It will check any one of them is true or false. So forget about Python because in Python we have seen that it is behaving in a different way. Okay. In before learning Python, how we were thinking? We were thinking only in terms of true and false. Right? Okay. Let us think in that terms only for the time being. Then we'll come to Python. Okay. So I'm asking, is any one of them true? Is any one of them true? Yes. Yes. Definitely yes. Is any one of them true here? Yes, we have the second value, isn't it? Is any one of them true here? No. Is any one of them true here? Yes. Is any one of them true here? 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 No. Right? We are clear with the OR operator. Like that logic, we are clear. Now we have to see how it behaves in Python. Okay. So let me change these things to OR. In other languages, what happens is we have some operators like symbols are there for and or. Okay. But Python is so advanced and sophisticated that we directly have letters. They directly write ANDOR. Okay. In other languages, we have these kind of operators. This is known as AND logic. This is known as OR logic. Okay. In other languages. But in Python, it is totally different. To make the user more easy to understand, they have done like this. Okay. So let me replace all these OR and to OR, and then let us see what will happen. Let us now think. First, let us understand how this OR will work in Python. Logic wise, how it will work, we have seen. Okay. Now let us see here. So what will happen here? So these are the old values, right? In comments, we'll now write the new values. Okay. 23 or 45. My question was, is any of them true? Yes, true. But Python will act differently. Okay. Here also we have seen that. Are both of them true? Yes, true. But answer was 45. Answer was not true, isn't it? So here also it is different. So here what it will do, if first value is truthy value, it will give the first value. In end, what was happening? If first value was truthy value, it was giving second value. Here, if the first value is truthy value, it will give the first value only. It will not check the second value. It doesn't care. Second value, if it is false, then also one of them is true, na? If the second value is true, then also one of them is true, na? Which one? First one is true? Okay, take it. So I will get here 23. Now here, if the first value is falsy value, it will directly give the second value. Exactly reverse of what AND is doing. If the first value is falsy value, it will directly give the second value. Why? Because if the second value is true, truthy value, that means one of them is true, na? Which one is true? Second one. It gives that value. If the second value is false, then none of them are true, na? So I want false. So at the last, which one it checked? Second value only, na? So second value I'll get. So if the first value is a falsy value, I will always get the second value. What is the second value? 45. Okay. Here, again, if the first value is falsy value, it will give the second value. What is the second value? 0. So here, actually, we are not getting first value. This output is actually this 0. Okay, because to understand that, I have given this example. The second value I am getting. Okay, here is the first value true D? Yes. So directly I will get the first value, not the second value. Is the first value true D? Here? Yes, I'll directly get the first value. Okay. Is the first value true here? No. Then I'll get second value. Second value is 45. Is the first value true? Truthy? No. Then I will get directly the second value. What is the second value? True. Here, is the first value truthy value? No. I'll get the second value. Let us now check the output, whatever we have taught. So let me comment this and run the code here. Okay. So what did we get? Are we getting what we expected? 23, 45, 0, 23, 23, 45, true, 0. Exactly what we thought. So this is how AND and OR logic differs in Python and other programming languages from what is taught or what is given in electronics or any logic theory. Okay. The logic is same, but the output or the giving the what it is known as returning. The returning the value, that procedure is different. Okay, that thing is different. Okay, so this is how these things will work. Okay. Hmm. So this is the AND logic and OR logic, and these are very, very important. Okay. So what we have seen till now, first we saw arithmetic operators, then we saw this comparison operators, then we saw AND and OR logic. Okay. Okay. So I think this is enough for completing our assignments. Okay. If any question comes with some other kind of thing, we will learn that topic. Okay. No need to worry. Okay. So let us start with these examples. Write a program to check a number is divisible by 7 or not. So what do we do for that? How do you know a number is divisible by 7 or not? How do you know? Is 15 divisible by 7? No. How do you know that? How do you think about it? Mathematically, okay, I can divide 15 by 7, no? No problem. 7 to the 14 and remainder 1 will be there. Then how can you say that a number is divisible by 7 or not. We have to think about the remainder. If the remainder is 0, that means that number is divisible by the asked number. If the remainder is not 0, that means it is not divisible by that given number. Okay. Okay. So how do I do? So let me go to one new file right here. If else practice. Okay. Huh. So how do I check that? When I write 15, I have the modulus operator to get the remainder 15 divided by 7. If I print this, what do I get? What is the question? The question asked here, not in the assignment. Forget about assignment. What is happening here? I am trying to print 15 modulus 7. That means when I divide 15 by 7, what is the remainder I get? 1. So when I divide 16 by 7, 2, right? Okay. So this is what I should get, right? Let me check now. Am I getting the correct output or not? So what is the file name? If else hyphen prac, oh sorry, py, if else hyphen prac dot py. Okay. So I got 1. I didn't save the file. Okay. That was old 15 log. 2. If I write here 17, I should get 3, right? It will go up to 3, 4, 5, 6. After that again 0. When I write 20, sorry, when I write here 20, what do I get? I get 6. After 6 again I will get, because 21 is totally divisible by 7. So I get 0. Okay. So this will keep on cycling like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0. Right? This is the basic maths. We know. Okay. So this logic I have to use. Now I have seen the output. Okay. But Python will not see the output and tell you. We have to check and tell Python that check whether the remainder is 0 or not. Okay. So we have to compare the value of this expression with the 0. So for comparing, what kind of operator we want? We want comparison operator. Okay. So to compare, we have already seen just now some operators for comparison. We were having which operator we need. Do I need to compare this is less than 0? Do I need to check that? Greater than 0? What do I check? Equal to 0. So this operator I need. Okay. So I have to do 21 modulus 7 double equal to 0. If I do this, it will tell us the remainder is equal to 0 or not. Because this is giving us remainder and this is the 0. I'm comparing the remainder with 0. So when I do this, what kind of output do I get? I'm getting true. When I write here 15, sorry, 25. 25 modulus 7 means what is the remainder when I divide 25 by 7? 4. Is 4 double equal to 0? Is 4 equal to 0? No. So I should get in the output what? False. Okay. This is known as a condition that will be used. So this is not a condition. This is an expression. This is a Boolean expression, which I will be using as a condition in the if else thing. Okay. So now the question is, why do I need an if else? Because here in the question, it is asked that write a program to check a number is divisible by 7 or not. So what I have to do? If it is divisible by 7, I will say yes, it is divisible. Or else, if it is not divisible by 7, I have to say no, it is not divisible by 7. So there are two things, two situations, two conditions, two possibilities. So whenever we have different kinds of possibilities, we have to go with if else. Okay, these are known as conditional statements. Okay. And what is the condition we have to use? This is the condition. Okay. Okay, fine. Let us see. What do I do? If, let us take a number. Give me a number. Okay. 25 modulus 7 equal to 0. What is the meaning of this line? If 25 modulus 7 equal to 0, that means the remainder, when we divide 25 by 7, whatever remainder we are getting, is it equal to 0 or not? That I want to check. If it is true, in if what do I pass? We always pass whatever we pass, it will try to convert that into Boolean value, true or false. Okay. We have already seen if I write here 23, it will be taken as true, isn't it? It will always be true. So when I write this, this will be first converted to Boolean value. Is 25 modulo 7 equal to 0? No. Okay. Okay. So if it is no, then we need the else condition as well. Okay. Here we have to write the else part. Okay. First, let us go with the if part. When it is, the condition is true. What do I print? Print in a string, it is divisible by 7. Else it is not divisible by 7. Correct? Okay. Let us see what output I should get. Which one? First one or second one? Second one. It is not divisible by 7. The moment I write here 28, what do I get? It is divisible by 7. So this is how we have to combine our whole knowledge what we have learned till now. We have learned about variables, data type, Boolean value, equality, modulus operator, conditional checking, if else, all we have to combine together and do these assignments. Okay, so these assignments will be possible only if you have learned completely what we have learned till now. Okay. Okay, then now the next question is, write a program to check a number is a factor of 84 or not. What is the meaning of factor? Or shall we do something more with this question? I think we can do something more. So when I write here a given number is divisible by 7 or not. So if I want to change this number, I have to again change this to some other number. Then I will run it, right? It is a long process. Every time I change the number and then I do it. Why not we take the value from the user, isn't it? We can take it from the user. So for that, what we learned earlier, we learned that there is an input method is there. So let me take a variable num is equal to input of, so here I'll write the message, enter a number. Okay, but this will give us as a string, so I have to convert it to number, integer. So I write here int of this whole thing. Okay, when I do this, I put a number that will be converted, that will be taken as a string, then it will be converted to number, that is int, integer, then it will assign it to this num variable, and num variable will have that value, that number value, isn't it? So that number I have to check. That number I have to check whether that is divisible by 7 or not. Okay, so let us see. Now, let me expand this. Okay, so when I press enter, it is asking enter a number. I put here 32 and I press enter. It is not divisible by 7. I run this again. I put 14. I press enter. It is divisible by 7. Again, I press enter. I put 99. I press enter. It is not divisible by 7. Okay. This way I put again, I put 700. It is divisible by 7. Okay. This is how we have to take the user input and do the calculations. Okay, let us go to the second value. Write a program to check a number is a factor of 84 or not. What is the meaning of that? Factor means again the same thing actually. The question, same question is asked in a different way. But here the thing is reverse. Earlier it was the number was given by user. Okay, number was given by user, and we were deciding or checking whether 7 is able to divide that or not. Now what is happening? We will have 7 and I am asking it is a factor of 84 or not. Okay, so a number is a factor of 84 means is 2 a factor of 84? Is 2 a factor of 84? Yes, because 2 can divide 84, isn't it? Even 3 is also a factor, right? Okay, so these are the things. So let me write the code for that. What do I write? Again, I'll have the num, enter a number, that is fine. Num will have the number. Let's say I give 4. Now I am asking 4 is a factor of 84 or not. Okay. So this is the logic we have to use. So I have to check. Very good. So we have to check whether that number is able to divide 84 or not. That's it. So I write here if num modulus, sorry, 84 modulus num. Isn't it? We are dividing 84. We are asked, question is asked, number is a factor of 84. So 84 num, 84 modulus num equal to 0. Then print. So every time we are writing it is a factor, it is a factor. Let us not write it is a factor. It means what? That given number. Can we print that given number directly here? Yes, we can say that if I enter 4, I want to say 4 is a factor of 84, not it is a factor of 84. Okay, so for that we need that f strings we discussed earlier. So what do? I write here f, and then instead of it, what did I put? Curly brace, is it? Yes. In the curly brace, I write num space is a factor of 84. Then else, what do I write? Print f strings num is not a factor of 84. Am I correct? Okay, fine. So what will be done here? So let us now check this, whether it is working or not. Enter a number. When I pass 2, I'm getting 2 is a factor of 84. So 2 is Python is able to accept this 2 as num here because of this f string. Okay, 2 is a factor of 84. Okay, let me pass something else. 5. 5 is not a factor of 84. 23. 23 is not a factor of 84. 42. 42. 42 is a factor of 84. Right? Everything is going fine. So what kind of numbers can be a factor of 84? Okay, not like even numbers. Lot of numbers will be there. Even odd numbers are there. 3 is a factor of 84. Is it not? Yes, 3 is also a factor. Okay. But what will be the range? I cannot write 0, right? Is 0 a factor of 84? No. Because 0 cannot divide anything. See, we are getting error. 0 division error. Integer modulo by 0. Okay. So the number cannot be 0. It will start from 1. 1 may be a factor of 84. Yes, it is a factor of 84. Okay. It will start from 1. Then it will go up to how much? What can be a factor? Is 100 a factor of 84? I will not divide 84 by 100. So the limit is 1 to 84. The limit will be 1 to 84. So let us check whether 84 is a factor of 84 or not. Yes, 84 is a factor of 84. Why? Because 84 into 1 is 84, isn't it? So the number or the factor range will be from 1 to that given number. So my program should be so precise that if I pass a number which is less than 84, I should get the output. If it is greater than 84, I should not get the output, because even if I put here, let's say, if I run this for 100, it will not give me any error. What actually it will happen? What will happen actually here? I will try to divide 84 by 100, and I get a remainder as 84. 100 into 0, 0, remainder is 84. That's why it is not an invalid division. It is a valid division. And that 84, whatever remainder we got, it will be compared with 0. Okay, it is 84 equal to 0? No. That's why it will print it is not a factor of 84. Okay, let us see now. When I press enter on 100, I'm getting 100 is not a factor of 84. But what I should stop? I should stop this behavior. The user should not input any value which is greater than 100. If he is giving some value greater than 84, I should tell the user that this is invalid input. Okay, so that is what the next question tells us. Okay, so what is the next question? Here this, by mistake, this 4 number has come. Okay, it is a continuous question. Write a program to check a number is a factor of 96 or not. And if the given number is more than 96, program should say not a valid input. Okay, okay, so what we should do, we should not do this calculation and then check the number is greater than 84 or not, or 96 or not. I should not do that. In the beginning only you check first. Is the number less than 96 or not? Yes, it is less. Only then do this part. Do this checking. Okay. So let me change it. So number is 96 now, right? Okay. Let me write here 96. And this part will be totally fine. So 96, 96. This code is totally fine because we are asking for this part. Write a program to check a number factor of 96 or not. Okay. But this additional part we have to write separately. What do? I put another if condition here. Initially, in the starting itself, I will check the number is greater than 96 or not. Okay. So if, what is the number? Where is it stored? In which variable? 96 is okay. Where is the number? What I entered? Num. So if num, because I need to check whether what the user entered, isn't it? If the num is greater than 96, what I need to say? If the number is greater than 96, the program should say not a valid input. So I'll write print not a valid input. Okay. Lot of people, what they do is after checking, then they go for this if condition. That should not happen. Why to run this whole code? When the number is greater than 96, I should not check. Initially, we have to stop it there itself. Okay. So initially I will do this. Then if the number is greater than 96, it will print this. If the number is not greater than 96, that part who will do? The else part will do. So we need an else part here. Else. Inside this else, we will do this checking. Okay. So I have to press a tab here. Otherwise, it is not a valid line. Okay. Else, if 96 modulus num equal to 0, then it will do this and it will do the remaining part. Okay. Yesterday we saw something like elif. Do you remember? Yes, that is a very good thing, but it will reduce the readability. What do you mean by readability? This code is clean and clear. Okay. This code is clean and clear and very easily understandable. because of indentation and all those things. Okay, we can say that okay, this whole thing is inside the else part. But when I write elif, that comes here. Again elif, I wrote two elif yesterday. Do you remember? 2 digit, 3 digit. Okay, so that thing is not very good. So you should use it according to your situation. If you have a small conditional checking, then you can go for elif, no problem. But you are having, when we are having complex condition checking, we should not go with that elif. Okay, it will reduce the readability. That means if you write that code, other people or you yourself may not understand it some other day. Okay, okay. So these are just syntactical sugar. They are known as syntactical sugar. It just feels good by writing that kind of syntax. But this is how actually happens. Even if I write elif, the same thing will happen internally in Python. Okay, no change. Okay, now see, now let us check whether our code is working on. So run this, enter a number, it is asking. So first let me put 1. What happened? First it went to this part. What is num? What value I gave? 1. Is num 1 greater than 96? No. So it is going to the else part and doing this checking. When I put 86, sorry, 96, is 96 greater than 96? No. Then also it is going there. But the moment I write here 97, it will not go to this else part. It will stop the execution here itself. The number is greater than 96 means it will stop there itself, not a valid input. And it will not go to the else part. Okay, fine. This way. But what about these things? So here you don't need to write a condition for 0. If you write it for 0, what will happen? So if I put 0, I directly get an error. And the moment I get an error, it stops the execution. Okay. So that will automatically, it will. So for that, what I need to do? If you don't want the code to go to an error, what you can do is you should not check all these things. That means you should not bring the thing to this part. Here itself, again, if num is, if I'll write another one. If num is greater than 96, then that number is definitely not 0. Am I correct? If the number is greater than 96, that means it is definitely not 0. So that condition, that whatever I entered, is it equal to 0 or not? That thing, if I check here, after this line, it has no meaning. Are you getting it? I have already checked number is greater than 96 or not. Then why should I check it here? So what I do is, so you have to write the code logically also. You can write it there, no problem. But that is not logical. So what do I do? If num equal to 0, then if num equal to 0, print divisor cannot be 0. What do you mean by divisor? The number that divides. We say divisor, not divider. Divider is on the street, isn't it? So if the number is equal to 0, then I check and then I print divisor cannot be 0. And the moment I enter 0, whole thing should be stopped. No more checking. Not see, if the number is equal to 0, how can it be greater than 96? Never. If it is not that, and again, if it is equal to 0, this division should not also be done. The moment it goes to this part, it will throw an error. If I let the Python to run this code after I have checked the 0, isn't it? So I have to put whole these things inside an else like this. Okay. So this whole thing will come inside else. See this. This is how our code should look like. If number equal to 0, print divisor cannot be 0. Stop it there. Over. If it is not 0, then it will check Is it greater than 96? No, it is not greater than 96. Only then it will go to division process. We should not let the division process start at any input. Okay, we should do proper checking. Only then in the proper sequence we have to do the things. Okay, okay. So this is how it should work. So let me now test my code, whatever I have written. First I put 0. Divisor cannot be 0. After that nothing happened because this is else. Then I put 34. So here which code is not working? This part is not working because it failed at this condition. So it went to else part. Again this part also failed because number is not greater than 96. Then it went to else part and here it went. Here again which part it went? It went for this part because this part failed and this modulus num not equal to 0. Isn't it? So you have to understand the data flow. Which steps it is failing, which steps it is passing. Okay, okay, fine. Then I put here 2. Now it failed this part, it failed this part, it passed this part. If it passed this part will not work, isn't it? So this part, and this part didn't get executed, isn't it? Okay. So this is how we should try to use the if else logic. Yesterday we saw just how if else works, but in real time, this is how you have to do the checking. Okay. Okay. So that's it. That's it for this session. But try to complete these assignments. These are all basic. Is a multiple of 3 or not? Again, same logic. Divisible by 3 or not? Positive or not? Less than 0, greater than 0. Hmm? Like that. All this is 3-digit number or not. Okay. These kind of logics try to solve so that you will get some better idea. Okay. That's it. That's it for this session. Okay. See you in the next. Okay, so till now what we have seen is we have seen the if else statements, we have seen conditions, so many things. But we need some little bit more practice on these topics. So we went up to here. So it is a multiple of 3 or not, that is fine. Check a number is positive or not. This is also fine, right? So let me do this couple more questions. Let us see. Write a program to check a number is positive or not. So what is to be done here? So I comment this. So a number is positive or not. So I need this line. This line will be taken for taking some user input. Then what do I do? Next, after doing this, I have to check the number is positive or not. So I write if num greater than 0, I put print it is positive. Then if num less than 0, then print it is negative. Now, if it is not greater than 0, not less than 0, that means what? It is equal to 0. So what do I write here? Else print it is 0. So I save this and run this file py if else practice.py. Enter a number 23. So it is going to all the, it is positive, it is 0. So what do I do? This if is not working with this else. This else is working for this if. If this condition is not satisfied, then it is going to else. So what should I do for that? I will have something like in the initial E only I can check, or else I have to write something like this. After this if, I put one else, and then I put this whole thing inside this else. Okay. Now if I run this, what I will get? 23. I get only positive. Then again I run, I put minus 45, I get it is negative. Then I put a 0, it is 0. So this is how we have to write it. Okay. Or else the same thing, you have to check the number is 0 or not in the beginning, and then you check for greater than less than in the else part, your wish. Okay. So this is how it is to be done. Then next question. Next question is write a program to check a number is having 4 at units place or not. Write a program to check a number is having 4 at units place or not. So how do I check that? How do we get to know this 4 is at units place or not? So for that, I just do a small mathematical calculation. That is, let's say I have a number which will be taken from the user. Okay, it is not taken from the user, right? Directly the number is given. No, check a number is having. Okay, so I'll use the user input, and then what do I do? If I apply num modulus 10, what will happen? Let's say num is 467. Okay, num is 467. Then what will happen? 467, if I apply modulus 10, it will divide by 10, and then 10 into 46 will give you 460, and the remainder will be 7. So whenever we do modulus 10 with any number, we always get the last digit. Okay, that last digit I have to check that last digit is 4 or not. So what do I write here? I write here if num modulus 10 equal to 4, then print it is having 4 at units place. Okay, else print it is not having 4 at units place. Save it, run this. Enter a number 235. It is not having 4 at units place. 164. It is having 4 at units place. Okay, so this is the logic we have to use. Whenever we divide a number by 10, we get the remainder as last digit. Okay, that's it. Then write a program to check a number is 3-digit number or not. So this thing is not a big deal. We have already seen in the first class, but first class the program was different. So here what do I do is I do something like number is taken, and then I have to check if num greater than 3-digit number, right? Greater than 99, and num less than 1000, right? If this is the condition, then print it is a 3-digit number. But when you are having this kind of multiple condition, this is one condition, this is one condition, you should put it in a parenthesis like this. Okay, that is a safer way to write the code. Okay. and then else, sorry, else print it is not a 3-digit number. Okay, save it, run it. So I put a 12 and I get it is, oh, for 12, what is happening? It is saying it is a 3-digit number. What happened? Sorry, here I had to write greater than, okay, greater than 99 and less than 1000. Okay, so 12, it is not a 3-digit number. 3 is not a 3-digit number. Minus 67 is not a 3-digit number. Then 5, 6, 7, 8 is again not a 3-digit number. But when I write 345, I get it is a 3-digit number. Okay, fine. Then even or odd. How do I get a number is even or odd? We get by dividing by 2, right? So what do I do here? Here I write, I take the number and then if num modulus 2 equal to 0. Whenever I divide a number by 2, if the remainder is 0, it is a it is an even number. Instead of it, I can use that variable f num is an even number, else print instead of it num is an odd number. Okay, save it, run it. 23 odd number, 42 even number. Okay, that's it. Then greatest number in given two numbers. So we'll take given two numbers. Now I have to take two input from the user. So what do? I take two inputs, num1, num2. Enter first number, enter second number. So what do I do here? If num1 less than num2. So what is the question? Greatest number. So I'll use the greater logic, num1 greater than num2, then print f curly brace num1 is the greatest number, else print f num2 is the greatest number. So we are just doing a comparison between the two. If num1 is greater than num2, then definitely num1 is the greatest number, or else num2 is the greatest number. Now let us see. Save it, run it. First number 48, second number 51. So 51 is the greatest number. Then first number 12, second number 5. So 12 is the greatest number. Okay. Then if both are equal, we should write a condition for that as well, isn't it? So here in the else, what I can do, I can write one if num1 or num2 greater than num1, then do this one. else, we need one else print both are equal. Okay, now let us see this code. So 3 and 2, 3 is the greatest number, 5 and 6, 6 is the greatest number, then 5 and 5, both are equal. Okay, so all kind of condition checking is happening here. So this code is a better way. Okay, if num1 is greater than num2, I am printing num1 is greater, else that means num1 is not greater than num2. Then we'll go for, is num2 greater than num1? Yes. That also it is false means both are equal. Okay. Then what kind of questions we have? Least number is also similar. Given two numbers in ascending order, that means I just put a comma here. Same code. What do I write? Here I write if num1 greater than num2. Then ascending order means first I put a num2 comma num1. Okay. Else if num1 less than num2, then I write num1 comma num2. Okay. Then I don't need this thing. Do I need this? Both are equal. Okay. Okay. Just keep it. I'll just keep it like that. Let us see. So first number is 3. Second number is 1. So I'm getting 1 and 3 in the output. When I write 4 and 8, I'm getting 4 and 8. When I'm putting 2 times 2, I'm getting both are equal. Okay. So your wish, you want to avoid this, then you can avoid this. You can go with only one if else. Okay. So that is how we can do ascending, descending. Okay. Then we have something like greatest number in three given numbers. Okay. How to do this? So try this on your own and let me know in the next class what you are able to do. Okay. Okay. Fine. So now what I want to show is these kind of things can be done using these if else. Okay. All are having conditions. Maybe not much questions are there. You can practice. These are all. So check whether a number is negative, positive, or zero. That is already done. Check whether a number is divisible by 5 and 11 or not. Okay. So this is all done. Voting eligibility. If the age is 18, then you are eligible. Otherwise, you are not eligible. Like that, only just we need to print. Okay. Fine. So this can be done. Now, what I want to do is I want to move on to the next topic, that is loops. Now, where do we need these loops? To, whenever we want to repeat something, whenever we want to repeatedly do the same thing again and again, we use loops. Loops is a concept which is there in all programming languages. But there are different kinds of loops. We have while loop, for loop, and all those things. Okay, do while loop. So many loops are there. But we need to know the syntax and what they do, because they all do the same thing. Okay, so what do I do here now? Okay, first let me create a file, while loop.py. Okay, now let us see. I want to print hello 3 times. So what do? I write like this, py while loop.py. Okay, so what it is printing? It is printing hello, hello, hello. Okay, but if I want to print it 10 times, I cannot write it 10 times, right? So what do? I use a loop for doing this. So let us start with the while loop. What this while loop is doing. Now, before doing that, before using this while loop, we should know what we want to do using that while loop. We want to print the, so there is a line which I want to repeat, right? Print hello. This is the line. This is the line I want to print 10 times, let's say. So that means what should I do? I will count. First, I will print one time. I'll count one. Then I'll print second time. I'll print count it in my mind as two, three, four, like that. Okay, four times, five times, six times, seven times, up to 10 times. So I have to count like from 1 to 10, isn't it? So I have to check whenever I'm printing. I have to check the value. Okay, it is one. Okay, it is two. Okay, it is three, four, like that. When it goes to 10, I have to stop it there. Okay, so for that, first I need a value which will have the count. So let's say where count, sorry, count is equal to 1. Okay, count is equal to 1. Count is the variable where I am storing the 1. It will start from 1 and then it has to go up to 10. So I write a while loop like this: while num, oh sorry, while count less than or equal to 10, then do this part. Okay, what is the meaning of this? Now count value is 1. Now after count value is 1, it will check for this condition. It is like an if condition only. Okay, but this while is working like an if with repetition. Okay, if it is this is the condition checking is done here. If count less than equal to 10, is it true? Yes, count is less than equal to 2. Now it will print hello. Okay, now it will keep on printing the hello unless this count value is becoming 10. But is the count value becoming 10? It is not becoming 10. Okay, it is printing hello. Then again it is checking. Count value, is it changed? No, count value is still 1. It will keep on printing this code. If I write this code, if I run this code, what will happen? First, it will take the count value. It is 1. Then it will check 1 is less than or equal to 10, true, and then it will print the hello. After printing, there is no line, no more lines, so it will again check the count value. Count value is still 1, still 1 is less than or equal to 10. So this will go into an infinite loop. It will never stop. Let me run this. See, it is printing the hello so many times. It is keeping on going. So I need to stop it. Okay, I stopped it. Now, so where is the problem? The count value is not going up to 10. It has to somehow go up to 10 so that it will stop. First count value is 1. Then the count value needs to go to 2. So 2 times it will be printed. Then it has to go to 3 so that 3 times it will print. Then it has to go to 4. 4 times it will print 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 means the count value is 9 means 9 times it will print it. Okay, fine. Then when the count value goes to 10, it will print it the 10th time. Okay, that is also fine. Then the count value will go to 11. But when it goes to 11, the 11 less than equal to 10, the count less than equal to 10 condition will fail. Okay, at that point, it will not print this. It is like an if statement. In the if statement, when the condition is false, it doesn't execute the lines. Okay, so we need to do something to uh, increase this value. So we will go with something called increment. Okay, here comes a new topic that is called as increment decrement. Let me see how that works. Here, after printing the hello for the first time, I have to do something like sorry, count equal to count plus 1. Okay, this thing when I do, what will happen? Count value is 1, it will become plus 1 after this thing is done, after the printing is done. So 1 will become 2 now next time. So here let us see what will happen in each step. So first time count value is 1. Okay, so I'll write C is 1. C is 1, and then So let me have a comment here. Let me write everything inside this comment. Okay. First C value is 1. So if the C value is 1, then count less than equal to 10. Is it true? Yes, it is true. 1 is less than or equal to 2. 10 is true. Then it will print the hello. Okay. So it will print the hello. Then after that, count equal to count plus 1. That means count will be incremented by 1. Count equal to count plus 1. Count is 1. C will become 2. Then again it will check for the condition. Count is 2. 2 less than equal to 10 is true. Then it will print the hello. Then after printing the hello, again it will do count equal to count plus 1. So C equal to 3. After it has done C equal to 3, again it will check for the condition. Count value is 3. 3 less than equal to 10 means true. So it is true. Then if it is true, it will print the hello. So like this, it will keep on going. Okay. It will keep on going like this up to C9. C equal to 9. What will happen? 9 is also less than equal to 10. So it is true. Then what will happen? If it is true, then it will print the hello. Then C will become 10. 10 less than equal to 10 is true. Then it will print the hello. Fine. Then again count after printing this line. What happens? After printing this line, it goes to this line. So now count will be incremented. So C will become 11. And again it will check for the correct. 11 less than equal to 10 is false. 11 less than equal to 10 is false. Okay. If it is false, what will happen? If it is false, it will not execute these two lines. That means the loop will stop here. Okay. So nothing will be printed. So it will stop here. So how many times we got? From C equal to 1 to C equal to 10. That means 10 times hello will be printed. Okay. This is what I need to check now. So let me save this and run the code. So I got how many times hello? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got 10 times hello. Okay. So here you can have different kind of variations. Let us see what kind of variations we can have. I'm printing from 1 to 10. Now, if I want to print from 10 to 1, what do? I will start from count 10 and I have to stop it at count greater than equal to 1. Okay, count greater than equal to 1. So what will happen? Initially, count value is 10. 10 is greater than or equal to 1. Yes, it is true. So it will print the hello. And if I put this count equal to 1, count equal to count plus 1, 10 will become 11. Again, 11 is satisfied. So 10, 11, 12, if it goes like that, it will again go into infinite loop because I have to come to from 10 to 1. So if I want to come from 10 to 1, I have to decrement the value. So count equal to count minus 1. Okay. So now I can see what is it? Okay. I run this. So I again get 10 times. Same output I will get. But now it is I am writing 10 to 1. So we are not able to see any difference in the both the things. So let me change something here. If I write here count, what will happen? Now I can see if I run this code, I can see it is printing 10 to 1. If I write here count equal to 1 and count less than equal to 10, I get 1 to 10. Oh, sorry. I have to make it count plus 1. Okay. So here, what do I get? I'll be getting 1 to 10. Okay. If I want to print hello 10 times, I can write 1 to 10, 2 to 12, 90 to 100, your wish, 91 to 100, your wish. But when I want to print count values, directly the value like 1 to 10 I want to print, then I have to go with this. Count is initially 1, so 1 is less than or equal to 10. So directly print it. It will print the 1. Then it will increment the value and it will check for the next condition again and then print it. It will go up to 10 and it will stop at 11. Okay. This is how it can be done. Then what else? Let's say I don't want to print all the numbers from 1 to 10. Okay. I don't want to print all the numbers from 1 to 10. I want to print only the even numbers between 1 to 10. So what do? I don't directly print it. Okay. Instead, I check for another condition here. If count modulus 2 will equal to 0, only then print. Okay. Only then print or else don't print. So what do I get here? I get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 only. Okay. I don't get the 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, all these things. Okay. If I write, so how do I write not equal to, is this supported? Let us see. Yes, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 is known as not. This is known as a not operator. Okay, it is a logical operator. So what it is checking is if this count modulus 2 is not equal to 0. If it is not equal to 0, then it is an odd number. So it is printing the odd numbers, even numbers, odd numbers. Okay, then what can be done? Or else like I want all the multiples of 3 between 1 and 10. So I should get 3, 6, 9, right? So let me check. I'm getting 3, 6, 9. If I write here 4, I get 4 and 8, right? If I write 5, get 5 and 10. Okay. This way I can print with some condition. So this is a loop inside. Sorry, if condition inside loop. Okay. Then what else can be done? So this way you can print any number range. Let's say I want to start from -100 and up to -50. Okay, if I do like this and I want to print all the multiples of 5, so I will get all the multiples of 5 between -100 and 50. Okay, this is how it works. Okay, then let us go to our I hope the loop basic loop is clear. Let us try to do a few more small examples. Let us not go to some new topic haphazardly. Let's try to understand some small problems. So we have printed 1 to 10, 10 to 1, 5 to 15 is also possible. Nothing is there. I just start it from 5 and less than or equal to 15 and then no condition, directly print it. Okay. So what do I get? 5 to 15. So this way 5 to 15, 15 to 10, 1 to 10 even numbers, 1 to 10 odd numbers. All these things I have already covered. First 10 multiples of 4. Okay. So first 10 multiples of 4. So this is little bit different. What is to be done? First 10 multiples of 4 means I have to start from 4, 4, 8, 12, 16 like this up to 40. So how do I do that? So I take a number that is 1 and it will go up to 10. And to each number I have to multiply 4. 4 into 1, 4 into 2, 4 into 3 like that up to 4 into 10. So what do? Print count into 4. That's it. Nothing else. Count is 1, 1 into 4. Then count will become 2, 2 into 4. So what do I get here? I get 4, 8, 12, 16, 20 up to 40. All the first 10 multiples of 4. Okay. This way you can calculate the squares, cubes, all those things. Okay. Then what else is to be done here? Mm, okay. Then we have something called mm, mm. Now we have another kind of loop that is known as a for loop. Okay. What happens there is for loop can be, so today we will not see very complex for loop, we'll see a very simple for loop. So what happens is the same thing, whatever while loop is doing, same thing for loop will also do. Let us see for loop dot py. What will happen here? It has a little bit different syntax from other languages. We write something like for something, for x in something. Okay. So here, to before we go into for loop, I want to tell something about a range. When we use while loop, we are giving a range, right? 1 to 10. We are saying it in two lines. Count should start from 1, it should end at 10. We are saying it in two lines. But for loop is a very compressed version. It is a very compact, compressed, and easier way to use loops. What it does is it will do all these things in one line. Okay. It will not say please start from 1, please end at 10. No. It you can use very simple language to tell all these things in a single line. So what I do? I use something called a range. So there is something called a range of 1 comma 10. Okay, this kind of things are there. So but let us see what is this range. If I do print of range of 1 comma 10 means what does it contain? Does it contain all the numbers from 1 to 10 or what? Let us see. If I print this py for loop, if I print this, I get nothing. I get only a range. Actually, it is like an object. Okay, print range of 1 comma 10. So this range is a class in Python, but if I use it in this way, I don't get what it contains. Okay, so to know what is there inside this, I must use a for loop to print each value. Okay, so what do I do is I write the old syntax for, so I don't know what is there in that range, right? So I write x. X is an unknown variable. For x in a range of 1 comma 10. Okay. For x in range of 1 comma 10. And then I give a colon here. And then I have to write something. So what do I want to do? In the previous case, count was having 1 to 10. So I was printing count directly. And I got first time 1, 2, 3. In the same way, here the whole range is range, but x is each value. Okay. I am saying that range must contain 1 to 10, but let us see what is there in the range. So when I write like this, x means the unknown variable. So I will print that x so that I will know what is there inside the range. Print x. Now let us see what happens. So when I do this, what did I get? I got 1 to 9. That means the last number is excluded. It is not included. For x in range 1 comma 10 means it is printing 1 to 9. So whatever range I want, I have to use 1 extra. Okay, if I write 1 comma 11, I will get 1 to 10. Then let us do the same things whatever we did for while loop. First question is 1 to 10. Okay, 10 to 1 reverse I will come to you, but first let us go the positive direction. 5 to 15. So 5 to 15 means I'll start from 5. 15 will not be included, so I write 16. So it will print 5 to 15. Okay, then what is there? 15 to 10, this is also reverse. I'll come to it. 1 to 10 even numbers. Okay, now we'll go to this even number means we will need one if condition inside it. Okay, now let us see this. Now let us see this reverse, how to print 10 to 1. So if I write here directly 10 comma 1, will it work? It will not work. Okay, because this for loop range is 10 comma 1, that is fine, but the for loop is trying to go it in a positive direction. So after 10 it is not able to do anything. So here we have to pass one more parameter, that is the we have to tell Python that please go in negative direction. 10 to 1 go in negative direction, that means I put a -1 here. When I write a -1, that means I'm telling Python to go in reverse. Now if I do 10 for x in range 10 comma 1 comma -1, it will print 10 to 1 in a reverse order. Okay. Next reverse order question was 15 to 10. So 15 to 10. 15 to 10 is saved. And this is what I get. So what is happening? 15 to 10 when I am writing, it is printing up to 11 because the last value is omitted. Here also when I wrote 10 comma 1, the 1 was not included. So if I want 10 to 1, I have to write 10 comma 0. So it will print up to 1. Okay. Okay. So these things we need to be careful. Now let's say from 20 to 1. 20 to 1 means I have to put 0 here. Ain't it? 1 will not be included. So 20 to 1, if I write -2, what will happen? It will not do -1. We were in while loop, what we were doing, this count equal to count plus 1 we were doing, count equal to count -1. Instead of +1, -1, -2, -3, instead of writing here, we can write it directly here. If I do -2, what I get in the output? I get 20, 18, 16, 14, 12. So it is subtracting -2 from each step. Okay, this is how we are getting. Then if I put -3, I get -3. After 20, I will get 17. Okay, this way. So if I put -10, I get 20 and 10. Okay, so this is how the negative parameter you can pass to tell Python to count in a reverse order. Then what is there? So then 1 to 10 even numbers, 1 to 10 odd numbers. Again, I'll try to do using for loop. So 1 to 10 means 1 comma 11. And I don't need the negative parameter because I'm going positive way. So here I put if x modulus 2 double equal to 0, then print x. Okay. So save this and run. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, all the even numbers. If you put not equal to, you get even odd numbers. Okay. Then first 10 multiples of 4. How do I do that? So here I print x into 4. Then 4 into 1, 4 into 2. This way it will go up to 4 into 10. Okay. This is what we can do. So that's it. That's it for this session. Okay. In the next class, we'll see some more complex looping problems. We'll try to solve all these things. Okay. That's it. That's it for this session. So in this session, what did we learn? We learned about the loops, while loop. We also learned a new logic, that is the not logic, not equal to. And then we went for loop. In the for loop, we are using the range to tell the Python about the range what I want. Okay, in while loop I need to write lot of lines like count equal to 1, while count less than 10, and also count equal to count plus 1. These 3 lines I am putting it in one line. Okay, if I want negative, I write negative. If I want positive, I don't write anything. Okay, that's it for this session. Okay, so till yesterday we have seen some loops, right? While loop we have seen, for loop some range I have shown, but let us see some more examples and then we can move on to new topics. Okay, 5 6 examples we'll see in loops and then we'll go to new topic. Okay. Let us go to the assignment list. So what we had here is, in the loop, we try to print 1 to 10, 10 to 1, 5 to 15, 15 to 10. Okay. All these things we are able to do. First, we did with like using the range we were doing, right? Okay. Now let us see how we were using the range yesterday. Yesterday we were writing like this. And always we are writing something like, if I want 1 to 10, I was writing 1 comma 11. If I want 5 to 50, I was writing 5 comma 51. Okay. Okay. Then this range also supports only one value as well. See, we have seen two value, we have seen three value also, right? Third value is the order. That means -1, -2, -3 also it is supported. If I write from 10 comma 0, that means I want to go from 10 to 1, and I have to put a -1, otherwise it won't go, isn't it? Ah, so this way we have seen, but range also supports something like this, only one value as well. If I write only 5, what is the meaning? So if I run this file, py, what is it? For loop.py. So what it is printing? It is printing from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So now it is starting from 0. So range by default, it will start from 0. But if you want to start from 1, 2, 3, I can put 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now the thing is, when I say print hello 10 times, 10 times means 0 to 9 is also 10 times. 5 to 14 or 5 to 13 is also 10 times, isn't it? Then 5 to 14 is also 10 times. Then 72 to 81 is also 10 times, isn't it? So whatever I write here, so if I want to print hello 5 times, I can write like this. Then also I'm getting hello 5 times. If I write 3 comma 7, okay, 3 comma 8, sorry, 3 comma 8, then also I get 5 times, isn't it? So instead of writing those numbers, when we don't want something like, when I say I want to print from 1 to 10, only then I will use that kind of two values. Please print from 51 to 67. Only then I will use range here, 51 to 68. Okay. But otherwise, if I want to do something a n number of times, let's say 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, I don't go for that. Okay. I directly put it here, a single value. It is better, na? Instead of writing two values, I will write only one value. So let's say I want to print this 20 times. So I just write for x in range 20. It will start from 0 to 19. 0 to 19 means 20 times. So if I run this, I get 20 times hello. Okay, that's it. Okay, so just I wanted you to know that range can also be used in this way. One value, two value, and three value. Three variations are there. Okay, fine. Now we'll go through some of the assignments. So write a program to print multiplication. Okay, this is nothing. We went up to here. Okay. Then write a program to print this. But where are those maximum minimum numbers? Square a ball, print 1 to 10 using for loop 10 to 1. Okay, these are all done. Then print multiplication table, print all the factors. This way. A program to read 5 numbers. Okay, a program to read 5 numbers. That means from the user I have to take 5 numbers, and then I may print those values. What I am doing, normally I am taking one input, printing it, one input, printing it. I'm not saying like that. I want to take 5 input at once and print those 5 inputs. Okay. So what I will do is, how many inputs I want? 5. That means 5 times I have to ask the user, please enter a number, please enter a number, please enter a number. So what I will do, range should be 5 times means 5. Hmm. Range is 5. Okay. So whatever I write inside this for loop now, whatever I write, it will happen 5 times. Okay. So if I say num is equal to input of enter a number, what will happen? Just I'll do this. Just I'll run this file. So it, okay, spelling. Hmm. Hmm. See this. What will happen now? If I write like this, it will execute this line 5 times. That means 5 times input will come. First, I'll run this. Enter a number. It is saying I put 12. Again, I press enter. Again, enter a number. It is coming. Like this, 5 times it will ask. Okay. Step 1 is done. Then what I need to do is, after taking each number, it should also print it. Okay. So I write here one print statement, print num. Okay. Then what will happen? Moment I write enter 12 and press enter, it is printing it. 45 printing it. 56 printing it. 334 printing it. 566 printing it. Okay. It is able to do that. Okay, fine. Now what is our question is? Our question is that a program to read 5 numbers and print the maximum and minimum numbers. We have to find out the maximum and minimum numbers. So what do I do for that? Or else we'll go with this smaller one first. A program to read 5 numbers and print only the even numbers, not the odd numbers. Okay. So what I was doing, I was directly printing the value. I will not directly print the value. I will check first it is even or odd, then I will print. Okay. So I'll put a if statement, if num. Again, this num, when I take it as an input, it is a string. I have to convert it into number. Int of this. Okay. This is done. Now, if num modulus 2 equal to 0, then print this, or else don't print. Okay. So what will happen now? If I run this, enter a number, it is saying. I enter 11, it will not print it. If I enter 24, it is printing it. If I enter 33, it will not print it. If I enter 34, it will print. If I enter 2, it will print. So 5 times it will ask, check and print. Okay. This is the thing. Now, anything more? So I'll go to the next one. But before that, every time enter a number, it is coming. Can I write something like enter number 1, enter number 2, enter number 3, enter number 4, and enter number 5 to find out the maximum and minimum? Okay. So to do that, how do I get number 1, 2, 3? I cannot write again and again. Here I have to do something. This x, as I have shown you, when I write for x in range, when I did print x, I was getting from 0 to 4. First time 0 is coming, not 1. So I can do 0 plus 1 to get 1. At last, what we are getting? 4. 0 to 4. At that point, 4 plus 1 give me 5. Okay. So I'll use the f strings. Enter number. What is it? X. X plus 1. Enter number. X is 0 first time. 0 plus 1 will give you 1. Next time x is 1. The 1 plus 1 is 2. Okay. See here now. So enter number 1, it is asking 23. Enter number 2, 34. Enter number 3, 55. Enter number 4, 66. Enter number 7, 77. Okay. This is how I will use it. Okay. Now the next question is to find the maximum and minimum number. Okay. From these numbers, which one is the maximum number? So now it is a little bit tricky question. Why? Because the first number is they are asking, I'm giving it, it is going. Next time again number is coming. It is not remembering what was the previous number. Okay. So what we have to do is we have to compare. First number I get, then I have to compare. Second number, whenever it comes, is it so first number I get, I have to store it somewhere first. Second number will come, I will check which one is greater. Okay, second number is not greater. Okay, leave it. Third number has come. Third number is greater than the first number. Then I'll store it there. First number I will delete. Third number I will keep in my variable. This way I have to control it. Okay, but so ultimately at the end, here I will have the greatest number because I am comparing and keeping. Na, whenever it is greater, I am keeping. Whenever it is not greater, I will not keep. Okay. So there are a lot of ways people are doing. Like first what they are doing is, most people what they are doing, they are taking the first number and putting it there. From the second number they are not directly putting. Okay, then they are doing something else. So I don't feel this is a good way, because for each number we should follow a fixed procedure. In this procedure what they are doing, first number they are putting, second number they are not putting. From the second owner, from the second owner they are checking and putting. So what I do is I do the same thing for the first number also. First number also I check and put, but with whom will you compare? For the first time you don't have anything to compare. So what I do is I take a number which is the smallest number in the whole world. If I take a smallest number in the whole world, every number is greater than that. Hmm? Even minus 365 is also greater than that smallest number. So what is the smallest number in the world? But minus 4 is less than 0. Then smallest number, more or less than that. What comes? 0 is there. Right hand side of 0, what is there? Positive. Here negative. Up to where it is, it will go. What is that? This is. So the smallest number is. Okay. So we have to use the minus infinity as a reference to find out maximum number, because every number will be greater than that. First number will always be greater than that. So to find out smallest number, we will use the plus infinity. Every number will be smaller than plus infinity. Okay. But here in Python, it is little bit different. We need to use that infinity and minus infinity only, but other languages, they are using the infinity in a different way. Here we are using it in a different way. So let me do something like this. This infinity is taken as something like this. See, initially I'll be having a variable. Okay, we want the smallest number, so I will take a min variable. Min is equal to float of, sorry, are we talking for min? No, we are going for maximum number, right? So we want the maximum. So for maximum number we want minus infinity, but it is so peculiar in Python that we have to write in something like this, minus inf. The meaning of this is minus infinity. If I write here int, it will throw me error. Okay, it is taken as a float. Minus infinity is taken as a float, and for minus infinity also we are passing a string. Okay, this is like a reserved string. We have reserved keywords. This is a reserved string. We should not use this string anywhere else. Okay, float of minus inf means minus infinity. Okay, now max is having minus infinity. Now what will happen? The num has come, enter number 1. So what I will do, if num greater than max, then max equal to num. What will happen? What am I doing? In max, minus infinity is there. So first number has come and people user has entered the first number. So first number I'm checking. First number is greater than max. Yes, max is having minus infinity. This number will always be greater than minus infinity. So I am storing it there. Next time, one more number will come. Let's say first time I entered 99. 99 stored in max. Next I entered 2. Is 2 greater than 99? No. So I will not store it. 3, 4, 5. So many numbers will come. At last 105 will come. 105 will be stored there because it is greater. So ultimately in max what will be having? The greatest number among the all numbers. Okay. Now let us see this code is working or not. So what I need to do after the for loop is over, if is over, for is over. So I give a gap here. Okay. It is a good practice to leave a gap when the loops or the blocks are ending. At this point, I print the max. Okay, I print the max. Or else what I can do is to, for your clarity, I will print each number. Okay, print. That will not be possible. It will not look nice. Okay, no problem. I'll print the max now. Okay, so just see what will happen. So enter number 1, 23, 1, 56, 2, 99. I got 99. Hmm? Then 99, 2, 3, 4, 12, 66. Okay. Ultimately, I got 99. So we are able to get the maximum number. Okay. First time 99 is coming. 99 is compared with minus infinity. 99 is greater than minus infinity. So 99 is stored in max. Okay. This way, one by one numbers are coming. We are comparing. Whichever is greater, we are storing in max. Ultimately, we are printing the max. In max, we will always have the maximum. Okay. Now the same thing for minimum number in the list. What I do? I comment this upper code and I write here float of INF, and this is minimum number. If num less than min, I just store min equal to num. So print min. Okay. So if I run this code now, what happened? Okay. 12, 22, 1, 99, 56. I got 1. Okay. So it is also able to check the minimum number as well. Fine. Okay. This is all about uh, minimum maximum. Okay. Let us see some more few questions. Okay. Print multiplication table. Print first 10 multiples of 3. I think we have already seen this yesterday. What we did for that, I just write something like for x in range, for x in range of 10, let's say. So if I want to do it for 10, it will be a little bit difficult. I will use 1 comma 11. Okay, fine, because it will start from 0, but I don't want 0. First 10 multiples means 3 into 1, not 3 into 0, isn't it? If I want to do it using only 10, then I have to do 3 into x plus 1, because x is 0 first time. So print first 10 multiples of 3. So print 3 into, what is it? X plus 1. So what do I get here? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30. Okay. Instead of this, what you can do? You can go with 1 comma 11 and you can directly multiply 3 into x. So this will also give you the same output. Okay, fine. So all these things we have already seen, even, odd, 10 multiples, this, all these things. Okay. So print all the factors of a given number. That is another question. Okay. What do you mean by factors? What we mean by factor is the factors of 12 are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 12. Okay. The numbers which can divide 12 are known as factors of that number. And we have to always use 1 to that number. Factors means 1 to that number. 14 is not a factor of 12, right? At that day, first day we have discussed, first day or second day, that we cannot say that 96 is a factor of 24, isn't it? Okay. So what I do for that is, first I take one input from the user, num is equal to, I have to convert it to number. So int of input of enter a number. Okay. Then after take the number, I have to run a loop. Okay. For x in, from where I have to start? I have to start from 1 to that number. Okay. So that number means if I write for x in a range of 1 comma num, it will not include the num. It will be num minus 1. So I have to do num plus 1. When I go in this range, it will go up to 1 to num, isn't it? So then what do I do? After I got the range, now I have to check with each number, divide each number by num. So if num modulus x, if num modulus x equal to 0, then what do I write? Print that number. Print what? X. Otherwise it will not print. Num is the number which I entered, 45. Then what I am doing? I am dividing 45 by 1, 45 by 2, 45 by 3, 45 by 4, 5, 6, like that up to 45, 45 by 45. Okay. So 45 by 1, when I am doing, if it is giving remainder 0, I am printing it. 45 by 1 is giving remainder 0? Yes. So I will print the 1. 45 by 2 giving remainder 0? No. So I am not printing. 45 by 3 giving remainder 0? Yes. I will print 3. So like that, only those numbers will be printed which can divide the 45. Okay. So let us see. I'll put 12 here, enter a number when it is saying. So I should get 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 12. Am I getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 12? Okay, that is fine. So this way you can check for any type of 1, 3, 5, 9, 15, 45. For 45, these are the factors. Okay, so using just these 3 lines, you can find out all the factors. Okay, this way you can do a lot of things, finding the factors, counting the factors. So using the same thing, I can count the number of factors also. So, sorry, limit. Range means the limit. The range is from in between. Num plus 1 means this range will always exclude the last digit. If I write 1 to 10, it will go from 1 to 9. Okay. So if I do num here, it will go only up to 44. It will not go up to 45. That's why I'm doing num plus 1. Okay. Now you can count the number of factors also here. So if I take a count variable 0, I'll not print it. I'll just do count plus equal to 1. Count equal to count plus 1. Its meaning is that. Okay. Count equal to count plus 1. Okay. Then after everything is over, what I do? Print count. So what do I do? So for 12, how many factors I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. For 45, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So for 12 and 45, I should get 6, 6 in the output. Right? Save it. So 12 means I got 6. Okay. 6 factors are there. 45, 6. For 9, how many factors will be there? 1, 3, 9. Only 3 factors of 9 are there. So let us check. 3 factors. For 4, 1, 2, 4. 3 factors. For 2, 1 and 2. Sorry, 1 and 2. For 5, 1 and 5. So those numbers which are having only two factors are known as prime numbers. Okay, those numbers which are having only two factors are known as prime number. What about 1? 1 is not having 2, not having more than 2. What are those known as? What are those numbers which are known as, sorry, which are not having two factors, more than two factors? They are known as composite numbers. Okay, two factors means prime numbers. The other numbers are composite numbers. One is known as, it is neither a prime nor a composite. Okay, okay. So if I check with 1, I get only 1. Okay, so this way you can check for whether a number is a prime number or not. So here, instead of printing, if I write here, if one if condition, if count equal to 2, I write print it is a prime number. Okay, then what do? I write one else again if the count is not 2, if count equal to 1, print it is neither, or you can directly write it is 1. Neither prime nor composite means only one number is there in the whole world. Okay, I'll go with it is neither prime nor composite. Then another else is it is a composite number. That's it. Okay, let us run this. 34 composite number, 1 neither prime nor composite, 11 prime number. Okay, all done. Okay, so this is how we can find whether a number is prime number, composite number, or neither prime nor composite. Fine. Then print all the factors is done, maximum minimum is done. Okay, now we'll go with this some complex things like printing all digits of a given number. uh, then what it is called. Well, and one more thing we have already seen right in the beginning, this thing having 4 at unit place. A unit place means we were doing modulus 10. Okay, modulus 10 was always giving us last digit. Okay, fine. Now let us see some different things. So a number is there, let's say 5-digit number is there, and I want to print all the digits of the number. Then what do I do? So let's say what was the line we take in the beginning? This one. Okay. It will take a number from the user. Okay. Then what do I do?
Sir,
I have to, yes,
please share the screen, sir. I am unable to see.
it is already shared. The screen is already shared. Are you able to see? Okay. So what I was saying is, so when I enter a number, so what will happen? I enter a number like 2, 5, 3, 8, 9. Okay. After that, what should happen is I should be able to print the digits one by one below. Okay. So for that, what I need to do is I have to separate the digits one by one. Okay. So take one digit, print it, take one digit, print it, take one digit, print it. That is the logic I have to do. And I have to take from the last. I cannot take it from the beginning because we know only from the last. Modulus 10 will give us like that. Or else I have to do some reversing and do all those things. Better we'll go with the normal flow. So what do I do? What do I do for that? if I write here num modulus 10, what do I get? I will get the last digit that I have to print. Okay. So let's say remainder, na? Because modulus is giving me remainder. REM equal to num modulus 10. I get the last digit, then I print it. Print REM. Fine. One time it is done. Next, what I will do? I have taken a number. I'll comment and write 39821. Okay. There is a number. I did RAM equal to num modulus 10. So I'll get the 1. I print the 1. Fine. Done. Now what I need to do? I have to take this 2. Okay. So from this, I have to remove the 1 so that again I will apply modulus 10. If I remove the 1 from here, now if I apply modulus 10, I will get 2. Again I remove this 2. Again I apply modulus 10, I get 8. Again I remove this. Again I apply modulus 10, I get 9. Again I remove this. Again I apply modulus 10, I get 3. So this is the process I have to do. Okay. So how do I remove the 1? So that is nothing. I just do divide it by 10. If I divide it by 10, what do I get? That is a number, right? Num divide by 10. What happens? 3982 1 by 10. 3982.1. Right? So to remove that extra part, we do the floor division. So instead, so to do that, I just do like this. Okay. If I do this, I will get 3982. And I store that in a variable. Like, what is it? So what I was doing, I was directly removing it. That means original number I am directly changing, right? So what I can do, I can directly write num equal to num double slash 10 floor division by 10. Okay. So this thing I have to keep on repeating. After this is done, what will happen? The number will become 3982. Again 3982 I have to do num modulus 10. Again I have to print the value, last digit. And then again I have to do remove the 2 and I'll get 398. So this thing I have to put it in a loop. Okay. Let's see. I'll use a while loop first. While what? So this num at one point at the last digit 3. 3 divided by 10 is 0.3. When we put double slash, it will become 0. At that point, I have to stop it. So while num greater than 0, this whole thing should happen. Okay. Now let us see whether this code is working on. So enter a number. What number I will put? 39821. 39821. I got 12893. Correct? 12893 in from the last one by one. We are able to print all the digits. Okay, fine. That's it. So this way, this can be done. Then some more complexity we can bring here. Like don't print all the digits. If it is an even number only, then print the digit. Otherwise, don't print. Then what do? I just write something like here. Before printing, I need to check if which number I'm printing. REM. REM is the last digit. The last digit, if it is divisible by 2, I print it, or else I don't print it. So what will happen here? If REM modulus 2 double equal to 0, only then print this. Okay. This line should not be included. If I put indentation here, this is wrong. It should not be included in the if. Okay. This should always be done, but this will be printing will be done only if it is a even number. Okay. Now let us see. I'll put the same number 39821. So I should get only 2 and 8 in the output, right? Yes, we got 2 and 8 in the output. If I write here not equal to, then I get 391. 39821. So I got 39 and 1 in down. Okay. So these are all, whatever you want to do, you can do it here. This is how we can do these things. Next. Let us see one more thing now. So now using this units place, that is the ones place or the units place we are using. Let's say I don't want the ones place. I want the tens place, hundreds place. How do I do that? Okay. So let us see a small example. This number is there. Num is this. So what do I do to get the tens place? If I divide, if I do something like num modulus 10 is giving me ones place, then num modulus 100 will give me what? It will give me 398. Num modulus 100, what it will give me? 21 actually, not 1. I'll get 21. Num modulus 100 means what? 39821 divided by 100. 100 into 398, remainder will be 21. From that 21, I have to get which number? 1 or 2? Tens place means 2, isn't it? So again, I have to do. So num modulus 100 is 21. So next step, what I have to do? That 21, again I have to apply division by 10. Take the, so it is like 21 double slash 10. 21 by 10 and remove the decimal part. So I have to do something like this. Num modulus 10 double slash 10. This is what I have to do. Tens is equal to this. Print tens. Okay. Num modulus 100 will give us 21. From the 21, if I do floor division by 10, I will get 2. Save it. Go to the browser. Load. 39821. 39821. I got 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I get. What happened? Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll get 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll get 8. Okay. Then here we can do, instead of this line, or what I can do, tens is equal to this number I can take. I will divide by 10 like this. Okay. What will happen if I do this? Num by 10, floor division by 10. By 10 means 3982. 0.1 will be deleted. 3982. On that 3982, if I do modulus 10, 3982 modulus 10, I will get the last digit. So I can do something like this. Modulus 10. So what will happen here? Number is 39821. 39821 floor division by 10 will give me 3982. In 3982, I want the last digit. That means modulus 10, na? Modulus 10 will always give me last digit. So this will also work totally fine. 2, 3, 4, 1, 5. I should get 1. I'm getting 1. Okay. So either this one or this one you can use to get the hundreds place. So this way, tens place, 100 place, 1000 place, you can experiment with this and you will get all those things. Okay, fine. Then then let us try to reverse a number. Okay, we'll try to get the reverse of a number. So same thing, whatever we were doing, take digit one by one, but we have to put it together. We were printing one by one, but we have to put it together. Putting it together means if I put two numbers together, it will not, 3 and 9 will not become 39. If I have 3 and 9, I have to do 3 into 10 plus 9. Only then it will become 39. 3 and 9 will not become 39, isn't it? So that thing we have to keep in mind. So same logic I will use while num greater than 0 I wrote in printing the digits, right? And initially I wrote rem equal to num modulus 10. By doing this, I'm getting the last digit. Okay, fine. But I have to do that into 10 plus something, into 10 plus something, right? Every time. So for that, I need another variable. I'll take one variable like sum equal to 0 initially. Okay. Now what I will do? Sum equal to sum into 10 plus this last digit. Okay. So last digit is REM. So when I take a 39821 number, first it will do num modulus 10. What will happen? I will get 1. 1 in REM. REM will have 1. Now sum. What is sum? Sum is initially 0. 0 into 10 is 0. Plus REM. REM 1 is there. So 1 will be stored in sum. Next time 2 will come. The code is not complete. I will write. Just I'm saying. Next time 2 will come. So 2. What is there in sum? Earlier 1 was there. Sum. 1 into 10 is 10. 10 plus 2 is 12. So it will become 12 means 1 2, right? Next time 1 to 8. Next time 1 to 8 9. Then 1 to 8 9 3. Okay. So now let me write the proper code. So after doing this in that previous example, if you remember, I was doing one floor division. So that is num equal to num double slash 10. So that I'm removing the last digit. Num means 39821. Double slash 10 means divide by 10 and remove the decimal part. Divide by 10 means 3982.1. Point 1 will be deleted. 3982 will be there. That 3982 again I will find the remainder. That means the last digit. 3982 2 is there. Then 1 into 10. Earlier 1 was there. 1 into 10 plus 2 12. Then next time num again by 10. Num 3982 is there. So 2 will be removed. 398 will come. So it will become here 1 2 was there. 12 into 10 120. 120 plus 8 128. So this will ultimately reverse the whole number. So if I now I have to the total value will be stored in sum. So I have to print that value. So print sum. Okay. So now what is it now? 39821. 39821. I got 12893. Reverse is done. Okay. If I put 365, I'll get 563. If I put 1 2 3 4 5, I'll get 5 4 3 2 1. Okay. This is how the reverse can be done. Okay. Then then some more basic questions let us see, and we'll end the loops today. From tomorrow we'll start a new topic. Okay. Okay. So tens place, hundreds place, you try it on your own. Tens place I have shown you, isn't it? Okay. Then ah, sum of numbers from 1 to 10, average of 1 to 10, sum of numbers between given two numbers. So these kind of small things, factorial. Okay. So sum, average, and factorial. Let us see and conclude the topic. Okay. Okay. So what we need, we take a number. Oh, we are not taking a number. We are printing only the sum of 1 to 10. Ah, okay. So these are basic questions actually. Hard questions we have already seen now. Okay. So print the sum of numbers 1 to 10. So I'll take a range. Okay. But a range I cannot take single value. If I take single value, it will start from 0. I'll take from 1. So if we want 1 to 10 means 1 to 11 we have to take. Okay. So for num in range of 1 comma 11, what this will do? It will take 1 to 10. Okay. Now what I have to do is I need a sum variable where I have to store the sum. So sum initially it is 0. Why? Because the numbers will come. The numbers I have to add. Initially, if it is 0, if I add a number, that number will automatically go there, isn't it? If the sum is not 0, let's say 1 or 2, the total sum will be different, no? So I will take it as sum. Okay. So now what I write here is sum equal to sum plus num. That is the num. Num is first time 1. 1, 2, 3. This way it will go on. So what is the sum of the numbers? So this is enough actually. It is all over. So I just print the sum. So answer should be 55. The sum of all the numbers from 1 to 10 is 55. Okay. So what am I getting? I'm getting 55. If I put this different, 101 means it is print is adding from 1 to 100. 5050. Okay, fine. Now let's say I don't want to put this range hard codedly. That means by putting it on my own. I want it from the input. Okay. So I take one input. So that is I name it as limit. What is the limit up to where I want the sum? Okay. So I will put it here limit plus 1. 1 to limit plus 1. So it will take up to limit and it will print the sum. So if I put 10, I get 55. If I put 12, I get 78. If I put 100, I get 5050. Fine. Okay. That is done. Then what about the starting point? Why am I taking the starting point also? That I can take it from user also, isn't it? So what I can do is I can do something like start end. So I can enter starting point, enter ending point. Okay. So here the range will be not 1 comma these things. It will start from start comma end plus 1. Okay. Now it will ask for both the limit. Starting point 1, ending point 10, 55. Starting point 23, ending point 55, 1287. Like this, it will give us the output. Starting point 1, starting point 100, 505. All fine. Okay. This is how you have to take user input and do your coding accordingly. Okay. Then there is something like sum is done. Factorial is there. So even numbers, odd numbers. Sum of all the even numbers and odd numbers. So we will not do the sum directly. We'll check if num modulus 2 equal to 0. Only then do this part. Or else don't do. That's it. So 1 to 10. Even numbers means what? 2. 2 plus 4, 6. 6 plus 6 is 12. 12 plus 8 is 20. I should get only 20 plus 10 is 30. I should get 30. Yes, I got 30. Okay. It is able to sum print the sum of all the even numbers. Okay. Fine. Then so this way you can find the sum of odd numbers. Average. How do I do average? No. When I have the sum of all the numbers, I can find the average as well. There's no problem in that. What do I do? Sum is there. Fine. I got the sum. 1 to 10 is 55. But what is the average of this? 55 by 55 by what is that number? How much? 1 to 10 I am adding. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 divided by 10. It will give us the average. But where is the 10? I cannot see the 10. Starting point is, let's say, 2. Starting point is 2, ending point is 12 or 11, right? 2 to 11, how many numbers will be there? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 10 numbers. Now, sum is 65. So I have to do 65 by 10. Where do I get the 10? 11 minus 2 plus 1, isn't it? 11 minus 2 plus 1. So I have to divide sum by n minus start plus 1. Okay? N minus start plus 1. Sorry, is it? Yes. End minus start will give us 9, isn't it? And I have to do plus 1. What will happen here? Something is wrong. Parentheses are wrong. Hmm. Okay. N minus start plus 1. The parenthesis will create a lot of problems here. Okay. You have to tell properly. Otherwise, what it was doing? It was doing sum by add minus start. After doing the division, it was doing the addition. Okay. That's why we were getting the wrong answer. So now this is the correct one. Okay. Okay. This way you can get the average as well. Okay. So when we go into lists, next topic will be lists for tomorrow. There we will see these things will become easier because we don't need to do this end minus start. We'll have one length of the list and all those things. So we'll come to know how many numbers are there. What is all these things. Okay. Okay. So anything else left here? Let's see the list of assignments. Factorial. Let us see the factorial and end it. Okay. Too much of logic is not needed. Okay. So how do we find the factorial? Factorial means what? 4 factorial means 1 into 2 into 3 into 4. Okay. Just like sum of all numbers, I'll be doing factorial of numbers. So I take this limit is this. Then for num in range of 1 comma limit plus 1, then I have to do something, but I need a factorial. So sum we have seen that we are adding number to 0, but multiplication I cannot do to 0. If I do to 0, it will become 0. So I have to multiply to 1 so that number remains same. If I add 0 to a number, the number remains same. If I multiply 1 to a number, the number remains same. So that logic I have to use. Fact equal to 1. Okay. After fact equal to 1, I just write here fact equal to fact into that number. That's it. Over. So what will happen here? First time 1 is there. Fact is 1, 1 into 1. Then next time 1 will become 2, 1 into 2. 1 into 2 is 2. Then 2 into 3. 2 into 3 is 6. Then 6 into 4. Like that. Ultimately, we'll have the output in the fact. So factorial of 4 is how much? 6, 6, 4 to 24. I think 24. Yes. 24 should be the output if I put 4 here. Okay. 5 means 120. 3 means 6. 6 means 720. 10 means 3628800. Okay. So this way you can find a factorial and all those things. Okay. That's it. That's it for this session. Okay. So try to solve these things, whatever is here on this page. If else also you need some practice, we have completed some of them. Some of them may be left. You try. Forget about these things. Character is well, vowel or consonant, alphabet or not. These things we need methods for that. Okay. No need to worry about that. Then try to do some loops questions from here. Print all numbers from 1 to a given number on those things. Then here also try to do some other things. Okay. Find the product of all odd numbers between 1 and 10. Okay. These things, same factorial approach can be used. Okay. That's it. That's it for this session. Let us start the class. So till now, what we have seen is we have seen about seen the loops, and we have even practiced the loops. Okay. So in the loops, what we were doing something like we were using this range, and we were able to print something repeatedly. We were able to uh, reverse a number. We were able to some count the number of digits and all those things, right? We have done some sufficient practice examples with loops. Okay. Now what we will be moving on towards is, so before I want to start lists topic today, but before that, let us see something. This a range. It is little bit what it is called peculiar. We were able to see that if I try to print the range, I don't get anything. Okay, but let us see something more that we can do with the range. So when I say a range of 5, when I say range of 5, it means 0 to 4, the numbers from 0 to 4. If I write here 1 comma 5, that means 1 to 4. Okay, now if I do print of this, I don't get anything. I just get a range. It is a range object, so I don't get anything. What is it? Py for loop dot py. Okay. So what do I get here? I get just a range like this. I don't get anything. But when we were trying to do something like sum of 1 to 10, we were doing like we are taking for loop for x in range of 1 comma 11, and then we were doing it. But there is a simple way to do that. I can use a sum function. Okay, if I use a sum function, sum of range. Okay, sum of range of 1 comma 5. What this will give me, it will do the sum of all the numbers from 1 to 4. That means 1 plus 2 is 3, 3 plus 3 is 6, 6 plus 4 is 10. So I should get 10 here. Let us see, are we getting the 10 or not? Save it, run it. Yes, I got 10. Okay, in this way also you can find the sum of n numbers. Okay, without going for the whole for loop. Instead of using the for loop, you can do it in a simpler way. Okay, that's it. That's it. What I wanted to discuss. Okay, now I'll move on to a new topic, that is lists. But before that, we need to know what different kinds of data type we have in uh, Python. Okay, so I'll name this as lists.py. Okay, now we have initially seen that we have a number data type, we have a string data type, right? They write str, so I'll write it as string. Okay, no problem. Then number is there, string is there, then boolean is there, which they, so number they write it as number only, right? number, number. Then string, how they write as str. Okay, string they write it as str. Boolean they write as bool, bool. Okay, Do we not get number as number? Let us check. Print type of 4. What do I get? Py lists.py. Oh, sorry, it is int. Okay, so it is given as int. Okay, number is given as int. Again, number can be int or float. It can be anything, isn't it? String is str, boolean is bool. Okay, but these data types are different from what we are going to discuss now. How they are different? Let us see. These number, strings, and booleans, they can store only one value at a time. We cannot store more than one value at a time. Okay. That means if I have a variable called val x equal to where x equal to 10, and if I write x equal to 20, and if I try to print the value of x, what do I get? I get only 20. Okay, this I will comment it. Hmm. So if I run this, I get 20. What is happening here when I'm putting 10 first and then 20 second, the 10 value went into X, and then when I write this next line, the 20 is overridden. So sorry, 10 is overridden with 20. So 10 will be replaced with 20. So X cannot store more than one value at a time. The same thing happens with strings and booleans. These data types can store only one value at a time. Okay, so what we have to do is we don't need to do anything. Python has given us some more data types. There are some more data types which are again divided into two types. Some types are known as sequence types, some are known as mapping types. These sequence type or mapping types are sequence type or mapping types. These types will help us to store more than one value at a time. Okay, sequence type or mapping type will help us to store more than one value at a time. Now again, inside sequence type, some certain data types are there. In mapping type, again certain data types are there. Okay, so what is there in sequence type? In sequence type, they are known as sequence type. In these two combined together, sequence and mapping combined together are known as iterables. Okay, sequence and mapping type together are known as iterables. Iterables are of two types: sequence type, mapping type. Okay, there may be more types, but now I'll be talking only about two types of iterable, that is sequence type and mapping type. Okay, for our Python basics course, we need this much, and this much is sufficient. Okay, now here sequence types will have different. So sequence types are of, what are the different types of sequence data type? Sequence, so I will write here sequence data type. Okay, sequence data type contains something called lists, str we have already seen, and that str is actually a sequence data type. Okay, but it will not, this thing will not be applied on str, store more than one value at a time, right? Okay, I'll come to that, why it is a sequence data type and why it can be called as iterable. I will say that. Then we have another thing called tuple. Okay, list, string, and tuple are known as sequence data type. Here, except string, list and tuple can store more than one value at a time. Okay, str is a normal, just like number and boolean. In other languages, these are known as primitive data types. In other languages like C, C++, Java, JavaScript. So these can store only one value at a time. But all these three can be said that they are sequence type. Why they can be told as sequence type? I'll come to that. Okay. Then we have the mapping type. Mapping data type. Mapping data type again contains something like dictionary. It is known as a dictionary. We'll come to that later on. Not today, but maybe in the next class. Okay. So there are lot other sequence data types also. But now, but in this course, I'll be discussing about list, str, and tuple only. Str we have already discussed. Now we need to discuss about list and tuple. And mapping data type also, there will be more lot of mapping data types, but we will be discussing about dict. Okay. This way, the data types can be categorized or divided. Okay. So now what I will do is I'll start with lists. But before that, let me tell you why this str is a sequence data type. Okay. So let us see that. So let me create a string. S is equal to hello. This is a string data type. And we have seen that this S can store only one value at a time. In the next line, if I write S equal to welcome, what will happen? S equal to welcome. So this hello will be replaced by welcome, and if I print the S, I get, if I print the S, I get welcome only, not the hello. Okay, fine. But this S helps us to use this square bracket syntax using an index. We have seen in the first class, I think. What happens is if I do S of 0, I get W. If I write S of 5, I am getting M. So this way we are able to use the or access the characters of the string using index. Because we are able to do this, that's why it is known as a sequence data type. Okay. Wherever we are able to do this kind of uh, indexing, these are known as sequence data type. What about, can we do something like looping on this? Let us see. I'll come to looping on strings later on, but just I want to see for A in S, what do I get? Print A. What will happen if I do this? S means string. So what did I get? I got all the letters. That means I'm able to loop on a string. For A in S, A means each letter. Okay. For the first time, A means W. Second time, A means E. Third time, A means L, like that. Okay. So this way, I'm able to loop on a string also. I'm able to use the index. I'm able to loop. That's why these strings are known as sequence data type. Okay. They are known as sequence data type because of this reason. Okay. So that is the thing. That's what I wanted to discuss. Now let us move on to the other sequence data types, that are lists. Okay, today we'll be discussing only about lists. So let us see. What are these lists? Lists are a data structure. It is a Python data structure which will help us to store more than one value at a time. So let me take something like numbers is the name I'm giving to the variable, and I write a square bracket like this. Okay, I use a square bracket like this, and I can store these numbers here. Now this numbers is a list. You can see what it is saying. Numbers is of type list, which is having integers, which is having numbers. We can see list square bracket int, it is written. If I write here comma hello, it will not say int. It is saying it is just a list. Okay, numbers is a list because here it doesn't know what it stores. it can store anything. But when I write like this, it is saying numbers is of type, it is a list, it is having list of integers. Okay, fine. In the same way, I can have a names list. Names is having Deepti, Preeti, and Raju. So this names is a list of string str, list of str. This is a list of int. Okay, so two types of lists we are able to see here. So that means list can store any data, and it is not like that it will store only numbers or only strings. I can have something like my list equal to, I can have 1 comma 1 comma some hello, then some 45, then 64, then some boolean value as well, true, then again a string like welcome. Okay, it can store anything. Even it can store another list 2 comma 3. Okay, this way we can store anything in a list. So this will be taken as a list, non basic list. Python doesn't know what I want, what I can store here. But you, by looking at this list, Python is able to say that this is a list of integers. And by looking at this, Python is able to tell us that this is a list of strings. But by looking at this, we are not, Python is not able to identify what kind of list it is. Okay. So this means the list can store anything and we are not getting any error, no red lines, nothing. Okay. Fine. Now, these kind of lists where we have only one type of data are known as homogeneous lists. And this list where we have different data types, number, string, number, boolean, again a list. So this kind of list is known as a heterogeneous list. Okay, these two are homogeneous list, and this one is a heterogeneous list. Okay, this way we can store more than one value at a time. These are different from numbers and strings. Now, let us remove all these things. Let us come back to our numbers list. Let us see what we can get from here. And let me change the numbers. Let's say 23, 11, 58, 90, 2, and 14. Okay. This is a list of numbers. That is fine. Now, these lists will also follow the same index that we saw in strings. So numbers of 0 means 23, numbers of 1 means 11, numbers of 2 means 58, numbers of 3 means 90, 4 means 2, 5 means 14. Okay. So if I do this console.log of numbers of 3. Sorry. What am I writing? I have to write here print. If I print this numbers of 3, what do I get? I get 90 because at 3 third position 0, 1, 2, 3. At 3 I am having 90. So this way I can get the value. Okay, fine. Then that is working. Then we had also seen another thing in the strings, that is len. So let us first see what are the similarities between the string and list and what are the differences between string and list that I want to see. First similarity that we have seen here is that we can use the index. Second similarity is that this len, length is also working. So if I write print of len of numbers. What will happen? What is the length? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so if I save this and run this, I am getting 6. So length is also working fine. Then if everything is same, then what is the difference? We can even do all those slicing. Do you remember? We were doing some slicing in the strings, like print numbers of 1 colon 3. That means select the numbers 1 and 2. First index and second index. Sorry, from first index. That means not a 0. I omit the zeros, and that means it will give me 11 and 58 in the output. So I'm getting 11 and 58. This is also working. If I write here nothing, that means from first 11 to 14, everything will come. So these are also similar to what string was doing. If I don't put the first value, it is taking from the beginning to 5. That means 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means it will print the whole list. See, it is printing the whole list. Oh, 5 means it will omit the that value, right? So that is also same like string. If I put a 4 here, it will not consider this one. It will print unto up to 90. So it is printing up to 90. Okay, fine. So these all things are similar. Then what is the difference? The difference is that when I have a string, let's say ggg is equal to hello, I'm able to do all these things: indexing, then length, then slicing. All these things are working. But if I try to change one of the values, like ggg of 1, sorry, ggg of 1 is equal to y, this will not work. After this, if I try to print the ggg, what is the meaning of this line? This second line, what I'm trying to do is at index 1, what is there at index 1? I want to replace this index 1 character e with y. I want to put y in place of e. If I do this, I am seeing that it is not supporting. str object does not support item assignment. Why this is happening? Because strings are immutable. Strings cannot be changed. Strings can be replaced but cannot be modified or changed. Okay, that is what happens with string. But the same thing if I do with numbers. Numbers of 1 is equal to 1 not 1. What will happen? We will be able to change the list. See, at one position, position 1, the 11 was replaced with 101. Okay, so this way, these lists are not immutable, lists are mutable. Okay, lists can be modified, changed, replaced, anything can be done with lists. That is the difference between string and lists. Otherwise, the remaining things, whatever we have seen, are similar. Like both are following the index way of position, index way of accessing and modifying and for positioning. Then next thing we have seen, both are having the length method. Length is working on both of them. And then next thing is the only difference is that we cannot change something in a string. That's why it is immutable, but lists are mutable. Okay, that's it. Now, now let us come back to our numbers list. What else can be done with this? These are some of the basic characteristics. Now, hmm, now we have seen that again one more similarity in the strings we were getting negative index. Here also we can have negative index. So let's say print numbers of -1. This should give us 14 in the output. numbers of -1, numbers of -2 will give me 2. Okay, this way negative indexes are or are also supported. Okay, fine. We have seen the length, we have seen the accessing, modifying. Okay. Now one more thing is there. One more thing, what it is a numbers. Okay, fine. Let me make this as even nums. So here I will have some even numbers like 2, 4, 6, 8, and I'll have some odd nums. So I have two lists, 1, 3, 5, 7. Okay. Now I can join these two lists. Okay. I can join these two lists. How this can be done? I can have something like all nums is equal to even nums plus odd nums. What will happen? Let us see if I do this. I have to print it, right? Print all nums. So what do I get? I got 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7. Okay, I am able to join the two lists using the plus operator. And this process, this thing, phenomenon is known as concatenation. Okay, it is known as concatenation. Using concatenation, we are able to join or merge two arrays into one array. Now this all nums is an array which contains all the elements of even nums and odd nums. Okay, so this will also be supported. Okay, then what else is there? Now I can write something like this. All nums instead of doing this. So this is concurrent. This is 100% sure that it will join the two arrays. But if I write something like this, all nums, again a square bracket, and then I write even nums, comma, odd nums. What will happen? I am creating a new array which contains even nums, which is this array and this array, odd nums. So this is an array inside array. Inside this square bracket, two arrays will be there, even nums and odd nums. Let us see how this looks like. See this. I can even have an array, list of lists. This is a list. This is the main list. Inside the main list, I have two more small lists are there. Okay. This is how the list behavior in Python. We can use this comma to just put it side by side. Okay. Then what can be done? Now let us move on to the looping on this lists. Okay. So let me take this all nums. Okay, what did I get here? So I'll take this array. Okay, this list, and I'll put it here. And I'll remove all these things. Print all nums. Okay, fine. Now what I want to do is I want to loop through this array. So normally what I will be doing for x in. So let us see in how many different ways we can loop on this array. For x in all nums, will it work? Let us see that. Print. In how many different ways I can print the numbers inside this array? Print x. Okay. Is this working? Let us see. Yes, it is working. 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7. It is able to print. Then let us see some more other way. What can be done? I'll be using the range function for. So I should write, I will use a num variable, okay? So that it is relevant. For num in range. So I'll comment this now. This code is totally working fine. I'll comment this. for num in range of what? Num in a range of, the index is starting from 0, right? Can I write directly all nums here? If I write like this, will it work? I don't think this will work. Print num. What this will give us? Maybe it will give us error. Let us see. So it is giving us error. Okay, we cannot do this because the range function will take only numbers. I cannot pass a list directly. So what I need to do is I have to tell the range of the numbers. So the range is starting from 0 and it is going up to how much? It is going up to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, but how do I get 7 index? That can be done by getting the length. The length is how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 minus 1 is the length, minus 1 is the limit. Okay, or else length minus 1 is the limit, that is fine, but this range will not consider the second value, isn't it? So I have to go for length. What is the length? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if I put here 8, what will happen? It will take 0 to 7 and 7 is the last index, isn't it? So I have to use the 8, but I cannot directly use the 8. Instead of that, I'll write length of all nums. What is the length of all nums? Length of all nums is 8. And when I write 0, 8, it will take up to 0 to 7. So this will also print all the values. Let us see. So are we getting all the values? Yes, we are getting all the values. But it is starting from 0. So what is happening? It is printing, it is not printing the numbers of the list. It is printing from 0. Okay. So what can be done here? This num is printing the index values only. So I cannot write here print of num. So I have to write here, these are the index. So all nums of num. If I do, then I get the desired output. See, 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 9. So this num I can write it as I. I means index, isn't it? So this is also one way how we can print all the numbers in an array, in a list. Okay. For num in, so this one is a simpler one. Okay. For num in all nums, print num. Or else if you want to use range, this will happen. Okay. Then we can even remove this 0 because range by default it always starts from 0, isn't it? So you can remove the 0, then also you will get the same output. 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 9. Okay. So these are just some of the ways I want you to know, but in real time, we may not go for this one. We may go for this approach. Okay. It is your wish, whatever you want. Sometimes you may go for this one also. Okay. That's it. Now, what else can be done with this thing? Anything more in some other ways we can do this? There is something called enumerate. I'll come to that. Okay. I'll come to that topic. There is something like what it is called. There is a enumerate function. Enumerate of let's say all nums. What does it give us? Does it give us anything? Let us see. I'll come to this enumerate function after some time. Okay. Let me complete these things. So it is giving us an address. So this will not work. So it is something like, okay, I'll come to that. It is having a separate syntax like for a in enumerate of all nums, and then we write print a. Okay, then I get the index values. So I get something like this. Okay. So these are nothing but this A is known as a tuple. Okay, I'll come into that. No need to worry. I'll come to the tuples topic later on. But let us complete the other things. So now we know how we can loop through an array. We can just simply use for x in all nums. It will automatically take the each element in x and I am able to print the x. Okay, this is fine. Now, what else can be done? Can we go to our some of our assignments and see what kind of things we have? So edupoly.com and assignments, data structure. In JavaScript, they are known as arrays. So we'll try to do these small assignments using arrays. In Python, the arrays are known as lists. Okay. Okay. Fine. So write a script to print all array values in the console that we have done. This also we have done. We are able to print it. Print all numbers except the first element. What do we do for that? Print all numbers in a list except the first element. I want to print everything, but I want to print from 4 to 9, not everything, right? So this can be done in so many different ways. So if I do this, print all nums of 1 colon, what it will do is it will print an array which will not have the first element. Okay, but if your requirement is no, don't print like that, print one by one, not as a list, then what I have to do is I have to go for the looping. So for num in all nums, here what I have to do is, again I'll show you different ways. So if so not this way, for num in all nums, so let me use another approach. What is this? For I in a range of length of all nums. Okay, what this I will have? It will have the index. It will start from 0 to length minus 1 because length will not be considered. Okay, so here what I have to do is if I greater than 0, only then print the values, isn't it? If I greater than 0, then print all nums of I. If I don't write this line, it will print all the numbers. We have already seen this example just few moments ago. Now if I do this, what will happen? It will print all values except the first value, I greater than 0. And when the I is equal to 0, it is not printing. It is printing only the values which are greater than 0. 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 9. Okay, this is one way. Then any other way can be done. So we'll see that again while we do the enumerate. Okay, that enumerate thing when we do, I will show you how to do that. Okay, fine. And yeah, that's it. Okay, this normal for loop for x in all nums, sorry, that normal looping which we have for num in all nums doesn't give us the index. Okay, that's why we cannot use this normal approach to print conditionally. That is, don't print the first value. We cannot say like that. Okay, but using the enumerate, we can do it. We'll come to that. Okay, then next, print all elements in an array except the last element. Okay, except the last element means again I can use this one colon comma and then I can write something like print all nums of from the starting to not the last value. That means length of all nums. What it will do, it will omit the last value. All nums minus 1. Length of all nums will give you all the values actually. See here. It is giving me all the value 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 9. If I don't want the last value, I just put minus 1. So it will ignore the last value as a 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5. But if you don't want in this way, if you want it in loop 1 by 1, then I have to go for I in a range of len of all nums. Again, I can do something like all nums minus 1. Okay. And then I can write print all nums for I, all nums of I. What is happening here? The all nums minus 1. Length of all nums means 8. 8 minus 1 is 7. 7 is ignored and it will take up to 6. So I can do this. Okay. This is one approach. 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5. Or else I will go with this approach. In this approach, what I was doing, I was using a if condition. So let me first comment this. Take this and paste it here. So here, if I less than length of all nums, print all nums of I. What do I get? 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 9. All I am getting. So I do minus 1 and I get all the values. Okay. So, sorry, the last value is avoided. Okay. So here, what I can do is see this. Let me divide this code into different parts. This is one thing, right? The question is, what is the question? Print all values except first value. For that, what we have seen is this is one way, that is case 1. This way we can do one thing. This one is another way when we can where we can do the things. Okay. And then another way, I want to use another way, that is the case number 3 for this. Case number 3, I'll be not using any if condition, but in the code itself, in the loop itself, I want to write it. So what do I do here? I write like this: for I in a range of, what range? Range of starting point I will give. So starting point is 1 comma this, all nums. Okay. This will also print all values except first value. Let us check whether this is working or not. See, all values except the first value. That means 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 9. 2 is omitted in this case. Okay. So this is also one of the way where I am starting it from 1. Okay. Then we have this second question. Second question is print all values except last value. next question is this one, except last value, where we again have three ways to do it. Case one is this one, case two is this one, and one more case we have, that is case three. Okay, this way we are able to see the things. So what is happening here? We can see print all values except first value. We have seen three ways. Print all values except last value. For that also we have seen three ways. Okay. So these things we have to remember. These things we have to be flexible. We have to be able to. We should be able to think in these all different ways. Okay. Okay. That's it. Then what is there? So except the last elements, last index to first index. Okay, so last index to first index means again we have to use a negative step in the uh, looping. So let us see. The next question is print all values from last index to first index. That is in a reverse order. So what do I do? Can I use all these ways? So this thing I cannot use it. Okay, slicing will not be happening here. So I'll go with this two cases. So first case, let me try to do it. Case one, I don't know if there are two ways or not. Let us see whether we can do it or not. So case one, where we are not using any if condition, right? Last to first. Last to first means I have to write something like for I in a range of ln of all nums. Okay, for I in range of ln of all nums, and then what I do is last index to first index. Okay, so last index to first index means I have to start from ln of all nums. From which index I have to start? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Index is 7, length is 8. So if it is length of all nums is 8, so I have to start from 7. That means I will start from -1 and I will go up to what value? I have to go up to 0. I have to go up to 0. But 0 will it be included? It will not be included. And as I'm going from forward to negative backward, I have to put a -1. So now just see, this -1 means what we are doing is this -1 means the step. I'm going -1 -1, isn't it? So let us see now. This should not give us the proper output. Okay, all nums of I. It should omit the first value. Okay, so let us see. Okay. So I got 9531864, not the 2, because I have given here 0. So if I put here -1, -1, -1, length -1, -1, -1. So now I should get all the values. Yes, 9531864, all the values in reverse order. Okay, why that is happening? Because we have to put here -1, because -1 will not be included. So after that 0 is included. Okay, fine. And we are putting a step here. This is known as step. We have seen earlier this one. Okay, this is one way. And another way, is it possible if I use this one? So this one is not possible, because if I don't use this reverse process will not be possible. Okay, okay, fine. So this is how we have to do it. Then what is the next thing? So here again you have to use conditions. So these things you can try on your own. From last index to first index, except the first element. So except the first element, just now I have seen, if I put here 0, I am not getting the first element. That's it. Okay. So you just need to change the thing, except the last element. Again, if you write here, last element means -2, you will not get the last element. Okay, last element I am not getting 1357 599 I am not getting. Okay, this way you can check. So these are some of the possibilities that can be done. So these assignments you just try to complete. Okay, maximum number, minimum number, we have already seen yesterday how to use the minus infinity and plus infinity. Same thing needs to be used in this array. Okay, so now I want to go to the one thing that I had left at that point, that is the enumerate. Okay, that enumerate is a very powerful method. Okay, enumerate is a very powerful function of the for looping in array in list. Okay, so let me come to that. So what I will do is, uh, shall I create a new file? Okay, no problem. Here only I will write. So I'll comment this now. Okay, was our nums? All nums is a list. Okay, fine. So I'll use something like, as I shown you, when I write for a in enumerate, there is a function called enumerate function. Enumerate of all nums. What I was getting, if I try to print print a, what I was getting? I was getting some peculiar kind of thing. This thing is known as tuple, but today I will not discuss tuple. Maybe in the next class I will discuss about tuple. But you just try to understand here what is happening. This output is coming as a pair, always a pair. See, every time it is a pair. What are these things? In the pair, the first value is the index 0 to 7, and the second value of the tuple is the each element of the list. Okay, so at a 0 index 2 is there, at 1 index 4 is there. That is what it is saying here. It is written 2 comma 6. That means at second index I have 6. So this way it is giving us. Now we have a technique in uh, Python to break this tuple into two parts. Okay, so instead of a, I can write any two values like x comma y, where first value is index, right? So x will be index, y will be value. So I can write I comma v, I comma v. What is the meaning of I comma v? I is the index, v is the value. So if I write here I, it will print only the index. See, only the index it is printing. If I print v, I'll get only the value. Okay, this is how we can do it. Now let us try to do one of the previous questions, or print all values except first value. What I can do here, if I use this, so let's say this will become case 4 for this. Okay, so can I bring this part to there? Ah, so I'll go here and write a case 4 here. Okay, case 4 to print all values except first value. What I will do is I will use this enumerate and I will check the same condition. If I greater than 0, only then print the value. If I greater than 0, I don't need to use this all nums of I. In this cases, if you have noticed, we are writing again all nums of I, all nums of I. Here I don't need that because v contains the value. So I don't need to write all nums of I. Okay, v is each value. So I'll directly write here print of v. Okay, so if I do this now, I will get all elements except the first element. Okay, I am checking for this condition here. If I greater than 0, only then print the value. When the first time, when the I value is 0, it is not printing this value because the if condition is false. When the second value is coming, its I value is greater than 0, so it is printing that value. So this way I should get 4681359. Okay, 4681359. Okay, these are the various array operations or looping. Actually we did only looping on the arrays. Okay, nothing else. We didn't do any kind of operation. We didn't change the array using these techniques. Here we have seen only how in different ways we can do some looping on arrays. Okay, using the range, without using the range, using enumerate. This enumerate is a very powerful function. Okay, when we'll be dealing with complex arrays in future, like array sorry, complex lists, list of list of documents, in those things we need this enumerate. There is no other way. Okay, okay, fine. Now I'll go to something called, I'll create a new file. Wait, there are something called list methods dot py. Okay, so I'll take one list, say nums is equal to 21, 32, 43, 54, 65, 76. Okay, now we have, there are a lot of methods, but I will discuss only 5 6 of them, which we'll be using in our daily work. Okay, so let us see, there is a way to add something to this list. Okay, let's say I want to add 99 after this 76. Okay, what do I do for that? So I write something like nums dot append, nums dot append of, nums dot append of what number I want to add, 99. Okay, if I do this and I, in the next line, if I do print of nums, what will happen? I'll get, oh, this is running the old file. Okay, py, what is the next file? List methods dot py. Ah, so I got a list 21, 32, 43, 54, 65, 76, and 99. The 99 number got appended to the old array. So append means it will add the element to the last of the list. Append will add it to the last. Okay, it will add it to the end of the list. Okay, then, but this one is always adding it to the end, isn't it? It is not helping us to add it anywhere. Like I want to add a number here after 43. I want to add let's say what it is called, after 43 I want 99 here, before 54, after 43 and 54. So in between 43 and 54 I want the 99. So for that I have a method called insert. But this insert, I have to tell two things: at what position. So 0 1 2, or maybe 3. At third position, I want 99. What will happen now? Let's see. So at third position, that means after 43. At third position, it is adding the 99. So it is coming between 43 and 54. Okay. This is how we can use the insert method. Then we have a remove method. Okay. There's a remove method. Let us see what this remove method will do. Insert, remove. Now, remove will take only one value. What value? It will take that value which you want to remove. Let's say I want to remove 43 from this. It will remove the 43 from the list. So 43 got removed from the list, isn't it? But let us say I have so many 43s here. In the list, I have total 343s are there. Here 143 is there. Here 143 is there. Here 143 is there. So which one it will remove? Will it remove all? No. It will remove only the first 43 that it encounters. The first 43 that it sees will be removed. The remaining 243 are still there. Okay. This is the uh, purpose of remove. Okay. Then after that remove, I have one more thing, that is something called pop, list dot pop. This pop will remove the last element from the list. Okay, this pop is having two different varieties. This is first variety is when I am not passing any argument in the pop, when I am not passing any number. Nums dot pop parenthesis over. Nothing if I do, it will automatically remove the last element. What is the last element? It is 43. So it will have 76. So let me remove these extra 43s. These are creating problem. Okay. So what this will do? It will remove the 43 from the end and I will get 21, 32, 54, 65, 76. Last 43 is removed. Now let us say I want to tell at which position the number should be deleted, because pop is only removing the last element, not anything in between. If I want to do that, so let's say in third index whatever is there, I want to remove it. Then I have to pass the index here, nums dot pop of 3. Then it will remove it at third position. So let us see what will happen now. So now I got 21, 32, 54, 76, 43. So this 65 got removed from the list. Okay, fine. Then, then there is a method called count. Now let us take the previous example where I had so many 43, 143, another 43 here, another 43 at last. So this count will help us to count the number of times this value is coming. So nums.count of 43 means how many times 43 is coming? 3 times, isn't it? So I should get 3 in the output. Am I getting? Oh, what happened? Ah, nums.count. Okay, okay. So I have to do print this nums.count of 43. Ah. So nums.count of 43. So actually I should do something like this. I should write times is equal to nums.count. How many times it is coming? So I should use a variable and then I should assign the nums.count uh, functionality to that. So now I will get 3 in the output. How many times? 3. If I write here instead of 43, if I write 21, 21 is coming only one time. So I should get 1. Oh, sorry, didn't save it. So, so I'm getting only 1. Now let's say I take a number which is not even present in the array. Let's say 99. 99 is not present in the list. So if I try to print this times, I will get 0 because 99 is present 0 times in the whole list. Okay. Then this is about the counting. Okay. It can count. Then we have something called a sorting. Okay. So sorting is something like, let us see, nums dot sort. Okay, nums dot sort. So will it sort the original array or not? Let us check. Nums dot sort, and I am trying to print the nums. So what do I get? Is it sorted in ascending order? See, it is automatically sorted in ascending order. 21, 32, 43, 3 times it is coming. So 43, 43, 43, then 54, 65, 76. Okay, it is sorting the original array in ascending order. Okay, then we have something like reverse. Instead of sort, if I write reverse, it will reverse the array. That means first uh, 43 will come. So output will be 43, 76, 65, 54 like that. So let us see. 43, 76, 65, 54, 43, 32, 21, 43. Okay, the reverse process. So now using this sort and reverse, I can combine something like I want to, if I write here sort, it is always sorting in ascending order. I want to sort it in descending order. So what do I do? After doing nums of sort, I have to apply the reverse on it. So nums dot sort dot reverse. After sorting, if I reverse it, after sorting, it becomes what it is called. Sorry, I cannot write it directly here. I have to write something like that. Nums dot sort and then nums dot reverse. Okay, if I do this, now it will be sorted in descending order: 76, 65, 54, 43, 43, 43, 32, 21. Okay, so these are some of the important list methods we will be using in our future assignments and projects. Okay, that's it for this session. See you in the next class. So till now, what we have learned is we have learned about basic data types, and also something like we have learned about lists. We have learned about strings, numbers, and we know how to use indexing in these, what it is called, strings and lists. So these are all list, string. These are all of type sequence data type. Okay, that's why we are able to index them, and also we are able to loop through them, isn't it? So what we'll be doing today is, let's see, anything was left. So in array lists we have seen some methods like list.append, list.insert. So we have even seen list.sort and all, right? So let me take this simple list. In this list, what we were doing, this is a list of numbers and they are not sorted in order, right? So that day what we did, we used a method called list.sort and a list.reverse. Let us see them once again. What was happening when I do list.sort, sorry, not list.sort, all nums dot sort. Does it change the original array? Let us see. Original list, print of all nums. So this is what I want to print. I want to print the list. I want to see after I call this method, after I call this sort function, is it sorting the original list or not? Okay. So let me run this py lists.py. So what was happening here? It was able to sort the list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, isn't it? Then we also saw something like after sorting, I can do all nums dot reverse. In this, what was happening? If I print the list now, I get it in reverse order. If I don't sort it, I get the original list in reverse order: 9, 5, 3, 1, 8, 6, 4, 2. Okay, fine. But let's say I have a situation in my or in my project where I don't want to change the original list. Okay, here when I'm using all nums dot sort or all nums dot reverse, what these two functions are doing, two methods are doing, they are changing the original list. That means they are modifying, they are sorting the original list. But in real time, I may not want to do that. Okay, so for that, what do I have is there are two more methods. They are known as sorted and reversed. Let us see. So for that, what we do is we don't modify the original list. We take another variable. Let's say I want to sort it in ascending. So ascending nums. I'm creating one variable. Okay, ascending nums is equal to sorted of all nums. Okay, and I'll print the ASC nums, ascending nums. I will print both of them. Print all nums and print ascending nums. Let us see now what will happen. So what will happen here is it should not change or modify the original list. Okay. ASC nums is changed, but all nums is not changed. So this will be more used in daily life. I'm sure you will use both of them, but I'm just saying if you have different situations, when you want to change the original list, you will go with list.sort. If you don't want to change the original list, you will go with sorted of list name. Okay. In the same way, we have something called reversed. Okay. Let me write here rev nums is equal to reversed of num. So rev nums update here. Now you can see if I use a reversed, what will happen? It will not change the original list. Let us see again. See, oh, what happened? Sorry, this is not correct. Okay, so this reversed is used. I cannot use it here. So if I want to do that, if I want to get a reversed array, list, I just use it like this: sorted of all nums, and then after that, what do I do? I just use the previous reverse method. I can use the reverse method. There is no problem on this rev nums, isn't it? So print, or else I will do something like rev nums. I'll show you that reversed method tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow I'll be showing some advanced data structure methods or techniques, not methods actually, techniques. So there I'll show you that reverse will be used in looping, not here directly. So revnums dot reverse. And so now what is happening? We are applying reverse on this revnum, the new list, not on the original list. That's why the original list will stay the same. So print, what do I need to print? I'll print both of them and have all nums and rev nums. Okay. Now what will happen? Let us see. So I got 24681 here, the original list, and this is the after sorting I reverse this, right? Okay. Those were the two things that were left from the list topic. Although we have some more things like list comprehension and all those things. We will see those things tomorrow. But now today I want to complete the data structures and tomorrow. So because we have some more uh, data structures like tuples, sets, dictionaries that I'm going to discuss now. And tomorrow today itself we'll try to practice some examples, and then tomorrow we'll be going with the advanced real-time techniques, what we need in real-time projects, what kind of approaches or techniques we use with lists, tuples, dictionaries, strings. There is another topic called list of dictionaries. So all these things, advanced things, we'll see tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow those will be all real-time examples and best practices. Like it is not like we should always use for loop. For loop is okay. For loop is for some basic operations. I'm applying for loop on list as well. But in real time, I won't be using for loop on lists because that is not a best practice. Okay, we'll go with real time industry level practices tomorrow. Okay, now this was all about lists. Okay, where list is also a sequence data type. We have seen lists, we have seen string, which are sequence data types. Now I will move on to another sequence data type that is known as tuples. Okay, so let me create a file first, tuples.py. So what will happen here? These tuples are nothing but they are not lists, but they behave little bit like lists. Okay, so let me show you what happens here. I'll take a variable. Now, first thing is how do we create tuples? Tuples look like this. It will be enclosed in parenthesis, and it will have some value like this. Okay, this is known as a tuple. We have seen till now that is a number, this is a string, and this is a list, right? And this fourth type is known as a tuple. Tuples are always enclosed in parentheses, not in square brackets. If it is square brackets, it will become a list. Okay. Now let us see what is the difference between these tuples and lists. First, let us see something like how do we create a tuple. So if this is a list and I create this list using a variable like v equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3, that means in the same way I can create a tuple, isn't it? So let's say t1 is equal to, in parentheses I write 12 56 41. So now if I put my mouse on this t1, this saying t1 is of type tuple. Can you see? It is a tuple. Now what is the meaning of this tuple? Tuple is something, it is not a list, but it is also a collection of more than one data. And what we do is we fix the data. We cannot change this data. I'll come to that point after some time, but this is how the tuple works. Okay, this data is fixed. I can access them, but I cannot modify them. Okay, fine. Now let us see what similarities we have with lists. Lists also we create like this, except instead of parentheses we put square brackets. Then can I access these values just like lists? Let me do something like a print t1 of 0. If I do list, will it work or not? So py, what's it? Tuples dot py. Yes, I got the answer, isn't it? The tuples can be accessed using the same kind of indexes, the index that we use in lists, isn't it? Even if this tuple is not enclosed in a square bracket, we are using this square bracket for indexing. Okay, so this way you can get all the values 0 1 and 2. So I'll get 12 56 41 in the output. Fine. And in the list we have also seen that if I put a an index which is not there, we get one index out of range error. Are we getting it here? Yes, tuple index out of range. Here also we are getting the similar kind of error that we got in lists. Okay, so these are the similarities between lists and tuples. Now let us see the differences. Okay, now let us see. This way I am able to create a tuple. That is fine. Now let me show you how in different other ways I can create a tuple. Let's say t2 is equal to 34, 67. When I write like this, Python automatically will take this thing and put it in parentheses and store it in T2 as a tuple. If I put my mouse over T2 now, what I can see, it is saying T2 is a tuple. Whereas when I write only one value, it is not saying that T2 is a tuple. T2 is a literal, that is a number literal, it is saying. Okay. The moment I put a comma, it tells us this, it is a tuple. Okay. So the moment I put a comma like this, it will be stored as a tuple. This whole thing will be stored as what? This will be stored as parenthesis 34, comma 32. Okay, that is a tuple. It will be stored as a tuple. Okay, now if I try to print this, print t2, what do I get in the output? I get this. Can you see 34, 32? It will be stored as parenthesis 34, 32. Okay. So this T2 has become tuple now after I put that comma. Okay. Now Then what else is there? Now this tuple can be of any type. Like one more similarity that we have with list is that we can create a list like this. Li is equal to 1 comma 2 comma, sorry, I have shown that thing actually, 1 comma 3 comma 2 comma hello. I can store anything, even true. Okay, so this list is having numbers, strings, and boolean. Okay, so this kind of lists are known as heterogeneous lists. Okay, but when I have a list like this is a homogeneous list. Okay, the same thing is applicable with tuples. Tuples can be homogeneous, tuples can be heterogeneous. So let's say I have a tuple like t3 equal to 56 comma hello. Okay, this is a heterogeneous tuple. So I can, if I want, I can declare a tuple like this, or else if you want to be safe, you put it like this. This is the best way, but you can also write without the parenthesis. Okay, so this is about the creation. Now, any more ways are there? Yes, there are some more ways. Now let us see. Now these tuples, what I am doing is I am pre-filling the data. That means while declaring only itself, I am putting the data. But let's say I don't want to put the data. I want to keep it empty. Like when I am creating a list, what I do, k is equal to empty list. Square bracket means empty list. Okay. In the same way, I can create an empty tuple, t4 equal to this. Okay. Now this k, what it is saying, k is of type list, t4 is of type tuple. It is saying like that. Okay. So it is a tuple. Now, what else can be done? Now, one more thing is, let's say I want a tuple to have only one value. So when I want a tuple to have two values, I write it like this, isn't it? Suppose I want to have only one value. Then what do? I will write like t5 equal to 67. What does it say? T5 is of type literal. Can you see? It is not taking it as a tuple. When I want to have only one value, when I want to have this empty, it is saying it is a tuple. When I am writing like this, then also it is saying it is a tuple. But when I am writing like this, it is not taking it as a tuple. Then what do? I want a tuple with only one value initially. Then what I have to do is I have to write something like 67 comma. The moment Python sees this comma, the moment Python gets this comma, it will consider this t5 as a tuple. Now if I see, it is saying t5 is of type tuple. Okay, so these are the things you have to keep in mind while creating the tuple. If you want an empty tuple, you create it like this. If you want it to have one value, you create it like this. If you want it to have two values, you can either create it like this or this, your wish. Okay, it can be with parenthesis or without parenthesis. It is your wish. Then, so this is all about tuple creation. Then we have seen here, these are all the indexing. Okay, fine. Now, this syntax, whatever I wrote here, t2 equal to 34 comma 32, or else t5 equal to 67 comma, when I'm putting 2 3 4 values to one tuple, let's say I have another tuple t7 is equal to 23 comma hello. In tuples will mostly be heterogeneous. Okay, we don't use it as homogeneous. Mostly heterogeneous tuples are used. Then I have another thing called, I can even have a list here. One. Okay. So now this T7 is a tuple of first value number, second value string, and third value list. Okay. So when I'm writing like this, what happens is this syntax, when I'm assigning more than one value to a variable, this is known as packing. Okay. or I would rather say this is a tuple packing. Packing is a common word. It can be different kinds of packing, but here what we are doing is we are doing tuple packing. Okay, we are packing three things together and putting it into one bag, which is T7, which is also known as a tuple. Okay, so this is known as tuple packing. Then now if I print this T7, I get print T7, I get this 23 hello 1 comma 2. Okay, now let us see, this tuple is having three values and I'm even able to print them T7 of 0. If I do this, I get the output as 23. Okay, this line is also coming. Let me comment this line. Okay, fine. So we are getting T7 as T7 of 0 is 23. Now in lists, we have seen that we can modify the values using this index, isn't it? Let us try to do that using tuples. So T7 of 1 is equal to, instead of hello, I want to store hi. So what will happen here? It is giving an error. It is saying type error. Tuple object doesn't support item assignment. Okay, that is one of the difference between list and tuples is lists are mutable, whereas tuples are immutable. What is the meaning of immutability? Immutability means they cannot be changed or modified. That means it can be replaced with another tuple, but you cannot modify the contents of the tuple, just like strings. So strings and tuples have something in common, that is they are immutable. Okay, list, strings, and tuple, all three are sequence data type, where lists and list, tuple, and string, all three of them use indexing. That means we can use index values starting from 0 to access them, but only lists can be modified or mutated. They are mutable. Lists are mutable. String and tuple are immutable. Okay. Okay. Fine. Then just like this packing, we have something called unpacking as well. So let me remove these two lines. I know there is T7 contains three values. First value is a number, that is an integer. Second value is a string. Third value is a list. Okay. Now let me do something. I'll that is known as unpacking, but I'll discuss the unpacking in detail tomorrow in the next class. So these are all advanced topics, but I just want to show you what is this unpacking. What I will do is, I know that T7 contains three values. I must know. If I don't know how many data or elements are there in the T7 tuple, I cannot use unpacking. Okay, I know here that three values are there. So I take three variables, a comma b comma c, and I write equal to T7. Now what will happen? This whole T7, what I am doing is, T7 is a single tuple which contains three values. When I write ABC equal to 37, I am unpacking. This is known as packing, right? This is known as packing, or this is known as packing. In this step, I am doing unpacking. What I'm doing is I'm taking the T7 and unpacking it into three parts. Initially, I packed three items into one bag. That bag was T7. In the next step, I'm taking that bag and opening it and unpacking the things. Okay. So if I now print A, what is there in A? If I point my mouse here, A is a literal, which is saying 23. B, when I put my mouse, it is saying hello. And C, when I put my mouse, it is saying it is a list of integers. Okay. Let me print A, B, and C. Print A, print B, and print C. Any more print statements are there? No. Okay. So let us now print the values. I got 23, hello, 1 comma 2. But what will happen if I try to put another variable here? So what is happening here? When I put my mouse on C, it is saying that list of integers. When I put my mouse on D, it is saying any. Okay, that means there is something wrong. So when I print this, I get an error. It is saying not enough values to unpack. So there are not enough values. That means there are not, there are, we don't values in T7 in order to unpack them. Okay. In the same way, if I don't have this and I am trying to print, sorry, let me have something like, so if I have only A, B, what will happen at this point? More is wrong. Fine. What about less? If I put a less, again, I get another error. It is saying too many values to unpack. One error was not enough values. One error was too many values to unpack. So these things you have to keep in mind. In the not enough values to unpack, what we got expected 4 but got only 3. When I wrote ABCD, it is expecting 4 values from T7, but I got only 3. That is 23 hello and 1 comma 2 list. In the same way, when I write only A comma B, it is saying too many values to unpack. Expected 2 but got 3. That part is not shown here, but expecting 2. We were expecting 2, but we got 3 from there. So it is not able to unpack it. Okay. So this will also give us error. So we have to always know if we want to unpack. So we will only unpack when we know how many items are there. If we don't know how many items are there, we will not unpack. Okay. That is known as unpacking the what? Unpacking the tuples. Okay. Fine. Now, let us see one more thing that we had earlier used. Okay, I will comment all these things. Let me go back to one of our old examples where I was having a list of numbers. Let's say nums equal to 12 comma 21 comma 38 comma 76 comma 99 comma 35 comma 27. Okay, now this, on this, when I was looping, what I was using? I was using either this for b in nums, where b will be each value. B will be first time 12, then 21, 48, like that. But we also use another syntax like for I comma v in enumerate of nums. We use like this thing that day. What is the this? We were when I go in this approach, what do I get is I get the index as well as value, isn't it? So if I do here print I and print V, I get the index as well as the values. So at index 0, I am getting 12, index 1, I am getting 21, index 2, 48, and so on. Okay. Now here, what is this IV? This IV is actually a single value. Okay, it is a T. And if I print this T, what do I get? If I print this T, I get all tuples. At 0 index, I have 12, 1 index 21, 2 index 48, third index 76, fourth index 99, fifth index 35, and sixth index 27. So this enumerate thing gives us a tuple actually. But this tuple I don't want to use as a whole. I want only the index or the value. So I do is I unpack this tuple into I comma v, where I is the index, v is the value. Okay, this is what this is. We were already using tuple unpacking, but we didn't know that. So today I'm showing you where we were using it. Okay, so this tuple will be in the form of these pairs, where the first value is the index, second value is the value of each element. And when I do I comma v, I get the I as index, and in the v I get each value. So when I do this, I get this thing. If I don't want the index, I don't use it. I get the value. Okay. So this enumerate is a better approach than a normal for loop. The normal for loop is only giving us values, not the index. But in real time, we will need to use the index. We may need to do some checking, isn't it? In that case, I have to go with enumerate with tuple unpacking like this. Okay. Okay. So this is all about tuples. We have another thing. So whatever advanced things we may have in tuple, we'll see tomorrow. I don't think anything more is needed, but more of list is needed. More of some other data types is needed. Which we will discuss tomorrow. Okay. Now the next data type, next data structure actually. What is the next data structure I want to use? That is known as set. Okay. So let me create another sets.py. Okay. Fine. What are these sets? Sets are nothing but they don't look like lists or they don't look like tuples, but in your what it is called, well, to make that thought process, what you can say is you can think of it as a list, but it is not a list. A list with unique values is known as a set. Okay. So let me go to this Python documentation and let me show you the set. Now, this set is not doesn't look like a list, but you may think it is a list, right? Because the only difference is it is having curly brace instead of what it is called square brackets, but it is storing the data in a similar way like list. Okay, that's why I cannot say it is a list, but I can think of it as a list. So I should say that it is a unique list, have only unique values. Now let's see what happens here. So let me just like this, let me create a list. I'll copy this text. Okay. Here they are writing all this code, but they are not explaining what is happening, what is not happening. So let me explain in detail. Okay. Let me have this data. Oh, sorry. It is not copied. Okay. I have this set. Now this basket is known as a set. Okay, when I put my mouse on this basket, what it is saying? It is a set of strings. Okay, I can store the data in this manner using curly braces, and then uh, we'll see whether the index is there or not, or all those things. Okay, we don't need to worry about that. But first, let me say that this is how we create a set. This is one of the way to create a set. Okay, let me now print this set. Print basket. So what do I get here? Py sets dot py. Okay, so what did I get? I got apple, banana, orange, pear. Why? It had so many elements, but I got only 4 because this set don't allow duplicate elements. Now I have a duplicate for apple? Yes, I have another duplicate for apple. So Python will automatically remove this apple from this set. Orange, again duplicate is there. So it will remove the second one. So any one of them it will remove and it will have only one value. And pear and banana are unique. So there is no problem. So I am getting apple, banana, orange, and pear. Okay, this is what happens. Then what else can we do with this? Now let us see. Do I get anything like print? Can I use indexes here? Basket of 0. What does it? Let us see. So when I do, it is saying set object is not subscriptable. Okay, so that means this thing cannot be used because sets will not have what it is called, sets will not have that index. So this set is not a sequence data type. Okay, it is not a sequence data type, but it is an iterable. It is known as iterable. Okay, all sequence data types what we have seen, sequence and non-sequence. Let me tell you, these there is another thing called iterable. Why that is called iterable, let me tell you. This thing can be looped. Okay, this set can be looped, but not in the way how we loop the list and tuples or strings. Okay, we have sequence data types, list, string, and tuples. We have non-sequence data types as well, which are known as mapping data type, like dictionaries. Okay, we'll see that after this topic. Okay, now this line and go back to our examples here, what they are saying. So this is done. Then we can use this kind of syntax here. Okay, this is known as membership testing. Okay, when I write like this, we have a in operator here. This in operator or this in keyword will help us to check whether a value is present in this or not. Okay, let us try to have some what it is called similarity or differences, or let us compare this set with lists. Let me have another list as well. Fruits equal to, I'll put all these things. Okay, I'll put these things here in square brackets. Okay, now if I write here orange in fruits, or let me print this, print orange in fruits. Can I use this syntax with lists or not? That I want to check. Okay, this in operator, can I use it with list or not? It is saying true. That means it is working totally fine. So this in operator can be used to check. It is used for checking, and that checking is known as membership checking. Okay, membership checking. What is the meaning of membership checking? We are checking that this orange in a member, orange is a member of fruits list or not. Okay, this in operator can be used in a similar way with the sets as well. Okay, let me use it with the sets. So what did I do here? I just uncomment this and I print apple in basket. So what do I get? Apple in basket. I am asking, is apple in basket or not? I am getting true. If I write here pineapple, what do I get? I'm asking pineapple is there or not in basket. It is saying false. Okay, this is how I can use this in operator or in keyword to check the membership. Okay, then so this way they are showing some examples. Now what we are doing, created a set using this curly braces. What other ways we can create a set is using a set function. Okay, let me create something like b equal to set of. Now let me pass string there directly, pass all these values here. Will it work or not? I want to check. So print b. Okay, let us see. We are using this set function to create a set. Let us see, will it work on. So it is not working. What it is saying, set expected at most one argument. Okay, so set will not take so many arguments. So let me do one thing then. Let me put this data in a single value, isn't it? So let me have fruits. So fruits was a list where I had these values. Okay, and I will write here set of fruits. What I am doing here is I am taking one list and I am passing that list to this set function to convert this list into a set. Okay, so when I write set of fruits and then I print b, what do I get? I get a set which has removed the duplicates. Okay, which has removed the duplicates from that list and converted it into a set. Okay, fine. Then what else can I pass to this set function is that I am able to pass a list. In the similar way, I can even pass a string set of, let's say, a string banana. What will happen? Set of banana. So it will take this when I pass only one string like this, what will happen? It will take this and it will take each value as individual value, each character. B will be taken, A will be taken, N will be taken. Again, A will not be taken because A is repeated. Set will only have unique values. So A will not be repeated, A will not be repeated, N will not be repeated. So it will have only BAN. Let us print the C. Print C. So what did I get? I got a set which contains three characters B, A, and N. Okay. This is also one way where we can use this set function. Okay. But we have seen three things we have seen till now. First thing is we have seen we can use curly braces to create a set. Then we have seen that we can even create a set using the set method where I have to pass something like a list. When I pass a list, it will create a set using the list items, but it will only the unique value. In the same way, I can pass a string to this set, which is taking it and converting it into a set of unique characters only. Okay, these are the different ways where we are using the set. In the same way, we have another thing called list comprehensions. Then for set also, I think set comprehensions, yes, set comprehensions are there. These things we'll discuss tomorrow, okay, not today. Okay, let us see now. Now I want to show you something called this operators. These are union, intersection, some things are there, okay. Union, intersection, difference, and symmetric difference. These are very important mathematical set operations actually, okay, but which are also applicable in Python. Let us see them. What happens? For that, I need to take two sets. Okay, let me take two sets. I can take two sets means I can take two sets created from lists or from strings, whatever I want. Okay, let us see now. Let us take two lists. Okay, so what I will take is I will take another list called this is fruits. Then we have pear. Okay, apple, banana. Okay, let me take something like green fruits is a set, is a list, not a set. Green fruits can I take? I can take grapes. I can take pear. I can take any more green fruits. Kiwi is there. Okay. So I'll put these values in this set as well. See, putting duplicate elements here is of no use because the set will anyways remove those things, right? So what I will do is I'll instead I will put some unique values only. Here is there kiwi I will put in place of this apple. Okay, I have fruits apple, grapes, pear, orange, banana, and I have green fruits where I have grapes, pear, and kiwi. Okay, fine. Now let us see what we can do. So I'll create two variables f equal to set of fruits and g is equal to set of green fruits. Okay. Now these two are sets. Let us print them. Do you want to print it? Print f and print g. So what do I get here? I get two sets. Grapes, kiwi, apple, banana, orange, pear, and kiwi, pear, grapes. Okay. Now let us see the first operation that I can do. That is, if I write print a, that means print f, I am getting only the values which are present in set f. And when I'm printing g, I'm getting only the values which are present in set g. Fine. That's all a minus b. That means this minus operator will help us to print only those values which are there in a but not in b. Okay. Which are there in a but not in b. Which are there in a but not in b. What are those things? We have apple, we have orange and banana, these three are present in fruits but not in green fruits. So right here, print f minus g. I should get apple, orange, and banana, right? Let me check. I'm getting orange, apple, banana. Okay. These are the things I am getting in the output. Okay. Then if I write g minus f, what I will get? G minus f. If I do that, that means I want to print those values which are present in G but not in F. So actually there is nothing which is present in G but not in F. Can you see? So I'll get an empty set. See, I'm getting one empty set. So if I have one extra fruit here, green fruits, let me take another one. We have an avocado. So what will happen? Now I will get, for G minus F, I will get avocado. Okay. So this is about the minus operator. Okay. This is known as, actually, this is known as difference. Okay. This is known as difference. Then, then we have this pipe A or B, which is present in A or B or both. Okay. So I'll get all of them actually. I'm asking the values which are present in A or B. So that means print F or G. Any values which are present in F or G. What will happen when I say like that? So when I say apple, is apple there in F or G? Yes. Grapes? Yes. Kiwi? Yes. Because all of them are present in any one of them or both of them. Like apple is, grapes is there in the F as well as G, isn't it? So that will also count as true. So let me print this. I get all the values from A and B combined together. I get using this. Okay. Grapes, avocado, pear, apple, orange, kiwi, banana. Okay. Then let me see the next thing. The next thing is letters in both A and B. A and B. That means the fruits which are present in both F and G. It is not like or. Here the situation was or. Here I am checking that I am able to see that apple is, the question was, is apple there in F or G? Yes, it was there in F or G. It was there in F means it is true. But when I say and, when I write this F and G, this will not work for apple because apple is not there in both the sets. In both the sets, what do I have? I have grapes, I have pear, I have kiwi. So only values I should get in the F and G set. Okay. So I got kiwi, grapes, and pear only. Okay, fine. Then we have another one, that is this one. Now this is A or B, but not both. The problem with this syntax was it was giving A or B or both. That means this is known as a systemic difference. Okay, let me explain you that what is happening. When I write A or F or G, what was happening? I'm getting apple as well because apple is there in one of them. Grapes is there in both of them. Then also I'm getting the grapes, isn't it? Kiwi is in both of them. I'm getting kiwi. Pear I'm getting in both of them. Orange I'm having in one of them. Only then I'm getting. Banana having in one of them. I'm getting. But this systemic difference is little bit different from that. So if I write like this, the meaning is I want words which are present in only one of them, not both. Like I don't want this grapes or pear or kiwi. I want apple, orange, banana, and avocado, which are there only in one of them. Okay, that can be done using this kept operator. So I got avocado, banana, orange, and apple. Okay, this is how the set will work. Okay. Okay. That's all about sets. Okay. This set comprehension, as I told you, these are will be discussed in the next class tomorrow in the advanced techniques. Okay. Now I'll go to another data structure or data type, that is the dictionary. Now this dictionary is not a sequence data type. It is a mapping data type. Okay. Why it is not a sequence data type? Because I cannot use the index 0 and all those things. Okay. Indexing cannot be done, and we will not loop like how we were looping on this. uh how we were looping the list, tuple, and the string. We will not loop this dictionary. Now dictionary looks like a little bit different. So let me show you how it looks like. So I'll create a dictionaries file. Okay, so here what will happen, I'll create a variable like person, and here I have to store something in this person. What we have done till now in the what it is called, these three types, whatever we saw: list, tuple, and string to, okay, fine, that is we are putting only one value. But list and tuples, in list and tuples, what we were doing is we were able to store more than one value at a time. In the list, even this set, list, tuple, and set, in all these strings we were storing more than one value at a time. In list we were using square bracket. In tuple we were using parentheses. In set we were using curly brace. But all were doing similar kind of. We are able to store the data, and we are using them using some index. But in set we are not using index. We cannot do that. Okay, fine. So we need something where we can store more than one value, and the index we are having it as numbers earlier, but now we have a small problem with this list and tuples. Let's say I have it like this: a person, I'm storing the first value, that is the name of that person. Okay, let's say Rajesh. Then I have his last name, let's say Rajesh Rao. And then I have having that in the third place, I am having his age. Okay, this way I am storing it. Or else maybe I am storing it as a tuple. That is also possible. Okay, whether I store it as a list or tuple, it doesn't matter, because in both of them I am able to store it like this, right? But how do I know that the first value is the first name, second value is the last name, third value is the age? If someone don't know that and he wrote it something like Rajesh first, 34 second, and a Rao at the last, again, so it will give us some error, isn't it? So we want to say, or Python, that this value is first name, this value is last name, this value is age, so that when I interchange the values, then also there won't be any problem. Okay, so for that we need something called dictionaries, where we can, when we are putting the value, at that time only we can say that that value is for first name only. Okay, that value is for last name only, that value is for age only. So how do I create it? I create something like this. I create first name, I use a curly brace, remember that. First name, I put a colon and I write Rajesh. Then I put a comma. I put the second value, that is the last name. Last name is what? Rao. And I put a comma, and then I put another value, that is the age, which is, let's say, 34. So here I'm having the first name, which is a string Rajesh, last name, which is a string Rao, and age, which is a number 34. Okay. Now if you have a lot of more details about that person, it will become long. So it will not look nice. So what we do is we write it like this. We put each of them one after the other like this. Okay. This is how we create a this dictionary now is having data like this. Now I can, if I put something like person 2 is equal to like first I put, sorry. So there is no problem if even if I put the last name at the end. Okay. There is no problem. Why? What happened? Okay. Huh. So even if I interchange the values, the character or the what it is called, its designation is also copied here and there. So when I put the row at last, there is no problem because here it is written that this is the last name, this is not the age. When the age has come up, there is no problem because the age is written here that it is age. So there won't be any confusion. Okay, which one is first name, which one is last name, which one is age. Okay, so this is all about dictionaries. Now what can we do? Here again, we don't have those what it is called like with numbers. If I write here person of 0, this should not work. Oh, I'm running the old file. Okay. Py, what is it? Dictionaries.py. Dictionaries.py. So it is saying key error. Okay. We cannot have it like this. Okay. So for that, we need to know how we can index them. So now here, what happens is if you observe each data is stored in a pair, each data is stored in a pair, not like the previous values, previous data types like tuples and sets and list where we were putting only one value. Here the value is there, but with that we have some extra details that this is a last name, that this is a first name, this is an age. Okay, so these are present in the form of pairs. These pairs are known as key value pairs. As key value pairs. Now, what is key value pairs? This first name is known as key, Rajesh is known as value. Last name is a key, Rao is a value. Age is a key, 34 is a value. Okay, these are always in key value pairs. Each whole thing you can tell that this is known as a property, but we will more focus on this key value words. Okay, these are known as key value pairs. Okay, now we have to access these values using these keys because we don't have index here, we don't have 0 1 2. Okay, we only have this key, we have to use the key to access the values. So if I want to print this Rajesh, what do? I do something like print person of, here I have to put the key. What is the key? First name. So first name I have to put it like this, and it is your wish, you can put single quote or double quote, both are same, you will always get the output. Okay, so let us see this is working or not. So I got the Rajesh in the output. Person of first name. In the same way, if I do person of last name and person of age. Okay. Okay. Rajesh Rao 34. Okay. Now we have seen here that we can use single quote, double quote, everything is fine. Okay. But what will happen if I miss the quotes here? Will it work? It will not work. Okay. So in the key, all the keys must be in quotes, either single quote or double quote, your wish. But the values may be in quotes if they are strings. If they are not string like numbers, it will be in without quotes. Okay. Okay. So this is how we access the values from a dictionary. Okay. Then let us go back to the listeners. Let's see what they are giving us extra. Okay. So this thing we have seen this, we are able to, okay, now we will see how to add a new property to this person dictionary. Now I have first name, last name, age, fine. But these objects, sorry, this dictionary is not immutable. That means we can change the values. Okay. So let us see how I can change the values. Person of first name. Person of first name is equal to not a Rajesh. Let me make it as Raju. What will happen now? Now if I print the person, print person. So these print I will change, comment it. So if I print this person dictionary, now I'll see that the first name has become Raju. Okay. This way I am able to change the value. Last name, age similarly can also be changed if you want. Okay, fine. Then in the same way, I can also add a new property. Let's say person of city. I'm adding a new property. I want to add in which city this person lives. Person.city is equal to Mumbai. If I write like this, and if I print the person, now in this new person dictionary, I will see first name, last name, age, and the city is there. Okay, let us print this. So what did I get? First name Raju, last name Rao, third is age 34, and city Mumbai. So this way, using this syntax, I can modify the existing properties as well as add some new properties. Okay, this is what we can do with dictionaries using this indexing. What kind of indexing we are using? We are using the key as index. Okay, okay. Then we are able to print it. Okay, fine. Then we can also delete a property from there. So after adding the city, it is printing the city, right? Now immediately I can delete. What do I delete? What is the syntax? Delete person of. If I do this, the city will be removed again. First name, last name, age is there. Okay, fine. Then, now there is a method called list. So this list will help us to convert this uh, dictionary into a list. But what kind of list it will create? Because this is having first name, last name, age. So many things are there, isn't it? So this person is having no first name, last name, age. So if I convert it into a list, it will have first name, last name, age, or Raju, Rao, and 34. Let us see. So for that, what I have to do is I will first do something like here. Okay, directly I can do it. List of person. Okay, but a list of person will not give us the value. Okay, it will not do anything actually. We have to store it in a variable. So let me take person list is equal to list of person. Now if I print this person list, I will get a list which is having only the keys, not the values. Okay. When I use this list, it is creating a list of the keys, not the values. It will store only first name, last name, age. Okay. Okay. Then to create a list of the values, we'll see what we can do. Not now. Don't worry about that. We'll see that tomorrow. Because again, we have something called instance where we will do that. Combine the enumerate, combining the list comprehensions, we will try to create a list of only the values Rajesh, Rao, and 34. Okay, those are advanced concepts. Okay, fine. Then also, so after it is done, so again it is doing sorted. So we can also apply instead of list, I can apply sorted also. But again, it will only work on the keys, not the values. Okay, age, first name, last name is sorted in ascending order, alphabetical order. Okay, that is fine. Then here also we can use this in operator. Okay, so if I do here something like uh, raw in, what is the dictionary? It is person. So if I do here print raw in person, what it will give us? It is trying to check raw is there in person or not. Okay, but will it work? It will check in keys or values. It will check in keys. Okay, so that's why I am getting false. But if I try here first name, I will get a true because the first name is there. If I try to check city, it will not be there because I removed it here, isn't it? If I comment this line, what will happen? Now this city will give us true. This print city in person will give us true. Okay, this way whatever we had done with other data types, that also we can. And again we can check a not in using not in also. Jack not in tell. So let me write here print address not in person. What is the meaning? I am checking address is not in person or not. Yes, it is not in person. So I'll get a true. But if I write here city, I am saying that city is not in person, but city is not in person is false. Okay. This way we can work with these dictionaries. Okay. Then these are the basic operations that we work on, that we do on operate on dictionaries. Now, as we saw, we can create a list using this list function. We had seen a set function also, right? Set of apple, mango, banana. Apple will give us apple, mango, banana. In the same way, we have a dict function also. These are known as constructor functions. Okay, this list, the set, the dict, these are all constructor functions. This dict will take a list of tuple pairs. Can you see? It is taking little bit different things. So let me show you how do I create a list. Sorry, how do I create a dictionary using them? So what I will do is I'll do something. Dict of a list will be there. Inside that list, some tuples will be there. Each tuple is a key value pair. Okay. Each tuple will be a key value pair. So let me create a tuple like this. So what do I have here? I'll create first name, comma. Here no colon. Okay, here I had, when I was creating the dictionary, I had a colon to tell that this is the first name to separate the pairs. But here it is a tuple. So I want to have three tuples. Each tuple will become one property. So first name is Harish. Second tuple will be last name, and last name is Sharma, let's say. Then the third tuple, I'll create age. Age is 45. So what is there? Remember, you have to remember one thing. This dict will a list. Okay. Dict will take a list where this list will contain some tuples. Each tuple will become one key value pair in the dictionary. Okay. So when I do this, nothing will be printed. I have to print this value. So I take a new person variable, and I store this here, and then I print this new person. Print new person. Okay. When I save this and run it, I got first name Harish, last name Sharma, age 45, which is printed as a dictionary. Okay. This is also one of the way where we can create a dictionary. Okay. Then we have one more way. So dict comprehension we'll see tomorrow. But we can also do something like this. Suppose you think that this thing is little bit complex, like we are passing list and then we are passing tuple inside that list. Instead of that, what you can do, you can also create something like this. Instead of passing this list, what I can do, I can do something like this. First name equal to Rajesh, last name equal to something, age equal to something. Okay. So what I'll do here. So here it is coming without quotes. Okay. First name is Harish. Then we'll have the strings. That means it will have this quotes, but this thing will not have quotes. So this, whatever I am doing here, okay, let me write this. Last name equal to Sharma and age equal to 40. Okay. And this, I'll name it as P. P. Okay. So what do I get in the output? I get first name Harish, last name Sharma, age 40. Okay. This is also possible, but this I don't want to discuss now because this will be discussing in a topic called functions. Here we are passing something called keyword arguments. Okay. This thing I don't want to go much in depth now. In the maybe in the next class or next to next class, I've mostly I will be taking it in the next to next session. Okay, because next session will be all about advanced data structure techniques. Okay, that is a very important topic. The next session, all of you try to attend it because there we'll see the best practices or the best industry level practices what is going on in real-time projects. So here we forget about the method. What we have done till now is using these ways we are able to create the dictionaries. Okay, fine. Anything more? No. So there are some loopings are there. Okay, so let us see this looping the dictionaries. Okay, if you don't know how to loop the dictionaries, then it is of no use. Okay, because we have seen the looping for all of them, like we are able to loop on lists, isn't it? Strings. But what about this thing? Okay, let us see. What we'll be doing is here we need a new thing that is known as I told you in the beginning, this dictionary is not a sequence data type. So I cannot use the normal for loop whatever I was doing in for the other things. Okay. So here I need something called this items. So let me now go back to our old code. I'll comment everything. And we have this person dictionary, right? Okay. Let me move all these things to the bottom. Okay. So now the function called items. So let's see what is there in that item. So console.log of person dot items. I need this thing. Oh, sorry. Why am I writing console dot? I have to write here print. Okay. Print person dot items. So what do I get in this? If I run this, I get a dict items object, which is having again, it is having some similar kind of structure that we wrote earlier. It is a list of tuples which is having these things. Okay. Okay, it is a list of tuples. So that means I can apply a normal for loop on this list. I may not be able to apply a list for loop on this person dictionary, but person.items is giving us a list kind of thing, right? It is a set like object. What it is saying, d.items is a set like object providing a view on these items. Okay. So this thing I can apply a loop. Okay. So now what I have to do is I will write pop kv in person dot items. So when I do like this, if I print kv, what do I get? I'm doing a normal for loop. Okay. If I do like this, I'm getting a tuple. First name Rajesh, last name Rao, age 34. Okay. So that's why we need to unpack this tuple. I will write k comma v. The moment I write k comma v, the first value will be the key, that is first name. V will be the value. K means first name, last name, age. V means Rajesh Rao and 34. Now I can loop on this whatever I want to do. So let's say I want to print all the values Rajesh Rao and 34. So I write here print V. It will give us the V part. This is the K part. This is the V part. So if I save this and run it, I get Rajesh Rao 34. If I put here K, it will give us first name, last name, age. The same kind of thing we were using with enumerate with the lists, where the K was giving us the index value 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 like that, and V was giving us each value of the list. Okay. That's how those things were working. Okay, fine. Then anything more? So that's what they're saying. So same thing we were using it with enumerator list, and there it was behaving like this. Now it is behaving like this. So okay, fine. So that's it. That's it for this session. Okay, we have another topic again. This will be covered in the next session. That is advanced data structure techniques. Not in this. Okay, there we have some zip method, we have format method, all those things we'll see. Okay, so I think I can show you a small example using looping on dictionaries. Okay, let us take a small example here and we'll conclude this class. So the JavaScript assignment, that's why it is saying that object. So in Python will say that this is a dictionary. Okay, let us take this dictionary where person equal to this. So let me create let me comment all these things. Okay, person is here. Oh, wait 1 second. It is not able to format it. Okay, no problem. I'll adjust the space. Okay, fine. So this is a dictionary where I have a lot of data like first name, last name, age, gender, skill, and expertise. Okay, what do I do here is, what is the question? Let us see. Print the first name, print the last name, print the full name, and if the age is less than 18, print false. If the age is more than 18, print true. Okay, they're very basic things. Print the first name and last name. What do? I just write print person of first name. Okay, and in the same way I write here last name. That's it. I got the, what happened? Okay, N is capital here, can you see? So we have to use the exact key what is there. Okay, okay, Harry and Potter, we got it. Then full name. Full name Harry Potter, how do I print? We have used F strings initially. Print F, and then in within curly brace I write person of first name. Then I put a space and then another curly brace, person of last name. So I'll get first name, last name with a gap in between. Okay, fine. Then if the age is 18, print false. If the age is more than 18, then print true. So that is a simple conditional statement. I write if, what do I write here? If person of age less than 18, so if it is less than 18, I just print. What do I print? False. Is it saying false? If it is less than 18, yes, print 18. And then else I write, else I print true. Okay, that's it. Then these are the some of the things. Then one more example, what they have shown here is they have taken another dictionary where we'll be doing some looping here. Let's see here. So okay. So on this, what I will be doing is print the marks of all the subjects. So what do I do for looping? What do I need to do for k comma v in marks dot items, isn't it? Mark dot items. Then I have to do, what do I do? Print the marks of all the subjects. If I want to print the marks of all the subjects, then the marks are stored in V. So I write here V. Okay. Then I got all the marks. If you want to show it in properly, like with the subject, then I use a F string. So what do I write here? Here is K, because K is the key. K colon V. That's it. So if I do this, what I get in the output, I get the mark structure like this. Maths, English, Science, Hindi, Social Science. This way. Okay. Print the name of all the subjects. So these are all count the number of subjects. So these are count the number of subjects can be done using this thing. I have a count here. Count equal to 0. And for each of them, I increment the count value. Count equal to count plus 1. And ultimately outside the loop, I print total subjects colon. Using this, I write count. So how many subjects are there? 5. So I should get 5. So total subjects 5. Okay, that's it. That's it for the session. This way, try to solve this part working on the dictionaries. Okay, try to work on the dictionary using the remaining questions. And that's it. Okay, that's it for this session. So till now, we have almost covered all the data structures, and but today in this session I was supposed to discuss something about the advanced techniques that we use for handling these data structures in real-time projects. Okay, today we'll be going through that. So till now we have known numbers, strings, and then lists, dictionaries, tuples, all those things, right? Let us try to see what more we can do from them. Okay, so first I go to this folder where I had my earlier code, and yeah, open this. So let me create a new file. So first I will start with string methods. Okay. I hope we have already seen a lot of list methods. Today we'll be seeing some string methods, and then we will move on to list, and then we will move on to uh, tuples, and then sets, and dictionaries. Okay. Okay, fine. But yesterday what we did was, yesterday we saw these what it is called dictionaries, isn't it? There, one more thing I wanted to tell, that here let me create a file. Let's say there is another thing called list of dictionaries. Okay, what does this list of dictionaries look like? So this list of dictionaries is something like, what is the meaning? List of dictionaries. List means, it means that a list containing dictionaries. Okay, how do we uh, show that? How do we denote that? So let me create something like students. is equal to, so I already have some data here. Okay, I'll go to that data and fetch that same thing. So here I have some this kind of data. People is there. Okay, let me copy this and show you how this list of dictionaries look like. So it looks like this. So what is happening here? We have a list which contains some dictionaries. Okay, this people is a list of dictionaries. What does it say? It is saying list of dictionary. We can see at the top when I hover my mouse. People is a list of dictionary. So here what is happening? These dictionaries are there inside this list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dictionaries are there. Okay. What these dictionaries are doing? Mm, they are having certain, they are storing some data of a particular person. Okay. So how many people we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. This is also one of the kind of data we will face in real-time projects. Okay, because all data will be stored as list of dictionaries only. Okay, most of the things will be when we communicate with a server, from the server data will come in a list of dictionary always. Okay, whether it is what it is called, it may be something like Facebook, Flipkart, and all those things. From that, whenever the data is coming from the server, it is coming in the form of list of dictionaries. Okay, fine. And you can do all those looping techniques, whatever you want to do here. So let me do some basic looping here. What do I do here? For P in people, for P in people, P means each dictionary. So if I write print P, I will get each dictionary in the output. Okay, so py list of dictionaries dot py. So what do I get in the output? I get all these dictionaries in the output. Okay, fine. Let's say I want p of only the first names. P of first name. Okay, I have to pass it as a string like this. And let's see the output now. So I got Praveen, Sirkan, Pradeep, Monica, Nikhil, Ria, like that. All the names, first names I'm able to get. Okay. This way you can do whatever you want. Like if I put it as a F string and I want the full name, then what do I do? And put this in curly braces like this, and then put a space and then again curly brace P of last name. So if I run this, I get the full names of all the people with a space. Okay. Then you can do whatever you want, like age filtering and all those things. Okay. Like if P of age greater than, so what are the age I have? 14, 22, 20, 21, 32, 36. Okay. If I read P of age greater than 18, only then print the values, print the full names. Then what do I get? I get only Praveen, Srikant, Pradeep, Monica, Mudiraj, and Nikhil M. I don't get this Ria Bhadoria because the age is 14. Okay. This way you can do the basic filtering and looping and whatever we have seen earlier. Okay. Same things will work here. Okay. Let us now move on to the string methods. I'll start with string methods, then we'll go to some list methods, and then we will see some extra things that were left out, which are used in advanced handling like list comprehensions, set comprehensions, dictionary comprehensions, and some extra methods. Okay, fine. So let me create a file. Here, the file name will be, I want to work on string methods, right? So string methods dot py. Okay. So here, let me have a string. First, I will have a string. S is equal to some very long word. Welcome, hello. Can I have a space in between? Yes. Welcome, hello, and thank you. Okay. This is a long string. And then what can I do with this? Okay. This is how we were creating strings. But can we create a string in many other ways? Yes, we can also do that. So what we do is we have a str method. Okay, str function is there. This str function, it will take some argument and it will try to convert that into a string. Okay, so if I write here, instead of writing like this, what I can do, I can pass this whole string here. Okay, and I will assign this to a variable. Let's say f is equal to str of this. So when I print the f, what do I get? So save this file and run py string methods dot py. So I got welcome, hello, thank you, right? This, but instead of doing it in this way, this one is more better, right? Because it is already a string. Why do I need to convert it into a string? But this str will be very useful in different scenarios. Let me do something like this. G equal to str of string 23. If I do like this, what will happen? Print G. This will also give us the output. Because this 23 I have passed it a string, this will not be taken as a number. I'll get a string. Okay, if you want to check, you can check the type also, type of G. If you check the type of G, I'll get a string. Okay, now next scenario is little bit different. H is equal to str of directly a number 45. Now what will happen? So print H. If I do, what do I get? Print H. When I do, I get 45. Okay, fine. But if I check the type of this, and I check the type of this H, I see that it has become a string. So this, using this str, I am able to convert this number into a string. Okay, using this str function, we are able to convert a number into a string. Okay, then so this is another way how we can create a string. Okay, now we will work on these things, the methods. Okay, so I'll remove these things. Now let's say, let me take a variable k is equal to s. What is s? S is that string. S dot, we have a method called capitalize. Okay, s dot capitalize. Let us see what happens, how this capitalize is to be used. Print of k. What will I get here? I got welcome, hello, thank you. What happened here? The first letter got capitalized. The meaning of capitalize is first letter will become capital. Okay. In the same way, we have something called, let me take L is equal to S dot title. Okay. If I write S dot title, what will happen? I will comment this for the time being and I'll print the L. L is S dot title. When I do S dot title, what happens? The first letter of each word has become capital. Okay, so capitalize is different and this title is different. Title is converting the string into title case. It is known as title case. What is the meaning of title case? Title case means every word will start with a capital letter. Okay, capitalize means only first letter will be capital. Title case, title means every first letter of each word will become capital. Okay, then we have something called I is equal to s dot upper. So this will make everything to uppercase. That means what is the meaning of uppercase? It will make everything to capital. So let us see here. Welcome, hello, thank you. Everything has become capital. Okay, so many ways we have seen. Okay, now if I have a capital A here and capital E here, when I apply this K, that means S dot capitalize. Do we have any change in the thing? So K, when I print the K, so all those capitals are also changed to small now. Okay, only capitalize means only the first letter will be capital. Other things, even if they are capital, will be made to small letter. Okay, now then I have another method. Just like upper, I have lower. What will happen? O is equal to S dot lower. It will make everything to lowercase. So what do I get here? Welcome, hello, thank you. So here this E has become small letter, A has become small letter. Okay, everything is converted to lowercase. Okay, like that. So these are how we do capital, small, upper, lower, and all those things. Okay, now we'll see something more. Let's say there is something called starts with. Okay, so let me write P is equal to S dot starts with something. What is the meaning of this starts with? It is asking, or it will check whether the string is starting with a particular thing or not. So S dot starts with Z. If I write Z will be a string Z, it will give us false. Why? Because the string is not starting with Z, it is starting with W, isn't it? If I write here E, I'll get again false. It is starting with W, so it will give us true. If I write capital W, it will give us false because it is small w. So let's say if I write here WE, is it starting with WE? Yes, it is starting with WE. So we are getting true. So this whole thing WELCOME space HE capital. If I write up to here, then also I'll get it as true. Okay. Welcome HELLO. So whole thing if I pass, then also I should get true. Okay. Okay. So this is the starts with. Then we have the ends with. Just like starts with, I have ends with. So ends with will check in the at the end. Okay. So let's say OU. If I write ends with OU, it will give us true. When I write OU, it will give us true. Okay. When I write UO, IUO, I'll get false. When I write COMEHELO this part and paste it here, I'll get true. Okay. So that's how this ends with will over. Okay. So after that, I have something called find. What did this find will do? Let's say R or F is equal to S dot find of. In the S dot find, I will pass one letter. Let's say E. Okay. If I try to get this F, what is it asking is, it is trying to find whether this E is there or not. So when I do this, because find it will give us the index, I think, or else let's see. It is giving us the index. Okay, because E index is 1. Which index it is giving? The first index it is giving, isn't it? So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At 6 also we are having, but we are not getting that 6. We are getting only the first index. Okay. Then if I write here capital E, what will happen now? Because capital E index is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The space will be 7. 8 is H, 9 is capital E. So I'm getting 9. Okay. Now, if I write here O, if I try to find the index of O, what do I get? I get 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This O. The first O, it will check for the first O. Okay. The first index at which the value is there. But what will happen if I type something? So can I check like this? Find of OME, isn't it? This or let's say COME. If I write here COME, I should get 3. Yes, I am getting 3 because at third index this thing is there. Okay. From third index this whole string is starting. Okay, fine. Now what will happen if I try to find something which is not there in the string? If I try to find the Z, what do I get? What did I get? A -1. So anything which is not there is giving us -1 index. Whenever we are getting -1 index, that means the letter or the character or the string is not present. And one more thing, whatever we are passing here, this is known as a substring. Okay, we are trying to find a substring in this main string. In this main whole string, I am trying to find this substring. Okay, so let me write here happy. If I try to search this happy substring, I get a -1 because this happy substring is not present in the whole string. Okay. Okay. So just like this find, I have a similar method that is known as index. Let me show you. It will behave similarly, but there will be a small difference. So I n d is equal to s dot index of one substring. So let me write here come. If I write here come and I print the ind, I get the same output just like that. I get 3. If I type w, I should get a 0. Okay. If I type here e, so I'll get the first index of e, not the second, third index. So this is the first one, not this one or this one. So it is capital. So it will you will not get. But if I type here x, in the previous case I was getting -1, but this one is giving us error, value error, substring not found. That is the difference between string.find and string.index. They may ask this in your interviews. Okay, this is an interview question. What is the difference between str.index, string.index and string.find? The difference is both will be similar, but the only difference is find will, when we pass a substring which is not present, the find will give us -1 as output. It will return -1. When we are passing the same wrong substring in the index, it will give throw an error. What kind of error? Value error. Substring not found. Okay, fine. Then after this index, I have something called count. Okay, but while explaining this, let me tell two more things. There is one thing called rfind and rindex as well. Okay, just like find, I have something called rfind. So rf is equal to s dot find of, sorry, s dot rfind, rfind of e. What will happen? This will, so find was giving us the first index, right? First occurrence, or whenever we are getting that first e, we were getting the index, but here it will give us the last index. Okay, so last index means which is the last occurrence of E here. So this is the first one. This is second one. Any more is there? No. This is capital E. So this E index it will give us. What is the index of this? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I should get 6 in the output. I'm getting 6. Okay. So R find is the opposite of find. Find will give us the first index. R find will give us the last index. Okay. Same way I have this R index as well. So R index will also give us the last index. R index of E. If I type Ri. If I try to print this Ri, what do I get? So Ri of, let's say, O. Okay. What do I get? I get the last index 21. This index is 21. But in the similar way, this R index, just like index, if we give some wrong value or substring which is not present in the, if it is not able to find that substring in the main string, it will give us again value error. Okay, fine. And then we have something called count. Okay, there is something called count. What is count? Let's see. C is equal to s dot count of. So from the find and R find, I came to know that there are lot of O, lot of E, isn't it? So I want to count the number of O there. So R dot count of O. When I write like this, it will count the number of O in the string and it will give us the number. Okay. So how many O are there? 1, 2, and 3. Right. So I should get 3 in the output. So I got 3 here. Okay. How many E are there? Let's say I want to count the number of E. How many E are there? If I check, it is saying 2. Welcome E and any more? So this is the, these are the 2 E's. If I write here capital E, I'll get 1. Okay, this is 1. Okay, fine. Then, and what if I pass something like Z, which is not there? I should get a 0, isn't it? So I'm getting 0. Fine. Then there is something called str dot format. Okay, when shall I show you this? Okay, no problem. So this format is little bit different. I think I will come to that format once I go to the advanced things. Okay, this format is used in what it is called f strings. What shall I do? Okay, no problem, I'll show you here. Let me have something like x equal to 10 and y equal to 20, or else let me write x equal to first name and y equal to Ravi. So what we do using format is that I write something like d is equal to one string. Okay, or let me write print. I'll use a, what it is called, I can use a string something like, without using f strings, what I can do, I can write the, what is first name? First name is x, right? So I'll write something like a curly brace and I'll write 0 here. Okay, this is the 0 means 0th index, first one. The 0 is 1. Okay, the I said the 0 is 1. And then what do I do after that? After this string, I put a dot format. Okay, I put a dot format after the string because this is string dot format. This dot format of, so I wrote here 0 and 1. In place of 0, what do I want? I want first name because I want to print the first name is Ravi, isn't it? So 0 and 1, I have a pair. So in 0 and 1, I will write In 0, I want X. In 1, I want Y. So what do I get? Format of X comma Y. If I do this, what do I get in the output? I get the first name is Ravi. How this thing is working? I will explain it again. I will come to that again while explaining some other topic. But here I want to show you that this 0 is replaced with this X. What is X? X is first name. This 1 is replaced with this Y, which is Ravi. Okay. You can have more things like the first name is this, and then you can have something like some Z is equal to, let's say, 40. I'll put a number 40. Okay. Let us see. So first name is this and age is 2. Let us see. X, Y, Z. Will it work or not? See this. The first name is Ravi and age is 40. How this thing is happening? 0 is replaced with X, 1 is replaced with Y, and 2 is replaced with Z. Okay. This way the format method will work. Okay, little bit peculiar, little bit strange, but this is how it works. But we can see it is not totally not understandable. What is happening is these numbers are replaced with these things. Okay, these are just the indexes. Okay, fine. That is about format. Okay, then next what we have, then we have something called a join. Okay, there is a method called join. Let us see. Let me comment this. Okay, let me take some simple strings and then we'll see there what is happening. So I'll take a string like str. Oh, I'll not use this str. Okay, str1. Str1 is equal to hello. And after that, if I write um, str1 dot join, okay, str1 dot join. Now what will happen? Here some differences are there. Let me show you. Here some the from now onwards whatever message methods I'll use, this will be little bit different. So let me take a variable g equal to str1 dot join. If I do this and print g, what do I get? Okay, str1 dot join, what it is saying, takes exactly one argument. Okay, fine. So in the join I will pass a comma like this. Is it correct? So just give me 1 second. Comma dot join of str1. Yes. So what happens is this join method will help us to convert a, oh, I wrote a wrong way. This will convert a list to string. Sorry, let me show you. A list is there. L1 is equal to something like H E L L and then O. Something is in this format. Then I want to convert this into a string. Then what do I do? But we saw here, we saw that it was able to convert it. Okay, let me check once. So, str to list. Okay, fine. So L1 dot join of, again, this is not correct. Okay, see this, what was happening here. So here, what is happening is this comma is known as a separator. What will happen if I put a hyphen here? I'm getting this. So what this thing is doing is this join, and if I type here type of this G, it is saying a string. Fine. So what this join will do is this first part is known as a separator. Okay, this is known as separated string. And the second thing that we pass to this join method, this is the argument, is the string which I want to split or separate. Okay, I want to separate this hello string with a comma. So that's why I am getting this kind of output. If I put a hyphen here, I get hyphen in the output. If I put here star, what will happen? I'll get a star in the in between them. Okay. Then if I put here some symbol like greater than symbol, what will happen? I'll have a greater than symbol. Okay. This way we can uh, join a string using a separator. Okay. Using a separator in between. Okay. Then we have something called a remove prefix. Okay. Let me do this. str2 is equal to uh it is called uh, 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 North America. Okay, str2 is North America, and what I can see here is here a prefix is there with America. What is it? North America, isn't it? So this North is the prefix for this whole word. I want to remove this prefix. So what do I do? str2 dot remove prefix of not. Okay, if I do this and print the str2, will it change the original string or not? It is not changing, so I have to use a variable g equal to str2, so it will be returned here. Okay, the not from the North America is removed. We are removing a prefix. Let's say I have a phone number. I have a phone number +91 7485962536. Okay, I want to remove prefix. What prefix I want to remove? +91. So what it will do? It will remove the +91 from the number and give us the number. So this is the practical scenario, practical use case where we need this remove prefix. In the same way, this can be used for removing prefix from account numbers. Some in account numbers, bank account numbers, sometimes extra zeros are there, 5 6 zeros are there. We can remove these things. In the same way, we have the remove suffix method. So str3 is equal to, let me take a string, something like this. There is a number called 34.56000. Okay, always 3 zeros will be there after the decimal, let's say. Okay, then what do? I can remove h equal to str2 dot remove suffix, remove suffix of what? 000. Okay, if I do this and print the h, what do I get? Oh, what happened? str3. That was the mistake. Okay, I got 34.56. In the same way, you can remove any kind of prefix, like if I have ice cream and I want to remove the cream from that, so it will become ice. Okay, this way the remove suffix will work. Okay, fine. Then we have something called str.replace. Let me have something like this. I have let's say I have a string called capital is equal to New Delhi. Okay, here I want to replace this small d with capital D. So what do I do? Capital dot replace, capital dot replace. So you have to pass two things. First thing which I want to replace. Second thing what I want to put new, what I want to replace with. So I want to replace this small d with capital D. Okay, and then I'll get the string. So new cap is equal to this one, and then print the new cap. Let us see whether it will return us the value or not. Yes, this is the new string I got. Okay, I am replacing the small d with capital D. Let's say I had like this New Delhi. Then what do I do? I replace capital D with space capital D. Are you getting? Instead of capital D, I am writing space capital D. So instead of capital D, I want to put space capital D. So what will happen now? There also I'll get the same kind of output. Okay, this is how this replace can be used. Then we have something called split. Okay, okay, let me show you. This split will help us to convert a string into a list. Okay, so let me take a string like same ice cream I will take. Mm, anything XYZ is equal to ice cream. Okay, and then I write XYZ dot split. What will happen? So here I take a new str is equal to XYZ dot split. What will happen? Print new str. So what do I get? I get a list which contains this whole what it is called, this whole string. Okay, I'm putting the string in a list. That's it. Now this split can take a lot of different arguments. If I'm not passing anything here, I am getting this output, right? But if I pass a separator like this, a comma, if I put a comma here, what do I get? Oh, sorry. Mm, sorry. This is not the way. Max split is there, but split of, okay, let me check once. Str dot split Python. Split will take a value. Okay, 1 second. String methods, control F split. The split method will help us to convert a string into a list. But how? Split. Yes. Separation equal to none will give us this. Okay. So I will not get it like that. Okay, fine. That is totally fine. Whatever I wrote is fine. So if I don't pass anything, it will always give us this output only. But if I have something like this, I comma C comma E like this, if I have something like this, so then we will get the output like this. Okay, fine. That is fine. That is fine. So I don't want that kind of output. But let's say I have something like this. How they have written here? They have written something like this. When I have something like this, uh, let's say I have something like this. But what do I do is I write here a max split equal to, let's say, 3. Okay, if I do it like this, what will happen? It will be splitted. We are not getting it. 1 to 3 dot split, comma, and then max split. Okay, okay, okay. Hmm. So what is happening when I put the separator like this? So this split, when I pass a separator like this, it will search for this comma in this whole thing. How many commas are there? So many commas are there. So what it will do, in every comma, it will create one string. When I don't pass this comma, what happens? When I don't pass this comma, I am getting this whole thing as a list, and inside the list only one string is there. But if I put a comma, I'm telling that please make this one as one string, this one is one string, this one is one string. Okay, so when I do that, I get something like this. Let me show you. I get this. Okay, everything is split into one string. Okay, then there is a small thing that we may not want to show many strings from this. Okay, I want only two. So when it is ice cream, if I make it only two, that means I will be one string, ce, from there it will become one string. So there is a max split method, a max split property. Max split equal to 2. If I make it 2, what will happen? It will be made into two parts, I one part, ce from that one part. So let us see. It is making like this. Okay, then max split plus 1. 2 means 3. If I pass 1, 1 will become 2. That means two parts. It is making it two parts. Okay, if I make max split, so how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 means 7. If I pass 7, it will make it into 8 parts. So putting 8, 7 and not putting it is the same thing. Okay, same thing we'll get. Okay, this is about split. So max split you can use if you want 2 parts, 3 parts, like that, you can use it. So let's say I have a card number. Let me have my card number. That is debit card number is there. Card num is equal to something like 2222 2223 hyphen 1345 hyphen 5326 hyphen 6785. Okay, if I want to split this, then what I have to do? Card num dot split, and here I have to put the separator. At this point, separate the things. Okay, if I separate it, I get something like this. Okay, all these things I'll be separating it. This way we can separate the card numbers. So this is one of the what it is called real-time scenarios. We will have card numbers like this where we want to separate the digit, then we do like this. In the same way, we can have this for phone numbers as well. In some places, the phone number is given something like this. Right? Here, if I put it like this, I'll separate the +91 into separate part and this as separate. Okay? This is how the split can be used. Then there is something called a strip. Now the strip is used for removing white spaces. Let me create a string like str5 is equal to, I wrote hello. but I gave some space at the end. I gave some space at the beginning. I want to remove these spaces from where somewhere these spaces have come. I did not create. Then what do? I write str5 dot strip. It will strip the spaces. Okay. Now if I print this, t is equal to str5 print of t. So what do I get here? I get hello. Okay. It is having very less space. How do you check that? You can use the length of t. If I print the length of t, it is having 5. But at this point, if I print the length of str5, it will be a big string. It is having 13, and this t is having length 5. So the white spaces are removed. Okay. Okay. So this is all about string methods. Okay. Now I'll move on to the more data structure, that is list. I want to discuss about list comprehension and some things. Okay. So list advanced.py. Okay. So here, what I want to show is, we have seen that lists are something like this. This is a list. This is how we create a list, but there are other ways to create a list. As in the same way, what I said in the string case, using str method, we can create strings. In the same way, here also, we can create list using the list method like this. Okay. Now this list method takes an iterable, that is known as an iterable, in between this parentheses. So what are iterables? Iterables are nothing but they are either list, string, tuple, dictionary, or range. That means which can be iterated, which can be looped. Okay. So here I can pass anything. So let's say if I write here a range of 5 and I print this, print of list of range of 5. So what do I get? Py list advanced.py. So I got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. This is how it works. Then what other things I can pass here? Print. So let me take variables. F is equal to list of, instead of range, I can use a list. So list will again give us list. If I type here a string, let's say hello, what will happen? Print F. So I got hello like this. Okay. Each character is put in a list. Okay. Then what else can I put? A list of again, a tuple is also a iterable. So I can put a tuple also, 1 comma 2. If I write 1 comma 2, this is a tuple, right? It is enclosed in parentheses. So if I print the G, what do I get? I get a list of 1 comma 2. Okay. This is how I can do. Then what else can I put? What else is a uh, iterable? Dictionary. We have a dictionary, so I can do even that. So list of, I pass a dictionary like first name is Hari. So if I try to print this, what do I get? I get the first name. That means yesterday I have shown you that we get only the keys, not the values. For that we have to do some what it is called, unpacking, which we'll see. after some time. Yesterday also we have seen, if I use unpacking, then I can get the, if I want the key, I will get the key. If I want the value, I'll get the value. Okay. And one more thing, that is, if I write only list, list, no values inside the list, then it creates an empty list. Okay, it is creating an empty list. Fine. This is about list creation. Then what else can be done? Then again, we have something called a sorted method. Using the sorted function also, we can create a list. So k equal to sorted of, again, sorted of will again take an iterable. So what are iterables? So let's say a range of 7. So it will sort it and it will create a list. Print k. Okay. So if I do this, I get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's say this is a reverse range. So let's say it is 7, comma 0. That means, and comma -1. That means it is starting from 7 to 1. Okay. If it is 7 to 1, what will happen? It will sort it and then it will create the list. So I'm getting 1 to 7. Okay. Fine. That's how we use the sorted method also to create a list. Then we have something. So just like sorted, we have seen the sort method, isn't it? Let's say I have a list. I have a list and it is li is equal to 23, 43, 1, 5, 27. Okay. So I used to sort it like this, li dot sort. If I use this and print the li, what do I get? I get a sorted array. But in this sort array, sort method, if I write here reverse equal to true, it will make it reverse in reverse order. It will sort it in reverse order. Okay, this is what we were trying to do yesterday, but we were getting some different output using the reversed method. So let us see the reversed method as well. There is one reversed method. Just like sorted method, we have a reversed method. What happens there? So what I was trying to do is I was trying to use uh, j is equal to reversed of li. And if I try to print the j, I get a reverse iterator object in the output. Okay, list reverse iterator object. So what do I do is I have to convert this. So this reverse doesn't give us a list directly. This sorted will give us a list, but this reversed will not give us a list. It is returns a reverse iterator. So that reverse iterator I have to convert to a list using this way. So reverse iterator is also a iterable. So I can pass the list method like this, and I can get the list method. So here what did I get? 27, 5, 1, 43, 23. That is the reverse of that. Okay, fine. Then what else is there? Okay, now I'll move on to this reverse iterator is nothing. Don't get confused. This iterator means it is a stream of data. Okay, it is a stream of data which I have to convert to a list by using the list method. Okay, fine. Now I'll go to a new topic, very advanced topic, which is known as comprehensions. Comprehensions.py. So there are list comprehensions, there are set comprehensions, there is dictionary comprehensions like that. Okay, but this is the most important topic of today's class actually. Okay, this is what you will need in real-time projects. This is what you will need in real-time projects to handle data structures in a advanced manner. Okay, what we do here is we have a list, let's say, and we have a list where we have some data. Okay, I want to create a new list from this data. What do? I take an empty list like this. Let's say li1 is equal to empty, and then what do? I want to multiply 2 to this all numbers, and then I want to store the data in this list. What do? I use a for loop. Okay, for L in Li, and then I write for L in Li, and then I write Li1 Li1 dot append. What do I write? L into 2. Okay, so ultimately if I print Li1, what do I get? In Li1, I am pushing, I am appending L into 2. What is L? L is 12. 12 into 2 is 24. 32 into 2 is 64. 14 into 2 is 28. So these three new numbers will be stored in Li1. So these are the, what happened? Print li1 dot append. Did I say? Okay, this was running the old file. So py comprehensions.py comprehensions.py. Okay, so I got this new list 24, 64, 28. This is how we will do. But in real time, we should not go with this for loops. Okay, these loops will bring so much of clumsiness in the code. So for that, we have something called list comprehensions. Okay, this list comprehension will help us to create new list using some shortcuts. So I will write li1 is equal to, I'll put square bracket like this. Inside that, I will write some variable, let's say x into 2. Okay, x into 2. Now I'll write for x in li. If I write like this, what is the meaning? I'm doing the same thing, whatever I was doing earlier. See, this was what I was doing. Now I am doing something like this. X into 2 for x in li. Now see this syntax. Here I am doing one for loop, and then I am doing this operation, and then I am pushing the data, appending the data. So these whole things I am doing in one step. This is one way. This is another. Li2 I am doing for x in li. What is li? This is the li. So each value is 12, 32, 14 is x. For each x I am doing x into 2 and putting it inside this square bracket. So it is creating a new li2. So now if I print this li2, what do I get? Print li2. If I print this, I get the same output, but in a shorter way. Here I had to write 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. Here, sorry, 3 lines I was writing. Here I am writing 1 line instead of 3 lines. So this is how you have to make your code efficient in your real-time projects. You will not write like this. You will always write it like this. This is known as list comprehension. Okay. This way you can create squares of the numbers. Let's say I have a number like li3 is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I want to create a squares of these things, I create a squares list like this, and I write, let's say, a star star 2 for a in li3, and print the squares. Print squares. Okay, so I get 1, 4, 9, 16, 25. Instead of writing li3, you can also use a range, because range is also give us numbers, but it will start from 0. So if you want to start from 1, you put like this. So this will be 1 to 4. Okay, so when I print this, I get what happened? Squares is a square 2. Okay, 1 to 4. Yes, 1, 4, 9, 16. Okay, that's what I get. Okay, then then in the same way we have the comprehensions for set as well. Yesterday we discussed what is set. Now let us see how do we use set comprehensions. To create a set, we can use some comprehensions. Let us see. So how do we create set? And what is a set? Set is nothing but some data enclosed in curly braces, which are always unique. No duplicate values will be there. So set one is equal to, I'll write something like, I'll create a set comprehension. Okay. So what do I do? If I write here x for x in apple. Okay. X for x in apple. Now this for x in apple means what? It means A, P, P, L, E, right? Each value A, P, P, L, E, 5 values. But 5 values I want to put in a set. But what will happen? P is coming 2 times. So automatically this set will remove that extra P. Okay. So if I do now print set 1, what will happen? Print set 1 means it will print A, P, L, E. ALPE. Okay, this is what will have only the unique values, not duplicate values. Okay, fine. Then then we have some extra things also. This in set comprehension or list comprehension, we have some more things, like we can give one if condition also. If x not equal to e, if I write e, what will happen? It will not take those values which are e. So it will not have ALPE. It will have only ALP if I do this. Okay. LAP. I have only the LAP. Okay. This is how it works. Let's say I have an apple and also I want to I want all the letters, but I don't want the letters present in banana. Or yes, if I write if x not in banana. If I write like this, what will happen? I want all the unique letters of apple. Unique letters of apple means APLE. Okay, APLE, but not, it should not be present in banana. But A is present in banana, so it will not take that. So it will print only PLE. Okay, so it will print now only PLE. We can see here. So this is how we can use the set comprehension. This if condition I can use in list also. Okay, let us see this in this scenario what we did. So this one, let us take this scenario, what we were doing here. Let me comment this part and show you a small example. So I am doing x into 2 for x in li. Where was that li? This was the li. Okay, here I can put one if also. If x greater than 15. What will happen? X greater than 15 means x in li. X means 12, 32, 14. If x is greater than 15, only then take those values. So greater than 15 means it will not take the 14 and 12. So ultimately this li2 will have only 64 in the output, 32 into 2. Okay, let us check this. I am getting only 64 in the output. Okay, it is not having the 12 and 14. If I write here less than 15, then I'll have 12 into 2 and 14 into 2. So 24 and 28 I'll not have the 64. So this way you can write all these things in a shorter way like this, and this is known as this is the most efficient code. This is how we should write. Okay, fine. Then let us move on to, so we have seen list comprehension, we have seen set comprehension. Same logic it is used everywhere. In the same way I have the dictionary comprehensions as well. But in dictionary what happens is, here in list and sets we don't have keys, we directly have the value, so we are able to write like this. But in dictionary what will happen, we cannot determine the keys. Okay, we cannot determine the keys because they are unique in real time. But what will happen here, let's see. Don't worry about that, let us see. So we have to give some fixed name to them. So let us take a create a dictionary. Again I will try to create a squares. Okay, squares, and here I write something like x. Okay, we have key value pairs, right, in dictionaries. So x is x power 2. From where this will come? Again, I have to write a for x in a range of 1 comma 4. So let me 1 comma 5. Okay, let me 1 2 3 4. What will happen in this x? What is x? X will be 1 for the first time, and it will store 1 square. Next time x will be 2. 2 will store 4. 3 will store 9, like that. Okay, so print these squares. So what it will give us? It is giving us 1 1 2 4 3 9 4 16. Okay, this is what it is giving us. Again, you can put one if condition also if you want. If x greater than 3, then what it will store? It will store only 3 and 4. So greater than 3, so 3 will not be counted, so 4 is there. If I have here one more number, I'll get one more number, 4 and 5. Okay, 1 to 6 greater than 3. This is how dictionary comprehensions will work. So all are having the similar syntax. We write one expression here first. Okay, in the list it is I am writing x into 2 a power 2, or in set I am writing x, or in dictionary I am writing x colon x power 2. After that it will be followed by a loop. Always this expression will be followed by a loop. Okay, and then it may have more for loops or more if conditions. Okay, you can have one more for also, but here we are not having it, we are having a if condition. You can have an if condition after that. If will not come first, first for will be there. After that, if you have one more for, you can have one more for, but after that you will have the if. Okay, this is what the comprehensions work like. Okay, fine. Then I want to discuss a small method called zip. This is our last for today. So there's a method called zip. It looks like this. Okay, I'll use this zip in combination with format. We used a format earlier, so let me show you. Let's say I have some keys. Keys is a list. This is used to loop through two two or more than one list. When we want to iterate on more than one list, we use this zip method. Okay, so let me store the first name here, first name, last name, then age is stored in this list, and we have values is another list which is having the first name is Ravi, last name is Teja, and one age is there, let's say 40. Okay, what will happen? I want to combine these two lists and print some data. Like I want to print first name is Ravi, last name is Teja, age is 40. If I want to print it like that, then what do I do? So what do I do is I will loop. First thing is I have to loop it. I want 3 sentences, right? So I will loop. I'll use for. I will use the uh, unpacking syntax k comma v, because this zip also gives us a tuple just like enumerate function. So kv in zip of two lists. What are those two lists? Keys. The name of first list is keys, second list is values. So I write zip of keys comma values. So this is the for loop. Inside this for loop I want to print the different values. So what I do, I use the what it is called. I use that format string dot format at one point. So I'll use that. So the so I want to print the first name is Ravi, the last name is Teja, the age is 40. Okay, so I'll write here the first name. First name is coming from I'll put it as 0. The first name is, then the value is this one. So this one I'll put it as 1. Okay, the 0 is 1. That means 0 will be replaced with first name, 1 will be replaced with Ravi. Okay, so after this I just have to do dot format. So this whole thing is a string. This whole thing from here to here is a string. So here I'll use a format like this dot format of what are those values, k and v, isn't it? So dot format k comma v, same thing that I have already explained just few moments ago in the format method, string dot format. So when I do this, what will happen? This zip is combining these two lists, and then they are storing the values in k and v. K contains the values of keys list, v contains the values of values list, and then we are formatting this k and v to be replaced. We what they will replace, this 0 and 1 will be replaced with k and v. Okay, now let us see the output. So I got the first name is Ravi, the last name is Teja, the age is 40. Okay, this kind of efficient techniques we have to use, otherwise we have to do a lot of looping on these two lists to get this output. To get this simple output, we have to do lot of techniques. Instead of that, we should go with this kind of shortcut and better efficient techniques. Okay, this is all about the advanced data structure handling. Okay, these are all from real-time project point of view. Okay, that's it for the session. See you in the next session. So in this session, uh, we will be learning about functions. Okay, so let me create a file, functions.py. Okay, so till now whatever we have learned is like those type of code we were writing it and running it, writing it, running it all the time. But when we have something, like when I want to do something again and again, I was doing a looping, isn't it? But let's say I want what the loops are doing, they're doing something immediately. That means when I say print hello 5 times, it is printing the hello 5 times immediately, one after the other. But that is fine. But in reality, we may need something like we want to execute something again and again, but not immediately or exactly after one after the other. Let's say I want to print hello now, and after some time, I want to print that hello again. Okay. And let's say after 2 3 days, I want to print that hello again. So in that case, what do I do? I cannot go with loops. Loops will print it now. Now itself, it will print 5 times at the time of executing it, right? So that's why we need something called functions. We have something in Python called functions. What these functions are doing, they are nothing but a piece of code. Functions are a piece of code, but they are not simple piece of code. They are reusable piece of code. Functions are a reusable piece of code which can be called to execute it whenever we want. Okay, so functions are there in all languages, whatever C, C++, Java, JavaScript, Python, Rust, everywhere these functions are there. Okay, these functions will help us to run that piece of code again and again whenever we want. Okay, now how do we create a function? Okay, first thing I told the purpose of function, because when we want to write something again and again, execute something again and again, I cannot write it again and again. Let's say I have a code like print hello. Okay, now this after print hello, I am writing something like a equal to 7 plus 6. Okay, then I did something like o equal to 9 into 8. Then I suddenly want to do print hello again. Okay, and then I don't want to print again, then I want to do some calculations. let's say t equal to 8 by 2, and then suddenly I want to print the hello again. So there is no order. I may want to print the hello at any time. So in this case, I will need a function, because print hello, writing it again and again is not efficient. Okay. So what we do is we create a function. How do we define a function in Python? We use the def keyword. Okay. Def, then the function name. So let's say function name is print hello. I'm just giving a name. Okay. After that, what I need to put is I need to put parentheses like this. And then I put a colon, and then I write here what I want to do. So what this print hello function will do, it will print hello. That's it. Nothing it will do. Okay. Now to use this function, so what do I do? So this code, if I execute this code, it will not do anything. Okay. Let us see. Py functions.py. Okay. This piece of code will do nothing. We can see I am getting nothing in the output. Even if I have written here print hello. Why this is happening? Because this is the function definition. Here I am not telling Python to print the hello. I am telling that I am creating a function named print hello, which will print this hello. I'm not telling Python to print. I'm just telling Python to create this function. And I will call, when I call this function, or when I tell Python to execute this function, only then print hello. That means only then hello should be printed. Otherwise, don't print. Okay. So when I want, I have to execute this function. This execution of function is known as calling. Okay. So whenever I can call this function. Let me do something like some mathematical operations. I want to do e equal to 4 plus 5. Then I did t equal to 9 divided by 3. Okay, like this I did. And then now I want to print hello. So what do? I write the function name. So here this function consists of many parts. This is known as the def keyword, def. It is used to define a function. Okay, we are defining function, that's why we are writing def. Then this part is known as the function name. Print hello is the function name. Then this parenthesis is used for declaring parameters. We'll come to parameters after some time. Okay. First, let us see what will happen without parameters. Then we'll go to learn what are parameters and arguments. Okay. Now, and then this colon will tell us that from the next line the function will start. So function code will start. So here this is the execution. That means this is the line of code to be executed when this function is called. Okay. Okay. So whenever I call this function, only this line will be executed. Okay. Fine. So now how do I call this function? I write print hello. That is the same name I have to write here. If I write here small h, it will not work. I have to give the same exact name, print hello, and then the parenthesis. Okay. The moment I do this, I will get hello in the output. These things I'm not getting because I'm not printing these values. Okay. Okay. So that is how it works. That is how we define a function and then we call a function. Okay. Same, in the same way, we can create a lot of functions. Let's say I want to do something else, like I want to print the sum of 1 and 2. So def, I'll create one sum, and I'll write here print 1 plus 2. What will happen here? This thing will not give us any output. The moment I call it, only then it will execute the code. Okay, so to call the code, what I have to do, I have to write sum and parenthesis. What is sum? Sum is the function name. Okay, save it and run the code. I will get 3 in the output. Fine, it is able to print the values. Okay, so these are two different ways. One I printed a string. Here I am printing a number, and inside the print I am executing the addition of two numbers and printing it, right? Okay, this is all about functions. Actually nothing more is there, but one thing is left, that is the parameters. Okay, what those parameters will do. So what are the parameters? Here I'm printing only 1 plus 2, but I don't want to do like that. What I want to do is, this function should not tell me what are the numbers. I should tell the function that please add these two numbers. It may be 1 plus 2, it may be 3 plus 4, it may be 4 plus 2, anything. Okay, so when that kind of scenario is there, what I have to do is I have to give those numbers to that function. I have to give those numbers to this function so that that function will do the addition of those two numbers. Okay, so for that we need something called parameters. So we have to define the parameters in the function itself. Okay, so when I define the function, what I have to do is I have to create some parameters like this using commas. Okay, if I have more parameters, so if I write a comma b, that means I'm telling Python that this function will take two numbers and print the sum of these two numbers. To print the sum of these two numbers, what do I do? Instead of writing 1 plus 2, 1 plus 2 is doing 1 plus 2, not sum of a and b. To print sum of a and b, I have to write here a plus b. Okay, sum of a comma b. And what do I write? In the execution part, I write print a plus b. And while calling it, if I call like this, it will not work. Let us see what it is saying. It is saying type error, sum missing two required positional arguments a and b. Okay, so that means here I have to pass some value. What are the two numbers I want to add? I told the sum function that you will get two numbers, please add those two numbers and print it. But while calling, I am not giving those numbers. Initially I said I will give you numbers, later on I didn't give him. So the sum is confused what to do. Okay, so that's why what we have to do is, while calling the function, we have to pass the numbers. Let me pass 2 comma 3. Now what will happen? When I'm calling the function, I'm passing 2 and 3. These 2 and 3 will go to a and b. Okay, 2 will go to a, 3 will go to b. And while printing, it will do the a plus b. What is a plus b? 2 and 3. 2 plus 3 will become 5 and it will print 5. That's how it works. But what are these known as? Here, this in the definition, it is known as parameter. If I put my mouse here, I can see parameter A, parameter B. When I'm calling it, these are known as arguments. 2 and 3 are known as arguments that I'm passing while calling the function. Okay, these are known as arguments, these are known as parameters. Now let us execute this code. What did I get? I got 5. So this way, now I am having flexibility. I can print whatever I want. Let's say I pass here 100 and 345. If I pass 100 and 345, I get 445 in the output. Okay, because I'm using these parameters or arguments, I'm passing these arguments. If there are no parameters in the function, I cannot pass. If there are parameters, I can pass. Okay, this way I can create a function, execute a function by calling it, and we can also pass arguments to the function so that they can be processed and the desired output can be achieved. Okay, fine. Then I want to show something like, if I write something like this, Uh, let me think. Okay, I have this. Okay, fine. If I write an x equal to this, is it correct? No, it is not working. Okay, fine. If I have an x here, this thing is not working. That means what? I cannot assign a function definition to a variable. Okay, directly like this. Okay, we'll see this topic later on. But what is happening here? This code was having two parts. This part is known as the function definition. This is known as function call. Okay, this is known as function definition. This is known as function call. Okay, now this function definition, as we have seen just now, cannot be assigned to a variable, but this function call can be assigned to a variable like this. Okay, the function definition cannot be assigned to a variable, but a function call can be assigned to a variable. What happens when I do this? What is stored in x? Will it store the value of a plus b there? We don't know what will be stored. So let us print the x and let's see what is there in x. Okay, save it and run it. What did I get? I got two output. I got 445 and I got NONE none. Now, for which line it is coming? Because there are two print statements. One print statement is here, one print statement is here. Now, which line is responsible for which line, which output? Okay, so what is happening here? When I write like this, the first thing happening is it is calling this function and then it is giving to x. So that giving to x will come later on. Calling the function will happen first. So when the function is called, it is printing a plus b. So this 445 output, whatever I am getting, this is because of this line. Okay. And this none is because of this line. Okay. I hope that is clear. But what is this none? Why that none is coming? So in Python, whenever Python interpreter is not able to determine any value, it gives a output. It gives an output called none. Not only here, in many cases we will see this none. Okay, it is not like none will be coming because of only this line. No, it is not like that. It will be coming because of different things. Now what before going into that, so none is not a big concept. Okay, don't worry about that. It is just something which is not having any value or something which is not understandable or not what it is called evaluated. When something is not Python is not able to evaluate something, it will give us none. Okay, in other languages we have some other terms. Somewhere it is called undefined, like that. Okay, null, undefined, many things are there in other languages. Here it is known as a none, NONE, none. Okay, now why we are getting this none? Because here this when I'm giving a I'm assigning a function call to a variable, what happens is uh, this x is expecting something. When I write y equal to 10, what is y expecting? Okay, I got a number, so I will store that number. But when I write x equal to a function call, what is this x expecting? Is that x is not expecting some value. It is expecting that the return value of this function should be stored in x. Okay, what is this return value now? It is a new term that we are hearing now. So what this function is doing now? This function is actually printing the sum of two values. It is doing nothing else. Okay, it is a printing the value sum of two values. That's it, nothing else. So it is directly printing it. It is not giving us the value. I want to I want to perform the addition of two numbers. I want to store that sum of the two numbers in a variable. That thing is not possible using this code because it is directly printing it. It is not storing it in any variable. Okay. So to get something, that means instead of printing it in real time, we will not print everything in a function. Whatever operation is done, we will not print everything. What we normally do is we return some value from the function and we store it in a variable. Okay. See, here I can do like this also. Like I have a variable called x equal to 0. Okay. And then instead of writing here print, I can write x equal to a plus b. In this way also it will be stored. But if I do this, what will happen? A variable will be created. Okay. A variable will be created and then I am storing it there. But that is not the correct way. Okay. I don't want to create a variable. I want to create a function which will perform the addition and it will return some value. When I want, I will take the returned value and store it in a variable. Okay. Not like this in a haphazard way, like creating variable and doing all these things. Okay. So what do I do is I have to use something called a return. So these functions will have a return statement. When this return statement is there, it will that return statement will have an expression. So syntax of the return statement, let me write here. Instead of print a plus b, I will write here return a plus b. When I write like this line is having two parts, a return keyword and one expression. Okay. Return keyword is there and then one expression is there. This return will tell the function to please give this answer or output back to the user when he wants it. Okay. Now I am not wanting any value at this point. So it is not giving me any value. But the moment I write this line, this x is expecting the return value of sum, right? So it will get the return value of this and the return value will be stored in x. But what is happening here when I write a print and I'm getting none? What is actually happening there? So the Python definition of a function tells us that whenever we create a function, even if we don't write the return keyword, still the function returns something. That something is none. Okay. Whenever we create a function, if I don't write a return keyword, that function will still return something. It will return something called a none, which has no value, which is not defined, which is not evaluatable, which will not give us any output. Okay. That none is returned by this function. And x, what x is doing? X is expecting the return value of this function, right? So return value is there. Yes, return value of this function is none. It is always there when I don't write the return keyword. So none is stored in x. And when I print the value of x, I get none here. Okay. That's how it works. Okay, fine. Now let us see when I have the return keyword, what will happen. When I have the return keyword, it will not print the value. Initially 445 it was coming, right? It will not print because I don't have the print statement here. Instead I have the return statement. And then when I write x equal to sum of 100 comma 35, sum of 100 comma 35 will be executed. It will return a value. What is the value? It will return 100 plus 345, which is 445. That returned value will be stored in x. So x will have 445. When I print the x, I will get 445 in the output. Okay. This is how the return statement works. Okay. Now let us see some more example of these kind of things. Okay. More example of functions actually. I want to see some more example of functions. Okay. So let me take an example. Okay. Now, instead of doing like this and storing it in a variable and then printing the value, what do you mean by this? See, I write something like y equal to 10, and if I want to print 10, I can print console.log of 10. Oh, sorry. I can write print of 10, as well as I can write print of y, isn't it? Both will give me output as 10, isn't it? If I run this code, both these lines of code will give me 10. If I print 10, then also I get 10. If I print y, then also I get 10. Isn't it? So same thing, if I do here, that means y equal to 10 was there. I am writing y once in the output, I am getting 10. I am writing 10 once in the output, I am getting 10. In the same way, if I write print x, I will get 445. If I write print sum of 100 comma 345, then also I should get 445. Am I correct? What am I writing in this 10, these two print statements? One time I'm writing the left hand side part. Here I'm getting 10. Once I'm writing a right hand side part, then also I'm getting 10 in the output. In the same way, here also I have this left hand side and right hand side part. When I write left hand side part in the print, then also I'm getting that 445. When I'm writing this right hand side part, then also I'm getting this 445. That means both are having the same value, isn't it? Because I'm assigning this value to that. Okay. So instead of creating these variables, if you don't want to create these variables, you can directly write like this. Then also we get the same 445 in the output. Okay. This is how these functions will be working. Okay, fine. Now let me take a function def add of x and sorry, print x plus 100. Okay, print x plus 100, and then I write here print add of 10. What will happen when I call this add of 10? It will print x plus 100, because when I call add of 10, it will call this function. When they call this function, it will print x plus 100. What is x plus 100? 10 plus 100 is 110. And this line is also expecting the return value of this, isn't it? So this return value is none. We can see from here, return value is none. So it will first print 110 and then it will print none. Let us see. Yes, 110 and then none. Because add of 10, this 110 is coming because of this line, this print statement. This none is coming because of this statement. Okay. Because add of 10, the writing like this is the same as writing like this. Add of 10 and print x. So these two lines are having same meaning. Print of x and print of add of 10 is having same meaning. Okay. So that's why add of 10, when I print x, what is happening? Add of 10 is returning none to x. So we are getting none in x. In the same way, if I directly print add of 10, then also I get the none. Okay. So instead, what I should be doing, I should be doing something like this: return x plus 10, and then I write here uh, print add of 10, add of 10. So what do I get here? I get 110, or else if I write a, B, C, or else sum is equal to add of 10, and I print the sum. This is also same thing. This will also give us 100. Both are giving us 100. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, now let us see a small example of another function where we will compare two numbers. So def compare of a comma b. Okay, we'll compare two numbers and then we'll check this. If a greater than b, then return a, else return b. Okay, so function is over. If a is greater than b, return a, else return b. Now if I want to call this compare, I have to write 4 comma 5, but this will not print anything. There is no print statement, so I have to print this whole thing. Either I uh, greatest, I take a variable called greatest and I store the compare of 4 comma 5 there. What will happen? It will store the return value of this. So first it will take this 4 and 5 in a and b. 4 greater than 5 is false, so if will not be executed, else will be executed, return b. What is there in b? 5. So 5 will be returned to greatest. So if I print greatest, what do I get in the output? I get 5. If I reverse these numbers like 5 comma 4, then also I get 5. If I write here 100 comma 345, I get 345. If I put first 2 comma 1, I get 2 in the output. So this function is able to compare two numbers and return the value, and using this line we are printing the return value of this function. Okay, this is how these functions will work. Okay, fine. Then now these functions will be used in a variety of ways. Okay, we can do a lot of things like whatever we have done till now, like all those assignments and whatever examples we have seen. All examples can be done using this, because what we are doing is this thing we already know how to execute this part. We are just putting it inside the function. That's it, nothing else, and we are calling it. There is no nothing new to be known here. Okay, so let us now move on to something called what they are called as, there are some functions in Python, they take other functions as argument. Okay, now this function is taking numbers here. Okay, but we have some methods which we have already used, but we have not used in detail. Okay, those functions will be taking some arguments where they are another function. Okay, these are just numbers. A and B are numbers, but A and B can be function also. Okay, we'll go through them now. So what do I do is I take the example of a sort. So let's say I'll create a new file. Okay, so I'll create lod.py. So LOD means a list of dictionaries. We had list of dictionaries. I'll take a small list of dictionary and try to do something there. So let me go and take a list of dictionary from our assignments. So where those things? Huh? These are very big. Okay, I'll take this people list of dictionaries. Okay, I have this big list of dictionaries. Now what I want to do is, when we were doing sorting on a list of number, Let me show you what was happening. I'll come to this list of dictionary, but before that, if you see a list of numbers, numbers numbers 21, 12, 89, 34, 6, 74. Okay. When I want to sort this list, what do? I write numbers dot sort. And after doing numbers dot sort, what do? I print the numbers. What was happening here? If I write pylod dot py, I'm getting a sorted list of numbers 6, 12, 21, 34, 74, 89. Okay. Let's say I have names equal to one list like Ravi, then Hari, then Sushmita, then Teja, then Priya. When I have something like this, if I write names dot sort and then I print the names, what do I get in the output? I get Hari, Priya, Ravi, Susmita, Teja. They're also sorted. Okay. But if I want to sort this people list of dictionary, because this is also a list, this is also a list, numbers is also a list, names is also a list, and this people is also a list. Actually, it is a list of dictionary, but it is still a list. So if I try to sort that, like people dot sort, and I try to print this people, print people, what will happen? If I try to sort this, it is saying, giving us some error. It is saying that trace back most recent call list people dot sort of. Oh, I passed a zero by mistake. Okay, people dot sort. Okay, now see what it is saying. It is a type error less than not supported between instances of dict and dict. So while comparing, they do some comparison while sorting. Okay, which one is less than, which one is greater than. So when this less than operator is applied on this each of them dictionaries, it is saying that this less than is not supported. So that means we cannot compare two dictionaries. Okay. So in that case, we have to go for a different approach. We will use the sort method only, but we will do something else. Okay. So we need to know what to do with this people list, this list of dictionary. So when it is list of numbers, list of strings, list of boolean, list of like only these things, numbers, and mostly will be sorting numbers and strings, then it is totally fine. But when I want to sort this, I have to tell the sort method that what I want to sort. According to what? According to first name I want to sort, according to last name I want to sort, according to age I want to sort, according to gender, city, salary, what do I want to sort? That I have to tell to Python or tell to the sort method. Otherwise, sort cannot compare. Okay. So for that, we have a different form of sort method. Let us see that. What do I write here? I write people dot sort, and then I have to write here e equal to something. Okay. That something, let's say I write here x. I don't know what is that something. That's why I'm writing x. Okay. So first we need to know that this key equal to, key is a argument we are passing to sort. So it is known as keyword argument. Okay. It is known as keyword argument. When I pass, normally I was passing 1, 2 in the functions, not in sort, but while doing sum, while doing print and all those things, sum of a comma b, sum of 4 comma 5. Those 4 5 direct values are known as, whenever we are passing direct values to a function call, they are known as positional arguments. Okay, they are known as positional arguments. But when I am writing like this, key equal to something, key equal to x, this key equal to x is known as a keyword argument. Okay, it is not a positional argument, it is a keyword argument. Okay, fine. Now what should be this x? In this x, I have to somehow tell the sort method that please sort this list according to salary. Whoever is having least salary, lowest salary should come first. So like this 2000 is the lowest salary, so that means this first name Nikhil, this whole dictionary should come in the first. Then it should go to 10,000 salary Praveen Gubbala. Then it should go to Srikant Gubbala. Then it should go to Pradeep Reddy. This way it should be sorted. Monica at last, and at last Ria Vadoria 40,000. Okay, but I cannot write here something like key equal to salary. This will fail. Okay, where is this salary? It doesn't know. So what sort method is expecting is that this key wants a function that will give us the value what I want, the salary, let's say. So this salary value I have to give to that, that should be returned from that function. So for that, first I will create a function. Okay, def sal. Okay, def cell. I'm just writing a name. You can write anything. Def cell, and here what I will do, return def cell return. What do I write here? I have to return cell of, I'm writing D here. Okay, D means each dictionary. Okay, D means each dictionary. Return D of salary. Okay, I have write this. This function is returning us the D means dictionary, dictionary of salary. How do we access this area? This dictionary of first name, dictionary of last name, dictionary of age. So that's what I'm writing. Dictionary of salary. So I have to write a function. First declare a function like this. Then I run the sort method. So people dot sort of key equal to, what is the name of the function I created here? Sal, isn't it? So I'll write here sal. Now if I print the people, I will get the sorted list of people. Now you can see here. First name Nikhil is coming, who is having salary as 2000. Then Praveen is coming, who is having salary as 10,000. Then Srikant is coming, who is having salary as 20,000. Then Pradeep is coming with salary 25,000. Then Monica with salary 30,000. Then Ria with salary 40,000. Okay, this is what I am getting. Okay, now this sort, did we see something like sort in the sort along with the key? If I want to reverse it, sort in a reverse order, I already have a reverse equal to true. Yesterday we saw that in the previous class. We didn't discuss this key, we discussed only reverse. Now what I am doing is I am passing key equal to cell and reverse equal to true. What is the meaning? I am telling Python that please sort this people list on the basis of salary. That means low to high salary. But suddenly I am saying that no, not low to high, reverse it. That means high salary to low salary. So if I do this and save this and run the code, what will happen? I am getting first Ria Bhadoria, who is having a salary of 40,000. Then Monica, who is having a salary of 30,000. Then Pradeep, who is having a salary of 25,000. Then Srikant Gubbala, who is having salary as 20,000. Then Praveen, who is having 10,000. Then Nikhil, who is having salary as 2,000. Okay, this way I can sort the people according to whatever what it is called value I want. Here I am doing it according to salary. But let's say I want to sort it according to first name, salary, age also. That means in different functions. So I have to create so many different functions here. One def I have created, another def, let's say I am creating age. Okay, age is up, and here I'll have the D, and here I write return D of age. Then I have def, what is the other one? First name, right? Okay, def fn, I will write fn. Def fn means first name. Fn of D, here return D of first name. Okay, fine. Now here I have put key equal to sal, which is this function. That's why it is sorting according to salary. Now if I write here age instead of sal, what I get? I will get the sorted according to age in a reverse order. If I remove this reverse equal to true, I will get in ascending age order. So first age 14. Initially I got age 36 to 14. Now I am getting 14, 20, then 21, then 22, then 32, then 36. Okay. This way I can sort it according to age. But if I pass here fn according to this function, it will be sorted according to first name now. So very simple. In one line, we are able to write everything, but we have to define these functions separately. So now what has happened? Monica, then first name Nikhil. So these are all alphabetical order. Nikhil, then Pradeep, then Praveen, then Ria, then Srikant. Okay, alphabetical order. Reverse alphabetical order means reverse equal to true, and we get reverse alphabetical order from Srikant to Monica. Okay, that's it. This is how we pass these things. Okay, but what happens is when we are writing these functions like this, uh, what we are doing is we are writing it here, again we are writing it there, isn't it? So two times we have to write all these things. Why can't we write this whole thing here itself? Isn't it? That will be a better way, right? But if I directly, instead of fn, if I directly copy this whole thing and paste it here, it will throw an error. We cannot do like that. Okay. So what Python came up with is Python came up with a new technique called lambda expressions. This lambda expressions, what they do is they help us to write functions in a shorter way, not very big functions. These kind of small functions, to write these kind of small functions, we use a lambda expression, but not for big functions. When we have a lot of statements, lot of this that condition, so a lot of things when they are there, we don't use lambda expressions. For short kind of things, one line return value is there, then we can go with that lambda expression. Let me show you how that lambda expression will be written. So first I will write a lambda expression for this function. Okay, so what do I write here is I create a lambda, like I write lambda lambda, then, and also this salary, whatever I am writing here, why am I writing this function name here? We can also have functions with no names. Do you know that? We can write something like this, a def, and directly like this. So when I so there is a problem with def. What is def doing? It is expecting. So here I can see the error. Expected function name after def. Okay. Okay. Fine. So I cannot write it there. But why am I writing it here? Here I am writing this SAL because I will be using this SAL here, isn't it? Here I am writing age because I want to use this age here. That's why I'm writing it. But when if I'm able to write this whole function here, I don't need what is the function name of the function. I'm directly telling to key that this is the function, you just run it. So at that point, lambda expressions will let us create functions with no name also, because I want to call it here itself, not there. Okay. So what do I do here? So I'll create a lambda expression for this one equivalent. So this code and the code I am going to write will mean the same, will have the same meaning. Okay. Okay, fine. So what do I write here? I write here lambda lambda. No function name is needed. What is the parameter I am having here? D. So I write here D, and then I give a colon like this, and then I write the expression. What return I have? This is the return I'm having. So I copy this and I write it here, but I don't need this return keyword also. This will make it so easy. See, this whole line means this whole thing. This whole function is now compressed to this small syntax lambda d colon. After colon, whatever I am writing, that means that is the return statement. Okay. Lambda means it is a lambda expression. D means the parameter I have here. And after that, I have a colon just like this. After the colon, whatever I have, that is the return statement that I have here. Okay. This is what. So in the same way, if I want to create a lambda for this one, what do I do? Lambda d colon d of age. Okay. Same thing. Lambda d of last one is first name. Okay. These are the equivalent function for lambda expression for these functions. Okay. For instead of this, I can use directly this. Instead of this function def age, I can use this. Instead of this, I can use this. Okay. So now what I will do is I will replace the previous three lines with these three lines. Okay. Now see what I will do is I was using this whole function in this cell, right? For this cell, I was writing this. So I'll remove this whole cell. Instead of this cell, I will put this part instead of cell directly like this. Key equal to lambda d of salary. What do you mean by this? This means that I am trying to get the salary of this persons, and I am saying that according to that salary, sort the values. So sort it according to salary. If I want to, so let me run this code now. If I run this code, what do I get? Is it able to sort or not? Because people dot sort, I am passing this lambda and I am printing that people. So yes, it is sorting. It is salary according to salary. Ria Bhadoria is having 40,000 because I have put reverse true. That's why it is giving us reverse in reverse order. Lowest salary is 2,000 coming at last. Okay. In the same way, let me now pass this age lambda to this key. If I pass it here, it will give us age in reverse order. First is 36, then 32. If you want ascending order, you just remove the reverse. It will sort it in ascending order of the age. First age 14, then 20, and so on. Okay. This way I can pass lambda here. So first name lambda, if I pass it here, so I get the list sorted in first name according to first alphabetical order of first name, so that I can remove these functions. I don't need these functions. Okay. I have the lambda, which is enough for doing this kind of sorting. But remember, this lambda will use not in all functions, in place of these kind of things only. Okay. When we want to pass a function as an argument to another function, only then we use lambda expression. Okay, fine. Now what more can be done with this lambda? So there are a lot of other things. Okay, there are some methods. Let me show you. So let this be there. Let me create another file that will tell us about some more methods which are using which can use lambda. See, this sort is not like mandatory that we have to use lambda. I have shown you without lambda also. By creating a function and putting the function name here, it will totally work fine. Okay, just to reduce the code, we are writing lambda expressions. Okay, I don't need to explain this here also. Directly I write like this, and it is doing first name. If I write here age, it is doing age. If I write here salary, it is doing salary. Let us see, if I put a gender, what will happen. I'm putting like this. There is no more functions defined anywhere. Okay, this will totally work fine. What it is doing, it is putting all the female first. Why? Because gender is a string. Okay, so if it is a string, female f is coming before m, right? Male m is coming later on. So all females are are together, and male is in a different place. Okay, okay. Now let me create one more file. So here I want to show you two more methods where this lambda will be used, where you can use normal function also, but I will be doing it with lambda. Okay, fine. There are two methods called map and filter, which we use on iterables. Okay, but mostly what we do is we use, when we say iterable, a iterable means string, then list, then tuple, then dictionary, then range. These are all iterables, but we mostly work on lists. Okay, so what this things will help us to do, this map and filter, they they help us to create a new lists. Okay, they help us to create new lists from existing list. So let's say I have a list called nums, and nums is having 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. I want to create a new list which will be squares. So earlier what we did, we used something called list comprehensions, right? Here, what did I write? X power 2 for x in nums. If I write like this, this is a list comprehension. We have seen this yesterday in yesterday's class. So if I print this squares, I get, so py map filter dot py. So I got 1, 4, 9, 16, 25. Okay. I'm not saying that this is a bad way. This is one of the best ways to create a new list from an existing list. Okay. But we can also use a map function. What this map function will do, this map function is a very powerful method. What this will do, this will take some arguments. First argument it takes is a function. So this function, either you give a name, you create a function outside and you give the reference here, that function name here, or else we will use a lambda. Same like sort. In the sort, what we were doing, we were creating a function first, then we gave that def cell, that cell I was passing to that key equal to cell, and then we were doing it, or else we will create a lambda. So lambda expression is more better, right? It is having less code. We don't need to define the function outside. So I'll be going with lambda. Okay, so first is a function. Second, after the function, second argument what I have to pass is, that is the name of the list. What is the name of the list? Nums. This nums I have to pass here. Okay, here I have to pass the list, first function, then list. Okay, now let us write. What is the function I want to do? I have to create the squares from this numbers. Okay, so first, just see this. If you are confused, then I will just use this def square. Okay, I am creating a function like this, square of, let's say, a, and I am writing a return a power 2. Okay, if I do like this is a square function I have written. So what I have to do in the map function, first I have to write pass the function name. What is the function name? Square first I will write, and then what do I do? After that I have to pass the name of the list. Name of the list is nums. So this part I will comment it. Okay, this part I don't want to run. Okay, nums. Okay, map of square comma nums. This is enough. Okay, map of square comma nums. Now this will return a value, so I have to store it in a new array. So squares equal to map. So this variable I'm storing the new list. Okay, now if I print the squares, I will get the what it is saying, map object at this. Okay, map of square common nums. So this I have to convert to a list. This is a map object. Okay, so what do I do is print list of squares. Okay, if I do like this, now I will get the output like this: 1, 4, 9, 16, and 25. Okay, now instead of doing like this, what I can do, I can also use a lambda expression. So I'm just showing you where we can use the lambda expressions. Okay, I'm not saying that this is the best way to create a square. Best way to create a square is the list comprehension always. Okay, but if you want to do it in use the map method, what we have to do? So instead of square, I will write the lambda expression. I write lambda, then I will write x colon the return statement. What was the return statement of the def? I wrote return x power 2, right? Lambda x colon x power 2 and nums. And I do this. Okay. And I get the same output now using a lambda. Okay. This is one place where we can use the lambda. In the same way, I can use the lambda for a filter method. There is another method called filter method. What this filter method will do? It will also have the same syntax. First the function, then the expression, then the list. Okay. So what do I do there? There, the purpose of map. What is this map doing? Map, in the map and the list comprehension. If you see, we don't have the for loop in the map method. We have only the function what it needs to do. Okay, so what is happening here is this map is actually looping through each element. So that map is actually doing the for loop. Okay, this map is taking this nums list and it is taking each number and doing performing this function on each number, and it is giving a list of the things. Okay, so this map is looping on each number and doing some operation. This is the operation. Take each number and square it. That is what it is doing. This lambda is saying to map that please take each number from the nums list and square it. Okay. But filter, it will do something else. In the filter, we don't write all these things. What we write is there also we will pass a lambda, there also will pass a function. But that function will, in the function will give a condition. Please give me all those values. This map is taking all values, right? All values and squaring it. But filter, I will not square all values. I want to take only those values which are passing a condition. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is there. I want to take only those numbers which are even. I want to take only the even numbers from the list. Then what I have to do? I'll show you again in the similar way. First using a def. Then we'll go to lambda without the def. So def even. Def even will take 1x, let's say, then return x modulus 2 equal to 0. Okay, this is the condition I am giving. So this condition is returned. Okay, now I have to use it in the that thing. So even numbers is equal to what? Filter of, first the function name. Function name is even comma the name of the list nums. Okay, so again this will give us again a map kind of thing. isn't it? So I have to make it a list. So print list of even numbers. And now I will get only the even number 2, 4, not the 1, 3, and 5. Okay. Same thing if I want to do using lambda, what do? I instead of writing here even, I write lambda, then x colon the return value. What is the return value? X modulus 2 equal to 0 that I write here. Okay. Now I can remove the def, that is the function. And if I run this code, I again get the same output.